America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the special meeting of June 24th, 2013. We apologize that we are starting closer to 7 than 6:30. As the agenda indicated, we would start at 6:30. Unfortunately, we got caught up in some executive issues, and our apologies. We're not going to have any public I'm going to. The agenda does not reflect public comment this evening, but I am going to go ahead and invite anyone who would like to make public comment, if they can't stay through the meeting, to come up before the meeting. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name's Heather Gill, and I live at 431 Ivan Avenue. And I just wanted to, obtain some information about the playground that was removed right in front of the Township building. It was removed. I just wanted to get some information, how come residents weren't notified. And I know that the Radnor Township, or Radnor League, whatever, baseball league, paid for it, but they also eliminated a taxpayer playground at the same time. I've spoke with Tammy Cohen several times and our commissioner, and they say, we're working on it. It's been several months, and the batting cages went up in a week, and we haven't had any progression towards a playground. So I just would like to know where that's headed and when we're going to get a playground back.
Okay, I don't think we have an answer for you.
Well, I can give one. Sure. That was my decision.
Okay.
As a township manager. I don't think the playground was safe at all. I think under the current safety guidelines, it did not meet. There was also an issue with the batting cages, and the league actually decided to go ahead and replace those, which I thought was a good idea. We are in the process. I know Tammy is working with a couple playground companies to come up with new equipment to be able to put in, to be able to place it where it needs to go. So the process is taking place. I anticipate sometime, probably within the next 30 days, there would be something that will go in front of the Parks and Rec Board for them to determine, as well as there is some other work that the Little League would like to do in the area. So again, I think what we were trying to do is look at long-term here, instead of just, we'll drop something in and then all of a sudden 6 months we're back saying, well, we got to move it or we made a mistake, is to go with the right equipment, with the right safety surfaces, the right safety distances to be able to make sure that this goes in. So it's continued to be moving on a pace. Unfortunately, at times I know it seems like we move a little faster than what we could, and that's one of the downfalls of government and its red tape. So it's something that is being worked on. I know it is recognized that we want to be able to put something back in there as quickly as possible, but also in the right equipment, the right place. So we have definitely not forgot about that, and I know it is being looked at.
And Tammy's been great in returning phone calls and emails, as just, a local. I am a civil engineer and also a parent, so, I volunteer my time if there's anything. I mean, I used to work for Radnor Township, intern with Duncan Hughley, and I've been designing civil work for 15 years. So if there's anything I can do, I volunteer my time. But I just wanted to see where we were at.
Great.
And, if it was still moving along to get a playground back.
Well, we're going to take advantage of your expertise.
Please do.
Thanks
Tammy has my information.
I'm
doing whatever it takes. As
we appreciate that.
A mom, but a civil engineer, too.
That's great. That's the best combination.
Scary combination. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thanks for coming.
Sure.
Anybody else?
Would this be the time to comment on the recommendation for the Willows?
No, if you can stay for the meeting, it's best to comment when we address it. But we offer a public comment in the beginning for those who can't stay.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I would like to announce that we had an executive committee meeting immediately prior to this meeting. And we discussed matters of real estate and litigation, and all commissioners were present except for Kevin Higgins. Next, we are going to move to our first item on the agenda, and that is a presentation from our stormwater consultants, AMEC. While they're getting ready to come up and give their presentation, I just want to set the stage for this. We have this is a presentation that is over a year in the making. This board committed to seriously addressing the stormwater and flooding issues in Radnor over a year ago. To that end, we hired our consultants, AMEC, and AMEC has been working with our staff and a stormwater advisory committee for about a year now. They've met 5 times, and they have done a very extensive and thorough analysis of what that program might look like. And tonight we're going to hear some of their findings and recommendations. You'll see in your packet that there is a draft ordinance in the materials for tonight. And I want to make clear that we are not voting on an ordinance tonight. That is for discussion purposes. You'll probably note that the number in there is left blank. Tonight we are putting this all out there. We are going to have some discussion at the board level. We will hopefully reach some consensus on some of the issues, some of the broader issues, to give guidance to our staff and to our consultants so that they can tighten things up over the summer. We hope and plan to introduce an ordinance in September. So that gives our community and all the stakeholders 3 months or 2.5 months to go through this with a fine-tooth comb, to really think through the consequences of the things we discussed tonight, to give your input to us, to staff, to AMEC, so that when we come in September and we start to discuss publicly the ordinance that might get passed, that we've all had ample opportunity to really think it through. So on that note, I'm going to go ahead and invite up AMEC and introduce yourselves once again. You've been here many times, and we will start the presentation.
Madam President, I'll introduce Brian Merritt, who is up there right now, and Gene Haggerty, who is also there. Both from AMEC, both have been here from the inception and work with staff, residents, and other consultants that we use for this.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having us back and talking about stormwater this evening. Seems like it's an applicable time of the year to start talking about stormwater, the issues that we've had recently. I'm going to give you just a pretty high-level overview of the work we've done, just to generate discussion. Not getting down into the details, but I want you to ask us all the questions you have. Say I'm here, Brian Merritt, and Nathan Walker from our office, and so the idea is to just get us all thinking on the right page, same page. So what brought us here? We talked about that you hired us about a year ago, but these issues in Radnor have been around for a long time. Flooding on any major storm, any more than average day storm, is not unusual in North Wayne. But it's not just about flooding. Your stormwater system is, in some parts, hundreds of years old. You have lots of old brick sewers. You've got some nice examples of branches coming through sewers. You've got joints falling apart. That's not unusual. The age of your system, it's a sign of the times that the systems age. They need maintenance. They need to be taken care of so that you can continue to get the most bang out of the buck, right? So if your system is not functioning to its full capability, if you're not maintaining the integrity, then you're losing some of the capacity of your system. So we'll talk about tonight both maintenance of your system in order to get more capacity and also talk about new capital improvements and some regulatory issues that you have in front of you. And I'm sure there's several folks here, I think, that were on the advisory committee and have some experience in these problems personally, and I expect that you might get some comment from them this evening. So this was just last week, my understanding 10 days ago, that the system you have in place is undersized for the rains that you have coming. There are not easy solutions to this. This is not there's one thing out there we can do, but there are some things we can do to start making progress, and that's the kind of the attitude we took when we started to put together the Stormwater Advisory Committee on how do we go about managing stormwater in Radnor. We looked at some of the issues across the township. It's not just one issue. The culverts are aging and undersized. You have a lot of best management practices, facilities, ponds, things that are out there that need maintenance. You do street sweeping and other things that are on the regulatory requirements for quality control. Stream restoration, you manage your water supply, all things related to stormwater. So you don't want to just talk about flooding, but that's one of your main drivers, but we have to think more holistically about stormwater. So flood mitigation. We know there's and this was based on a Chagrin Valley report done for the township a couple of years ago, at least $10 million in known projects that we'd like to get done if the money was available. These are pretty, there are a variety of things that go from new storm sewer to new culverts to some stormwater ponds, best management practices, about $10 million. It's been sitting on a list for a couple of years, waiting for some priorities to that list and to also some funding to get it going. One of the things from that report that came out is one of the things you possibly could do is to buy out property. So I've left that on the list of potential issues because it is something that I don't think that we can back away from. At some point, there may be the need to buy properties if you can't solve some of the local problems. So we left it on there, but really focused on the $10 million backlog in identified projects. Operation maintenance right now, it's pretty reactive. And what we mean by reactive is if there's a problem, if there's a complaint, your guys are out there, they're out there pretty quickly, and they're managing that situation. But they're not getting ahead of the problems, so they're reacting to problems on an emergency basis. And that can be costly. If you don't have the materials on site, you have to pay premium. If you have to work overtime, you're paying premium. If you can plan, then you can be more efficient with your management structure. Your equipment is getting older, and there's no ongoing replacement policy for that. So if you want to make sure you have efficient equipment, make sure that there's a set aside to replace equipment on a regular basis. We haven't talked much yet about regulatory issues, but they are certainly a driver here in the Region 3 area, Pennsylvania. Maryland was seeing lots of issues around Chesapeake Bay issues, but this is all about water quality in all your rivers. You have local issues as well as larger scale issues. And the EPA and DEP are really pushing the new MS4 permit, which you'll have next summer, to do a lot more about asset management, water quality control, best management practices, inspecting your system. These are requirements that the township is required to meet their permits. They have to be doing all these kind of things. So to stay in compliance with your permit, we also have to make sure that the program is addressing all those issues and reporting annually. And you need some resources to get some of this stuff done. Your staff is stretched pretty thin right now. Again, I think Mr. Norsini and his group do a yeoman's job of response. But if you're going to kick up the program, enhance the program, you are going to need some resources to get you there. So the process we followed, talked about having a Stormwater Advisory Committee, and we had the advisory committee represented about 15 different folks from across the township, interests from residential homeowners, local businesses, some of your nonprofits, asking them to kind of take a look at what we were doing, give us feedback. We worked internally with staff, worked through a lot of the issues on priorities, on levels of funding and those kind of things, and brought them back to the advisory committee, and they kind of picked at us. They helped us think it through, make sure we were on the right page, and that we were kind of setting our priorities to make sure they reflected what the community really wanted. So we worked through priorities, levels of service, what's the appropriate level of service here, how much money should you be spending and on what. And we looked at a first 5-year program. So we've been talking about the stormwater utility. We're not talking about 1 year. We're not saying all this is going to happen quickly. We're going to say over the next 5 years, we have the first part of a program. But this is a long-term fix. We didn't get here in 5 years. We're not going to fix it in 5 years. So we talk about the first 5 years of your program. So we can put some realistic numbers to it. Funding options, what kind of rate structure would we have if you had a utility? What would it cover? Okay, we're going to walk through some of that and the dollars that go with that. And then obviously the idea is to come back here to the board and say, here's what we think would work in Radnor. This is the level of spending you would have, and these are the kind of issues you could attack and over what time period. So I'm going to walk through some of those recommendations. Excuse my voice. So the priorities, and we ran both internally, and what we hear internally is flood mitigation, and let's get some maintenance done on our system. But also really need to get some more outreach to the public. They need to know about stormwater and how critical it is as a public service, and that there is this MS4 permit out there that you need to make sure you're complying with. It is a federal requirement. There are fines associated with that if you don't comply. And EPA has been a little bit on the warpath the last couple of years, making sure that people are in compliance. So the priorities, this will reflect what you see here, pretty much the level of funding as we go through. The capital backlog is the top priority in terms of funding, getting those operation maintenance activities up to snuff and making sure you get the public involved, and then making sure you're doing what you need to do to meet your permit requirements. So the backlog, when we talk about level of service, we try to put some metrics around what kind of service you're providing. So with the backlog, about $10 million, we looked at different approaches. Could you do all that in 5 years? Could you do that work in 10 years? Could you do it over 20 years? What's the metric that we would do to try to address that backlog? So we did a lot of background work around what we could get done and how quickly. These projects don't happen immediately. You got to get out and you might need some land. You have to do design, construction. And we put together a 10-year process with the first 5 years being about $6.1 million of that capital. So we're talking about taking that down over about 10 years. While that capital is being addressed, start to ramp up your O&M services. Right now, get out there and do the inspections for the pipes. Make sure you have a good inventory and asset management of your system. Replace what you need to do. Right now, if you start to replace about 1,000 linear feet a year of pipe that's out there, you'll start to catch up on some of your big problems. And then the BMPs that are in the ground need to be inspected. And so having a 3-year inspection to make sure those are all functioning properly. You need some tools to be more efficient, and by tools, we're talking about asset management, GPS systems to make sure your mapping is correct. One of the key things we're seeing in a lot of communities now is really understand the replacement value of what they have in the ground. You have over 57 miles of infrastructure that the community's already invested in that's in the ground. Replacement value now, if you had to replace that system, is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And so how do you make sure that you have a good asset management, you start to put money aside every year to do that replacement, and you take care of the system that you've already put in the ground? And then provide support for, via contracted services. Direction from staff is that we're not looking to hire lots of new folks here, but if you need some resources, that they would be contracted services. So when you see them in the costs we're talking about, that's what we're looking at. So the cost and capital involve having designers and construction management is on site, but it would be contracted services.
Ms. Haggerty?
Yes.
You went through that first bullet point very, very
Oops,
quickly.
all right. Let me go backwards if I can. Page up. My page down's not working. Yeah, help me. Go ahead. Oh, that one. Okay. This one. Okay, great. Thank you.
The first one seemed to me to be very important, but you went so fast. Could you just address just the first one?
Okay, so talk about the capital backlog. So the report that was done by Chagrin Valley a couple of years ago really looked at some of the capital needs that you have and came up with about, I want to say about $8.5 million worth of projects that were pretty high priority projects. We took that number and delved a little deeper into those projects and looked at how realistic the costs were that were in that report. They didn't include land acquisition, some design costs, things like that. So we took that report, we prioritized those projects and looked at what things were really critical. About $4 million of that $10 million were judged by Mr. Norsini, by Chagrin Valley, and AMEC. We kind of got together and said, what are the things that will really make a difference? And they mostly culvert repair, the work at the middle school, North Wayne Field. Those projects are in that top criteria, and there's about $4 million worth of work there. And then we put together a second kind of group that looked at important projects, but maybe not the most important. A lot of those are flood rerouting, stormwater management practices, some stream channel widening, that kind of work. Another $2.5 million worth of work. So those two first sets are kind of our top priority for the first 5 years of the program. Then we have a lot of other things that are they're storm sewer replacement mostly. So there's a couple $1 million of a system that needs to be replaced, but you need to get in there and do the design. One of your handicaps is you don't have manholes to all those systems that are in place now, so getting access to those pipes costs you a little bit of money. You've got to get in there and do that work first before you can do that design.
Okay, so it's around $6.5 million instead of 8.5.
Yeah, so 6.5 are real critical, important projects, and the others are things that you'd like to do, but we push back a little bit on the schedule.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense? Other questions on kind of the big level of service stuff? A snapshot, and again, not giving you lots and lots of numbers here, but the 2013 budget for stormwater is about $1.1 million for the township. The O&M cost at $930,000 is a good number. That includes all your leaf collection. It really street sweeping and a lot of items that are big, practical, good things to do, but are not about replacement of the infrastructure. So that number looks pretty high, but it really is to give the service around leaf collection, street sweeping mostly, composting, that kind of stuff. Regulatory compliance is related to erosion sediment control, inspections that you do, MS4 compliance piece, and then program management is mostly looking at Steve's time, probably mostly out there on managing the program and doing response. So about $1.1 million now is what you're spending. So we looked at the program of services, the total program for operation maintenance and capital. We looked at engineering enforcement and program management and looked at what we need to do to enhance that program. We walked through, again, a couple of meetings worth with the advisory committee on levels of service that were appropriate and how much spending that looked like over time. We came out with a new program costs. So in addition to the $1 million you're spending now, about $2 million more a year to kind of get you to that place where you need to be. So that's about a $3 million total program. And most of that, the $1.3 million, is on capital funding. It's getting some set-aside capital money every year. But also another crew out there to do stormwater maintenance. So the balance is capital and maintenance, And then the regulatory enforcement is something that really is something you just have to do. The MS4 permit's going to require you to do more. In the program management, another $117,000. That's not a new person running your program. The mapping tools that we talked about, the asset management, construction, being on site for construction activities, doing those kind of inspections, actually managing your program more effectively is another $117,000. So, this is a little bit subjective, making decisions about what the balance should be. And the idea was to have that balance, to make progress in all these different areas, but in a way that you felt reasonable, that you were spending the right amount of money each year and building your program in a managed way.
If I may interrupt you and
Sure.
just ask a quick question about the operations and management number.
Yep.
The enhanced number, the $500,000, that is based on contracting that out?
Yes.
That's not
yes.
new staff?
That's not new staff. This would be contracted services.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
So when we talk about user fees, what we're talking about is taking that public cost. So this is the cost for the township to provide these services, and says, how do we distribute those costs in a fair way to the community? Who pays what? How do we get this work done? And so we look at distributing those costs, in this case, using impervious area on property. So it acts as a surrogate, for lack of a better term, instead of using property values. So now you pay for stormwater through your real estate tax. Right? That $1 million pretty much comes out of your taxes. So if you own an expensive piece of property, you're basically spending a little bit more on stormwater than people that have less because your taxes are paying more. So we're kind of switching the paradigm a little bit and looking at how to distribute these costs differently. And if you have a lot of impervious area, then the amount of runoff from that site is contributing to the size and the maintenance needs of your system. So this is pretty standard stormwater utility practices these days. Some communities do it a little bit differently, but if you have the information on impervious area, that surrogate works pretty well. People understand it. They understand that they manage their impervious area. They have less of it. They treat it. Then the impact on the public system is lessened. So like water and wastewater, we now talk about this as a service fee. So date myself a little bit. Growing up in Boston, and if you can't tell, several years ago, we paid for water service on our real estate taxes. All right, so you got your tax bill, and water and wastewater were all included in there. We didn't have utilities yet back in the 70s, and so we didn't see those costs. And they started to skyrocket because we needed to treat stormwater. Drinking water and wastewater. And so they pulled them out of the tax base so people could see what they look like, get more people involved. I think most of us now pay a water bill and don't think too much about it, but it was very controversial when we started doing that several years ago. And so using a meter was a way that we went around doing it for water. But if you think about how we pay for wastewater, it's just a multiplier of how much water you use. If you use X gallons of water, we're presuming most of that goes to the wastewater system, and you pay a multiplier of that. So none of these things are absolutely perfect. We're not putting a meter out on your property so we know how much runoff you have. What we are doing is saying we need a surrogate for that. We need something that's reasonable that people can understand. So we've looked at, again, impervious, and we'll talk about how we kind of break that number up as we go through. One of the things about a user fee that a lot of communities like is that once you get people paying on the amount of impervious they have and the treatment or lack of treatment of that impervious, you can also give them incentive programs and credits. So if they are doing treatment, if they're doing something different than their neighbors, they can get a rebate, a credit on their fee, and incentivizes people to do more on their own property. So there's some of the pros of doing that. Excuse me. So when we went to the advisory committee, we were following an example that a lot of communities use, which is to have all single-family properties pay the same fee. And the reason you hear a lot of communities do that is because there's not a lot of impervious data on all your single-family properties. So you have over, I want to say 6,600, something like that, single-family parcels. And so to go out and to measure the impervious on all those parcels takes time and money. So people often do a sample of those properties, and you'll see this a lot from Meadville or other communities here in Pennsylvania. They figure out the average impervious area on the single families, and they call that an equivalent residential unit or an ERU. So when we started this project, we thought that's what we would do here. And we looked at your equivalent residential unit and said, all right, all single families will pay the same. But the diversity of the properties that you have in Radnor, the properties that have a couple of hundred square feet of impervious, the single-family homes, versus tens of thousands of square feet, the inequity there jumped off the page. And your advisory committee said, boy, that doesn't feel like it works for us. So what we did is we thought, well, let's try to find something that works a little better. And again, not one size doesn't fit all, but in this case, the size of your parcels for single-family properties, as the parcels get larger, the amount of percent of impervious gets larger, and it's a pretty straight correlation that the larger your single-family property, the more impervious you have. So we went back and said, what do you think about putting the single-family properties in tiers based on the size of the lots, not on actual imperviousness? So this is, again, correlated to impervious, but not an exact measurement because we don't have that data yet. And actually, people really liked this idea. They felt like it was easy to understand. So if your lot size is between 0 and 7,000 square feet, your lot size, you would get 1 billing unit under a user fee. If your lot size was 7,000 to 20,000 square feet, you would get 2, and so on, up to an acre, and then above an acre up to 4. The idea of using this kind of tiering system is it shows the difference between those properties, not all getting 1, but again, you don't have all the information to measure them yet. But it gives you a step in the right direction. And talking to the advisory committee, they recognize this isn't perfect, but you can get that information on your residential properties over time. If you had a GIS system and you had an intern sitting here for a couple of months, you could generate that information in a couple of years, actually bill everybody by the amount of impervious in their property. You just don't have that right now. So that's how we would treat single-family homes. Non-single family, we have measured the impervious. So we have the information on those properties. So the average amount of impervious on your single family is around 1,500 square feet would be a billing unit. So for non-single family properties, every 1,500 square feet of impervious area would be a billing unit. And so if you use that number, the estimated billing units throughout the community would be about 35,590 billing units. And 46% of those would be from the residential properties, and 54% from your non-residential. Of the total billing units, about 25% of those are actually from your tax-exempt properties. Okay, and that's an important concept. What you're doing here is you're spreading the cost for stormwater beyond what you're doing now, which is it's on your tax bill. So everybody that has development pays. So that's tax-exempt properties, including the township. So you're, I think, one of the larger payers. But it does bring in properties such as Villanova and others. So they're concerned because, if I won't speak for Villanova, but having it on the tax bill is something that they've gotten used to, not having to pay. This is something new for them. They would have to recognize a fee, as with the city, that you'd be paying your portion of this. It spreads the cost out further. Yes.
Are you saying that you have not measured the impervious for the residential single family?
Right.
But you have measured it for everything else?
For all the non-single families.
How is that? That's a huge number of units.
It's not that many parcels, though. I want to say 1,500. Brian, yes. So about 1,500 of your parcels are non-single family. So we did measure those. We didn't do the 6,600 single families. We did a small sample of them, about 250. Actually, I think we did 500 in the end.
Okay, so you're saying that to do the residential would be a lot more work.
I don't want to say a lot more work, but yeah, more work. To do 6,000 more would be three times what we've done already.
And your recommendation, I think, if reading all through this, is we should go ahead now with something.
Yes.
Enact something now.
Yeah.
And then in 6 months from now or so, work on the impervious for all the residential.
Yeah, and I think that makes it fairer in the long run because now you're basically capping your residential rate. So even those larger properties are getting 4. Your cap is 4. There'll be non-residential properties that will be similar to some of those, and it will be inequitable right now. It's better than having one ERU for all your single family. It's kind of a middle ground. So it's I would say, pretty important that you proceed ahead and get that other information so you can make this fair in the long run. And if residential properties are all paying for every 1,500 square feet they have too, then there's more incentive for them to do things as well. So you want to tie that to the impervious area. So in our plan, we have that happen in about year 3. So you have a couple of years to get going, get out there, get some stuff done, and then do that GIS work so you can start to change your rate structure a little bit.
This might be a little too deep into the detail, but I was wondering about some of these developments which we build under modified density and there's open space. How do you handle that? So their lot sizes don't, like for example, my property's X, and that's the whole thing. If I went to each individual, their property that their house sits on really isn't representative of the total property, the 50 or 60 houses.
So if it's owned in common, is that the issue? So if it's owned in common, we typically look at how many units there are. So if we would consider those non-residential when we measured them because they're one big parcel. They're not a resident. They're non-single-family residential. So we do the whole parcel, and then if there was 50 homes that own it, we would divide the whole thing by 50 and figure out where you come in that system. Yeah.
The 25% tax exempt, where is that, in the 4654? Is it split?
It is split. It's mostly non-residential because the big piece of that is, I want to say Villanova, the township themselves, the school district. Those are three of the big ones that are in there, so mostly non-residential. There's probably a handful of residential properties, but not many.
Does the 4654 split represent the assessed value of residential, non-residential?
I don't know the answer to that. Anybody help me on that one? Bill? Sorry. Don't know. I can find that out for you, but I think I would expect that the residential value is they're pretty even here. If I remember reading your budget from last year, they might be closer to that 50-50, but I'd have to go back and check that number for you.
The tax-exempt properties, specifically the township and the Radnor, the school district, in other townships that have adopted this type of scenario, are they exempt? I mean, it seems a little odd to charge taxpayers to fund the taxpayer fee.
Yeah, there's two different schools of thought. There are communities, and I'll talk about Virginia, but not here in Pennsylvania, but in Virginia, their legislation says they will not charge themselves. So there's no decision. So the city of Charlottesville just did a utility. They are not charging city properties. Legislation says that. Pennsylvania, there's no specific rule in or out. So the city of Meadville, for example, they charge themselves. They put that in. And again, the reason was to distribute the costs across the entire group, even though it is coming out of the same pocket. But they wanted to show that the rate itself will stay lower if everybody pays a piece. So you're still getting a tax piece to that. I mean, the taxes are still going to cover
that is funded by your general fund, which is not equitable.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But again, if you're trying to manage stormwater, what's the best way to manage all that imperviousness? And you want to incentivize even the township to do things differently. You don't want to be out there, putting pavement everywhere. So now you start to think about, wow, how do we manage our pavements? We do less impervious, we put more tree planters, we do more green space as part of our development all the time. And so it incentivizes the township as well as everybody else. That's the thought in most communities, but it does vary. Questions? Sorry for the little fuzzy pictures here. This is basically just to demonstrate the point I just made, that some of those smaller homes, the Tier 1 residential property, that's actually half of a twin. We talked about that. So they're the lot size, they only 3,500 square feet. So pretty tiny, so the amount of impervious is relatively small. But you have other homes. The one on the right is a 26,000 square foot property and has a lot more impervious area on it. So this is relative. We put the by lot size from 1 to 4. And this is just examples of kind of what that looks like. Non-residential property, as I said, we've actually measured these. So you'll see that we went out and what's in red on these properties is actual impervious area. And so the buildings, the parking lots, the walkways, all that's been captured. And so we can actually tell you how much impervious is on there. So you can then build them based on every 1,500 square feet.
So you did that calculation for the school district and for the township?
Yes. Curious?
Yeah, I am, actually.
I think I have that. So our preliminary estimate for Radnor School District is they have 1,900,000 square feet of impervious area, plus or minus. 1.9 million square feet. Radnor Township, you have 61 parcels that total about 1.7 million square feet. So you can do the calculations on those, and as we walk through the rate, depending what the rate is, that will depend how much you have to pay. So you guys are pretty big ratepayers. So based on that analysis and that recommendation at this point, okay, that's kind of where we decided we have to figure out a rate here, and how do we do that? Well, we've got a rate structure now that puts residences into 4 tiers, and we have non-residential, that's every 1,500 square feet. We know how many billing units there are. We know what the program looks like. We know how much money we'd like to bring in every year. So how do we then decide how much money that this fee would cover? We've decided to look at paying for new costs only, and this is something that obviously you guys get to decide. So keep paying the $1.1 million the way you're doing it, and the new $2 million comes out of the user fee.
Excuse me 1 second. Is
Sure.
this contingent upon the $41 per unit value that you identified in a handful of minutes?
No, not yet. I'm going to show you what the answer is now with the new numbers that we ran.
For you?
So that's on the next slide, I think.
But in order to come to a number, you have to have the unit rate set, correct?
Right. So we had the number of billing units, and we had the total money revenue we want to generate. So then we can run some options. How do we want to then generate that revenue? So we looked at two options. One is all cash. All right. So if you just had cash and you paid for everything with cash, that's option 2 here. Option 1 is actually to use bonds, to sell bonds for your capital program. So that's $6.1 million if you sold bonds in the first year. Instead of paying cash, you're paying the debt service and the sale of those bonds. You're paying over time, bonds for 20 years, so you're basically borrowing at a relatively low rate right now and paying for your infrastructure over time. Keeps the rate down, but you do pay over time. You're borrowing just like you're using a credit card. So we ran those two against each other so you can kind of see what that looked like if you paid cash, and that's where this, I think, where you're getting to. The next number is what does that mean? So option 1, if you bonded for capital improvements, so you're paying cash for your operation maintenance and regulatory pieces, but you're bonding capital, your annual rate per billing unit. So if you're that small homeowner, you're about $36.60. That's an annual rate. And if you're a non-single family property, every 1,500 square feet, that's your rate. If you take that rate and you say, we're going to pay all cash, we're not going to bond, we're going to bring in the revenue we need and not borrow, it goes up by about $20 per billing unit. And we had been asked to kind of run those two rates for you so you can compare, but also look to see if it made sense to bond a little later. So we did run an option 3, which looked at what if you bond in year 4. But the majority of your programs up front, you're not getting much, you're not gaining anything. You're going to sell about $1.5 million in bonds year 4. Doesn't gain you much. Your rate has to stay pretty high the first couple of years if you're paying cash, and the rate stays, we're trying to keep it flat for 5 years. It's one of the other recommendations from the advisory committee was don't start it high and go up and down, nice flat 5 years. Make sure we understand what you're paying every year, we can budget for it, and we'll cover the program over 5 years. So this is a projected 5-year, this is what you pay every year for the first 5 years of the program to get the money you need for the 5-year program as designed.
This delta of $20, is that all explainable by cost of capital?
Yeah, that's it. So, and we actually even flattened out the capital. So if you, in the program that we first designed, the capital, I think it's like $730,000 the first year, goes up to $1.7 million because of some big projects, and then kind of, it oscillates up and down. To run this, we put it at $1.1 million a year every year so that you could keep the rate steady if you're going to do cash. But yeah, it's the same program. It's 6.1 or 6.5 million for those first 5 years. So it's all cash. It's just the difference in that borrowing.
So, when I first looked at this, it seemed reversed. But by going with bonding, we're just spreading the cost over a longer period.
Yes.
And while it looks more attractive, I think it's a bigger problem than that. So, for instance, if we're going to spend, suppose we decide to spend $2 million per year, and if $1 million of that is maintenance, why would we share the cost of that maintenance with taxpayers over the next 30 years? The rule for bond funding is that the current taxpayers, as well as all the taxpayers in the future, get the benefit of that bond funding.
Right. So the bond would only be for the capital program. It wouldn't be for your O&M. Okay.
Yes, but we have to be careful because what looks like capital is in fact has a little bit of maintenance in there, and there's labor and things. So we want to be very careful. I would imagine a blended approach would make the most sense, and some of that is in here. But the idea is that we're borrowing only for the capital projects, and all that operational aspect of it is completely cash.
Yeah, and I think, once you look at the numbers, you can make those decisions. So if you have an idea of what you feel comfortable bonding and borrowing over time, you can go and look at that. If 6.1 million up front is too much, what would you feel comfortable doing? How much could stay in? What is, as you say, culvert replacements and really not new capital, and take some of those things out. So you can kind of, massage it a little bit, but I don't think you're going to get too far off the difference here and what you do if it's all cash versus, as you say, just bonding the capital.
But the benefit of bonding it, notwithstanding what John just pointed out, which was accurate, is that if we have $8.5 million in backlog of capital,
right.
public works, stormwater projects, we aren't going to see the revenue in the years 1 and 2 to do those. Whereas if we borrow the money, we could get started quickly.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, rate's going to go up a lot higher to get that money in to even to do about 1.1 million a year. So you're flattening it out so you can have that $56 as opposed to bringing in 70 or 80 right away and then letting the rate go down later, which is an option too. I mean, you could front end load it, but people are very uncomfortable doing that. I think they're more comfortable knowing what they have to pay year after year.
And on the other hand, as Commissioner Schaefer pointed out, or Mr. Nagel maybe, we could get all this money in, we could borrow the money, and we couldn't spend it because there's long lead times. There's engineering, there's compliance with state law on bidding, there is the construction, and all that takes time, and we have this bond money sitting in a bank not doing anything.
I mean, I'd just like to, along those lines, in our books that we've received over the year, we have a very detailed chart of our programs, what needs to be done. And one of the columns on that chart is design time and construction time. Mm-hmm. And you look down all of these projects adding up to $8 million. And design time is 6 months, 12 months, 24 months, 18 months. That's just design. And then to get these projects started, once you've gotten through that period, you have 12 months. 12 months, there, nothing is happening in the first 6 months. So it would be, I think, ill-advised to pay a premium to get all this cash up front when, logistically, we can't spend it up front. It's going to be a year, 2 years, 3 years before this money actually can be spent. So, these aren't all projects that as soon as we pass this, we're ready to go, shovel ready. In fact, there are very few projects, if any, that are shovel ready. So that's something that we really have to keep in mind when we're thinking about how we're going to bring this revenue in and how much we need right away.
Yeah, and I think that's the point of looking at this. Are you more comfortable setting a rate where you know you can spend that money? So instead of being $730,000 this year and 1.7 next year, if you put $1 million aside every year and you try to really work that and find out whether you can spend that money. This is, though we talk about setting a rate for 5 years, you get to look at the rate every year. Just like a water and sewer rate, you decide what the program is. You look at a budget every year and say, well, we need more money because we finally can get that project done, and so that's a little bit higher this year, or we're not going to get that till next year, so we can keep the rate a little lower this year. So your power of setting that rate does not change. This is just giving us a pretty good idea of where we expect it will go, so the public can look at that and give you some feedback on it. Okay, so nobody follow the chair, but you can see that it's not inexpensive. We looked at, if you go with the user fee, how would you bill this? How would people get a bill? We've been talking about a standalone bill to send out stormwater, but you've also been talking about a trash bill here in town, so there may be some way to combine those. Over time, you might use your water bill. The reason we don't recommend you do that at the moment, water bills are about meters and people with water accounts, and this is all about your parcels. And so it's very difficult to put the two together. So a standalone bill, you will have to, and I think we put this in your ordinance, think about language to make sure you have some enforcement authority. So if this is a standalone bill, that still has some authority behind it that people are required to pay. City of Richmond didn't do that, and if you call it City of Richmond, Virginia, they'll find out most people didn't pay. So give them a little bit of a reason to pay. So the program itself, we've set with an idea that would have some kind of credits. We didn't get a chance to spend a lot of time with the advisory committee on this issue, but I think people feel that it's an important piece of a stormwater utility that you have a way that if people are doing something on their property that is especially something above and beyond what's required, there should be a credit for doing that. You want to incentivize people for doing good stormwater management. So we talked about coming up with a credit program that rewards people for a cost avoidance for the community. So if the public is not having to do something, if there's no public cost involved because a homeowner is doing something or a business is doing something, they get a credit for it. If the public is avoiding that cost, everybody benefits, so it makes sense that they'd have a credit. And putting a credit in a program, so if we say that you're going to fund $50,000 in credits every year, then somebody has to pay for that too, so that does impact the cost a little bit. So the rate might go up a couple of pennies for everybody else because you're paying for a credit program. So we try to be real careful about what we give credits for so that we don't reward things just because it's kind of sounds good or it's cool. It really has to be tied to your program of services. We did present, I believe, in your packet, some information around credits. Right now, the way that the structure is, the non-single family properties are actually based on amount of impervious because we measured it. That the idea would be to have a credit program for them if they do something above and beyond what's required under the regulations, and that could be as much as 60% of the bill, because 60% of your program is all about big capital and new stuff and trying to keep the program smaller. So we try to tie those things together. For single families, because we're not actually measuring impervious yet, we talk about having a grant program. So if somebody wanted to put it in a rain garden, you can convince somebody to put a green roof on. You could have grants that would go to single-family homeowners if they want to do some green stuff that would also be funded by the program. And again, something similar to a credit program. We haven't worked out those details, but we did want to really get some feedback from the board on what they think about credits in general and what kind of things you would like to incentivize in your community before we set that. But we have there's some money in the program now to cover a small program of services.
Well, do you want that now?
Yes, bring it on.
My personal view is that we ought to get something enacted now and put credit in later, as soon as we can.
Yeah.
But it's complicated.
It's complicated.
And there's also the O&M problem with credit, operations and maintenance. If somebody gets a nice fat credit and then ends up dumping what we thought they were going to retain, then how do we claw back and get our money back from that credit? So there are other administrative things that we would need to work on. So I'm in favor of getting started with an ordinance without credits and then put it in 6 months or a year from now.
Yeah, and you have some really good resources in the community that would help with that. So to do some more public outreach and have maybe a subcommittee or advisory committee to kind of work through those details and how it impacts you, I think is another good way to go. We get some good thoughts. It'll take a little bit of time, but things like, do they have to have a maintenance agreement to get a credit? Do you have to have to commit to getting maintenance done? How often do you report? Is there a cost for inspections and things like that? There's a lot of details. You want to get some input, I think, on it.
I'm going to weigh in on that too. Sure. So I think we're going to have difficulty creating incentive that actually produces impact. And the reason is that the fee is so small relative to the cost of making an impact on a property that there might be moral reasons to do this, but I don't think that this credit program is going to have an impact on stormwater. We might want to do it for other reasons. So I agree with Jim that it's going to be hugely complex.
Yep.
And if we try to design a credit program now, we will be chasing details that aren't impacting the system prior to installing a system.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think credit programs are there for those that want to take advantage. So they certainly do have some folks that will want to do things that will be positive, and you want to reward them for that. But it doesn't pay for itself. I mean, you're not going to, somebody puts in a rain garden, $500, and not going to pay for it by getting a credit or a grant, but you'll have incentivized them to do some things and to reward them for that. So there's different ways we can go. But absolutely, you're right that this is not to pay for those facilities. It's to recognize those facilities.
I understood from your prior comment that you would never have 100%.
Right.
So it would be, in the case you said, it was 60% was the
60%
max.
is what, looking at your program now, is what we would recommend?
But we clearly want to have the incentives, and we clearly want to have the credit program in place at some point, because we already have a subset of the community that's already doing the right thing, and we want to get more of them to do that. And my opinion is a lot of the issue is in the community, in the residential districts where all the flooding is occurring, and a lot of that flooding some of it is due to the residents is dumping their rainwater onto the street and so on and so on. So, but I'm hoping that the other thing we'll see is better compliance, because I know at this point I can drive down just about any road in this township and see gutters that are draining down under the lawn, through a pipe, onto the street, and that's not currently permitted under our code. So what I'm hoping to see is compliance, where we not only get people to disconnect those downspouts, but then say, I'm going to put a rain garden in instead.
Yeah.
Back to Don's point, do you think that a big non-residential property like one of our universities or colleges or a shopping center would just as soon dump their water than retain it if they're going to be paying pretty high stormwater fees? It would seem to me that they would want to try to avoid those fees. And
in new construction, this sort of thing will pay for itself, and so we should have those incentives in new construction. But I'm of the opinion that if the desire is to have an impact on stormwater, that credit system like the one John described will be counterproductive. That the cost of, I mean, even if you look at a residential homeowner paying $100 to $200, you can't make any impact on your property with $100. 60% of $100 or 60% of $200. And then that would apply at a similar scale, less so on a commercial property. But I don't think that the fees that I understand that are in here from what you provided, I don't think those fees are large enough that 60% of that can impact a commercial property owner to make a meaningful change.
So you're back to the moral obligation.
Yes, I'm not opposed to it. I would want to include it, and it should be very heavy in the development process. That's where they would pay for them. They would pay for themselves. But in chasing retroactive stormwater control, I don't think the incentive, I think it's going to be counterproductive except for the moral impact that it has.
Well, I would just like to weigh in. I have the opposing view. In my view, the credit and incentive system is one of the most important and imperative parts of this whole scheme. I agree that the single-family home or single-family parcel administration of that would be cumbersome and would probably not yield, they're not the egregious contributors to this problem. In my view, we could very easily introduce a credit system for the bigger non-single family parcels, not for the single family homes, when we introduce in the fall. I think that's a really important part of it. I don't think it's overly complicated. In fact, we've spoken about this in prior meetings. I would take it to the next level and identify properties that are located in places that are causing our biggest problems. And those particular properties, whatever they are, if they took steps to ameliorate the situation on their own properties, would have a drastic effect on downstream properties. Those should be the properties that we are encouraging, especially, the special category properties to incentivize. Because in my view, we are never going to globally solve this problem with basins and pipes. We're going to need basins and pipes, but we also need to retrofit our properties that are the biggest offenders. And that's the only way we're going to get that to happen is if we incentivize those properties properly. So I would even not only advocate to have an incentive, it can be a simple incentive program to start out with our bigger non-single family homes, but also to have a special bonus for properties that our engineers identify that are especially egregious in creating a problem downstream, and really on a case-by-case basis. For those, it's probably not more than 20 properties. For those 20 properties, try to work with them to incentivize them to change something on their property that will have an immediate and drastic effect with people downstream.
Just to kind of comment on what some other communities have done related to that. So they've taken some of the capital programs. So in your case, you have a list of projects that's $6 million plus. But if you set aside some of your capital and did public-private partnerships with some of these folks, it may not be an incentive directly, but if it's something, especially this happens if it's something that's right outside your jurisdiction, if you took some of that would be something that you would really get some bang for your buck, then you might put some money aside in your capital. Instead of you doing it all yourself, you would help and put a fund together that would help pay for something that might be just north of you or downstream. So there are things you can do with your capital program. Again, that's not just an incentive. It really is to get the operation and maintenance done and the capital done and to control some of that stormwater. So you can use your capital funds for those things. They're not on this list yet, but there's no reason you can't do that. All right, good conversation. Next steps. We have worked with the advisory committee. We've given you our first take at what we've found. Based on feedback, we'd like to finalize those rates and come up with that fee ordinance. So the ordinance you have in front of you now does not have a dollar value in there. And so we were looking for some idea whether we should go with all cash at this point What that does is you put the higher amount in there. I believe you have the authority to always make it lower in the ordinance, but it's hard to make it higher. So some direction on the ordinance itself. Billing system that you understand where that's going, and I think that the timing of the billing is important. What's your thought on when you'd like to see this happen? We talk about an ordinance in September and bill sometime either the end of this year or into next year. So you don't have to answer these things now, but these are the kind of the next questions that we're going to need feedback on. As you said, the credit program now, we get some ideas of pros and cons there. And you need to have more public information sessions. I hope lots of people are watching tonight, but you need to get out there and talk to folks and find out, let people know what this looks like for them. When's it going to be? What's it going to be? How do we know that what works for them? And then once bills go out, to have some customer service. One of the important things is people are going to have a lot of questions, and so you have somebody there that can answer those questions and respond as appropriate. So just to kind of wrap up what the advisory committee kind of gave us some direction on their recommendations, and I think this reflects what you've been saying. Get started now. And so one of the things around credits was like, we just want to move. There's lots of needs. There's lots of people anxious to get some money spent. Don't wait to implement too long, but obviously you have to balance public input. And the idea of trying to keep the rate flat for 5 years lets people kind of plan around that, so keep that in mind. Those listed capital projects are just that at this point. They're a list. There are things that we know about. They're not everything that you're going to do. They may not even be the right things you're going to do. As you do more study and design, you've got to figure that out. So they're not endorsed by the SAC, but they are. The idea of the level of funding there, that $10 million, feels right. Get a couple of years of solid O&M and some capital work done, show you can do this, and then revisit your rate in a couple of years. And I think that's what most communities do, get a couple of years, and then decide things like bonds and other things that you can, how do you want to spend your money, but get some history behind you. Establish that credit program, see what people think. We can do something now, another draft, and have something out over the summer as well if you'd like, so people can start to comment on that, because it is something that generates lots of discussion. And one other thing the advisory committee recommended, and they know that you have lots of committees already in the township, but that having some kind of oversight, some feedback from the community on when you set your rates every year and what the priorities are. You've got some really knowledgeable people in town that really got involved in this advisory committee. I really enjoyed talking to everybody. Use some of that internal knowledge and have somebody long-term that kind of is the committee for you every year and reports back to you.
Did they volunteer to serve on that committee?
I didn't ask them that, but I think you might have a couple. So I think that's it. Glad to answer any more questions.
Well, thank you so much. That was a great presentation with a lot of information, and it reflects all the tremendous amount of work that you did all year.
Yeah, thanks.
So the shape of that we're going to move forward here is we'll have some discussion, and each of the board members will ask their questions and give their comments. Then we'll have any staff comments that we have out there. Then we'll take public comment. Then we will try and, at that point, come to some consensus on some of these issues to give you some guidance to go back this summer and get this prepared for the fall.
Great.
All right, so who would like to start on it? Go ahead.
So, very thorough. I enjoyed reading it, very professional.
Thank you, Doug.
I learned a lot, so thank you. I continue to believe, though, that we're doing this backwards, that what we should be doing is identifying solutions, identify the impact, identify the cost of the solutions, then match the cost benefit. And then once we do that, then we pick the funding mechanism. I just think we're doing it backwards. I know we've decided otherwise, but that's my opinion that we're doing it backwards. For me to approve the funding, I need to know that the solutions will be effective. So, and I don't need proof, but I need an expectation. Mm-hmm. And I have yet to see that. I don't know that that was your task as a consultant, but from staff, before I can approve funding for this, I need to have a reasonable expectation that we're getting something for this $8 million, and right now I haven't seen that. On the sort of the positive side, I very much think that the tiered approach is the correct way to go. We shouldn't aspire to build a Swiss watch here. We should look for reasonable breaks, and that approach that you used is a reasonable approach to me. I don't know that it needs much tinkering beyond what you've done so far. The amount is more than I had hoped or anticipated, but I don't know that it's outside the range of what the community will accept, so it's a reasonable starting point. I do have one exception to, you said EPA is on the warpath. I think a lot of people would say EPA is asleep at the wheel. I think that's a very depends who you are,
Yeah, it does depend who
whether
you are.
they're on the warpath or asleep at the wheel.
Yeah.
I think we should recognize that it's problematic to be ahead of DEP. It's problematic to be ahead of EPA because we could take an $8 million step in the wrong direction and they could come back in 2 years and tell us that we need $8 million in another direction. So I just urge some caution when I hear EPA is on the warpath and that's used as incentive for us to act, and I don't know that I agree with that.
Just to clarify, I mean, they're just doing more audits, and they're out there making sure that people that have MS4 permits are doing what they committed to do already. So they're not asking you to do a lot more at this point, but just getting done what you need to get
Yeah, I
done.
mean,
So you need
I
to stay on
haven't
top
been
of
able
that.
to see that they're asking us to do anything more, nor
Yeah.
does DEP. That's unclear to me. So, I mean, also those are my thoughts. I do applaud it was very professional, and I enjoyed reading.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Okay, I will go next. I have a few comments on the different aspects of this. First, on the program itself, the spending program. I just want to clarify and make sure everyone is clear that the list of capital projects, it's broken down to things that are critical, things that are important, things that are desired. A lot of it comes from our Chagrin study.
Yes.
This is a fluid list. Okay, this is what we have from the last 2 years. This will change every single year, and the process by which it will change is when we go to put together our budget every year. We'll have capital expenditures, regular capital expenditures, and stormwater capital expenditures, and we will have public debate, and we will have residents here to have their 2 cents about which project should be in there that year, which shouldn't. So I don't want anyone picking this study up and saying, my project's not in there, or my project isn't listed as critical, and it is critical, because there will be plenty of room for debate going forward on a yearly basis about what projects we're doing and how we're spending this money. So do I have the right understanding of that process?
That's my understanding as well, yes.
Okay. So this list is more to give us it is projects that we all want.
It's a foundation.
But it's a foundation of what's out there right now, our base of knowledge right now, and what we would do if we had all this money right this second.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I had on the program itself. On the rate structure, I am not a fan of the bond option. I don't want to take on that debt without a sure revenue stream to pay it off. To me, it would be too risky if we take out debt, assuming we're going to have this fee structure coming, this fee revenue coming in to pay the debt payments. We have no idea. We have no idea how diligent people are going to be about paying. We have no idea what kind of credit incentive people are going to take advantage of. We really don't have a good idea of what that revenue flow is going to be like. So I think it would be unwise for us to take debt out based upon that unknown revenue stream, because if it falls short, then we're paying the debt from our general fund, which is why we set this whole thing up to begin with, to avoid paying for this out of our general fund. So to me, it is just too soon to consider debt. And for the other reasons that I mentioned before, I don't think we need all of the money up front. I don't think that at all. However, the all-cash option, which is option 2, which is what I'm in favor of, it does leave us a little cash poor in the front years.
Yes.
And I do think we will have a few years in the front where we wish we had more cash. I've thought about that a lot, because that's a problem. And I would like to suggest, or at least put it out there for people to start to consider, that we fund the capital needs out of our surplus revenues, just like we fund for stormwater, just like we have had a policy that said when we have surplus every year, which we have for the last 2 years, and we probably will this year, we take X amount and we put it towards our OPEB liability, we take Y amount, we put it towards compensated leave and pension, we take Z amount and we put it towards capital. Well, that capital doesn't go to stormwater. That goes to other capital needs. In my view, because we are facing this shortage of cash, because we don't want to have more debt, we could make the decision as a board to earmark some of that surplus for capital and then a separate category, capital stormwater management. And that way, when we have very good years with windfalls, which we may in the next few years, we do have a cash infusion of cash to make up for what we couldn't raise in the fee revenue to cover all these projects that we want to get done up front. So I'm just putting that out there for people to think about. We will be talking about our fund policy maybe even later in this meeting, but it is a possible solution to the cash shortfall if we do the all-cash option, option 2. Okay. The credit system, I think I've made my opinion clear. And I wouldn't hold this up to wait for us to have a fully developed credit system. If we're ready to go with this in September and we're not ready to go with the credit system, then yes, let's go ahead. However, it's an integral part of it, and I think from finishing this meeting tonight, we should be starting to put together that subcommittee and come up with that policy so that we can attach it to the ordinance. And then finally, my last comments are about the actual ordinance. And I just had a few comments about the ordinance that we have itself. One is that we have an exemption section, Section 4, and we exempt our public streets. We don't have any other exemptions in there yet. And it's a discussion we need to have at this board level about the school district and the township, because it is a little bit of an it's a little ridiculous to tax ourselves, have taxpayers funding the tax that the spending that it's too circular, and it's a lot of money. Mm-hmm. So it would make your school taxes go up, and it probably would make them go up a bit. So that's a discussion we need to have about the ordinance, whether we want to include those exemptions or not. This is a logistic question about the ordinance. It references a credit and incentive program. It has no language in there. Do we pass a separate resolution and have it incorporated by reference? Is that how that works in other townships?
What you could do is in your ordinance say that within a certain time period, 6 months, 9 months, whatever, you would have a credit policy brought back to you for approval.
Okay.
So without putting the details here, that you will have that, it will come back and you will approve it and put a time limit on it and have that piece in the ordinance, and then you could have a separate resolution of action.
So that is done by resolutions. It's not actually an amendment to the ordinance.
No.
Okay.
There's a provision already in here that talks about the board establishing rules and regulations to implement this program. That credit section, Elaine, will need to be modified slightly to include that'll be brought back also,
Okay.
just so it's clear.
And by resolution?
By a separate resolution,
Okay.
not through any kind of an ordinance amendment.
Okay.
We talked about making those tweaks to this ordinance, and that'll be done before it gets introduced.
Okay. And then my last question regarding the ordinance is, in Section 13, there's some language about, saying that a stormwater fund was hereby established. And I thought we had already established a fund. So instead, that should read, our stormwater fund, which has already been created, is hereby incorporated by reference, and maybe reference the ordinance number. And those are my comments. So, anybody else?
Just a couple questions. Well, I think in general, I'm opposed to the bond financing up front for the reasons that have already been stated. But I certainly think bond financing needs to happen, and it needs to happen once we clearly identify the capital expenditures that are part of this. Once we know what they are, then we know how much we need to borrow, and we can do that. And I don't think we should borrow the money in advance of those projects, but more so we should float bonds as we need the money. I don't think we should be hedging the markets and trying to say we should borrow more now because we'll save. The other, I don't think we should be exempting the school district. The reason being, if they are contributing to stormwater issues, they should be paying instead of, up until now, the township was paying, so out of our own budget. So I think it should be part of their budget as well. And the only way to make that happen is to actually give them the bill and have them pay that bill. Maybe we'll have certain exemptions, and they'll certainly have chance at credits as we define what
Can I
those
just
credits
interrupt you for a second? I mean, do you see the irony in that? So when we say they should be paying, what we're really saying is the taxpayer should be paying. The taxpayer who's already paying a stormwater fee
Right.
also has to pay, because there is no they. They is the taxpayer is paying for anything we charge the school district is coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. So it's just it's something we need to bear in mind, that it's not they're
Okay,
going to
but
get that money from us.
We need to incentivize them as well.
Right,
The
that is true.
MPs, and we're
That
not
is
going
true.
to do that if we don't send them a bill.
And also,
So-
the same people are paying no matter what. So in some
And
ways,
there's no administrative overhead costs.
in some ways, you're getting it. It's better to have it as a part of your tax bill because it's tax deductible, particularly if it's going to be high. So.
I appreciate the tier system you came up with. I think with the complexity of what you're dealing with and the lack of detail that we need to do it another way, it's the only way to do it now. But clearly, it rubbed me the wrong way to see that someone just by virtue of the square footage of their lot would pay more. It strikes me that someone with a large lot would actually have less runoff from their lot than someone with a small lot. So, well, it could be argued if I had 10 acres and I had a small house on it, I virtually am not contributing to the stormwater runoff, yet the person with the small house with a 70% impervious coverage, because they have a driveway, a garage, and a house, they're contributing most of the stormwater runoff from their parcel, from their home. So I think it's going to be really important to really, at some point, get that detail that we need. And I think it's going to be important to have the credits where possible. I think we do want to incentivize. When we first talked about this 2 years ago, we talked all about the incentives. We talked about raising public awareness of stormwater flooding and where it comes from and why it happens. And I talked then about driving down the street anywhere in this township and seeing these gutter pipes running into the street and saying they're not even allowed under the current code. So we need to see better compliance in that end. Commissioner Schaefer did hit on an important point. We really don't have a guarantee, just because we enact a fee, that we'll have 100% compliance of payment of that fee.
Right.
So even though we have a methodology to collect that money through the court system, it takes time and it could be very lengthy. And some of the bigger payers may be the first ones to say they don't want to pay. The ordinance looks great. I did notice a small, I believe it's a typo on page 4, but it says in the table, it says building units, and I think it should be building units.
Sorry, yeah.
But otherwise, everything, is that right? So everything else looks good. I appreciate all the work that you've done. It's great. Great job. Thank you.
Again, thank you for all the work. Everybody else has mentioned that, and especially to our Stormwater Committee. They spent a lot of time and worked very hard on this. I'm in favor, basically, of the pay-as-you-go system. However, I think if there was one really significant capital project that at that time we should investigate whether we should bond that. As John was just saying, I really do think we need to drive for an impervious-based system. The reason being is coverage limits. I mean, I look at my own property, and less than 30%, probably 12, 15% of my property is impervious as compared to someone with a much smaller lot. And there's a great possibility that my property captures most of my water, except in those thunderous downpours when everybody knows lawn is like concrete in those situations. I also agree that we should tax the schools in the township, because that way we're accurately reflecting the operation of those units. And then the taxpayers will pay for those operations. And it also means that the fee will be lower for each individual unit. Credit system is absolutely imperative. I don't fully agree with Don. I don't think these large landowners are going to make this decision just based on a purely dollar save versus cost. I think there's intangibles that'll drive some of them. And it also means that, let's say they were going to do a repaving or a realignment of an area. At that time, you'd incentivize them to go the extra step. So I think that that credit system really is important. Separately from this effort, I think we really do need to work on a regional or watershed-based approach. We know that most of North Wayne's problems aren't caused by Radnor Township. So, and there are efforts underway in the state of Pennsylvania to do that. The Ridley Creek's already been done, Chester Creek, Darby Creek to a large extent. Things with those watersheds, the logical next step. And this, it affects us because the Darby Creek, where most of our water goes, ends up, if you've ever been down to 69th Street and seen the flooding down there, we're contributing to that. Excess fund policy, I agree. I think we need to revise that so that a chunk gets there, because we sort of have to front end give a little infusion to this program to get it working, because we have some of those administrative aspects we've already talked about, like doing the programming, setting up the structure, doing the impervious. And that's basically where I stand on this.
Thank you, Ms. Haggerty. Great job, great study. And thanks for working with all of our citizens.
Their pleasure, I have to say.
That was important.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at a couple of dates here. July 2011, Chagrin Valley Engineering gave us a study that told us where all of our problems were. May 16th, 2012, we had a horrendous flash flood that in my district alone, we lost 6 or 7 automobiles as a result. June 10th, 2013, we had another disastrous downpour. And we were meeting in this room that night when most of that was happening. I know that Willow Avenue was, you couldn't see anything but the front porches of the houses. In Commissioner Curley's ward, South Devon Avenue was a flood. We're the Swiss lake dwellers from 4300 BC who lived in hutches on Lake Zurich. We've got to do something, and I object strongly to the idea that we have solutions chasing problems. We have serious problems. The one thing I hear from more people than anything is, why aren't you doing anything? You're sitting on your hands. You've had so much time. You've been aware of these problems for years, and you're not doing anything. So we have to take action. I'm a little bit distressed, Elaine, that we're waiting until September to enact our ordinance. We have some momentum going now. I don't know what we need to do between now and September. And you don't have to answer this, we can debate it later, between now and September to, as a 7-person board of commissioners, to get our hands around this problem. I won't go over I like option 2. The bonds are just more debt for our township. I don't think it looks good, sounds good, feels good. As I said earlier, the credit, it's probably wise to hold that off. I'm open on whether we should include the school district properties within the ambit of the coverage. And I'll just leave this with everybody that's skeptical, anybody that's skeptical, that we can't afford any more damages. We can't afford the threats to life. We had a horrible accident a year ago. A young boy, and directly related to our inability to control. Well, I shouldn't put it that way because I know there's litigation, but directly related to the water problems. And I think it was John said that we need a joint township solution, certainly with Tredyffrin. Yep. We've got to work with them to try to help out on the Forest Road situation because I know we've got people in the audience that suffer there. So I'm all in favor of this. I just hope we can move quickly on it.
Well, I would like to say I'm happy we're here. I want to thank the staff for their tremendous amount of work in getting Chagrin and getting you and getting the public involved in this problem so we can get moving. And the issue has always been funding. In 1970, I was commissioner, and we did a study. It was $1 million program, and the commissioners decided to spend nothing. And it didn't rain for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years hard. And then it rained hard again. We did another study in 90, and it was a $3 million problem, and we didn't spend anything. And it didn't rain for a few years, and then it rained hard again. And we finally did spend a couple $1 million at the middle school, and we spent some money up at the farmers or the apartment buildings across from the farmers building and farmers market and the office buildings. And we did some work at the Arts Center, but we didn't do anything, and we had a couple heavy rains. But the last 2 or 3 years, it's been twice a year, 3 times a year we get these rains now. And the issue has always been funding. And now we're here where we're addressing the main issue is funding. And I know that, the public will support us. They know we have a problem. This is a community problem. It's not just a St. David's Road problem or Midland Avenue problem or Poplar Avenue problem or Arbordale Road problem or South Devon Avenue problem. It's a township problem, and we're all going to pull together on this. And I'm just so happy we're here. I'm just so happy that the Board of Commissioners is going to support this and that the public will support it. And I think we can do a tremendous job in helping to lessen these problems. If it rains 3 or 4 inches in an hour, there's nothing we can do. But we can certainly continue to work to lessen the problem, and because there's a lot of other storms that aren't that intense. But if we don't do anything, again, our infrastructure is a mess, and we need to do a lot of projects, and everybody in the community has to pitch in. And that's why I think the township, the school district, everybody should be involved in funding, because everyone's committed to it, because then everybody's incentivized and they have to do things to make it better. Because we had a great community in 1876. We had 3 ponds on Midland Avenue. We had a lake on Pembroke. We had a big swimming pool on Willow Avenue. They're not there anymore. They were all filled in, and we built houses. So we created the problem for ourselves in the early 1900s and right through the 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s. And now we're completely built up. And so now we have to address our standard of living and do something very positive, and this is a very positive step, and I support it 100%. Thank you all. What is the unit fee? Did you come up with a unit fee?
So the billing
Yes.
unit per billing unit is that, so if we look at the old cash, it's $56 per billing unit?
Thank
There's
you.
some sense there, but 56 something.
Okay. At this point, is there anybody, member of the staff, who would like to comment or give input?
Sure. Madam President, if I may. Just like to thank the board for taking the action. I know that from the residential standpoint, tomorrow isn't soon enough to have a lot of these projects work. But with Chagrin Valley, with what their work has done, to be able to prepare now to what projects are lined up ready to go, to be able to start to make a significant impact. I think the philosophy is once we start to correct these problems, we're going to fix them once and for all the right way and not put Band-Aids on anymore. And when we solve these, we move on, and we've completed those. But I think the biggest part now is the funding mechanism, because again, when you're looking at significant dollars, the township doesn't have that. So really the next phase, which I think is the final step of this process, is now putting a funding mechanism in place to begin the design work, to start to put this together so that now everyone can start to follow along, from the residents who have to deal with a lot of this, of when things are going to start happening. The other component of this is we all contribute to stormwater at some point, and with some of the pictures I know that we've seen that have been submitted to the township, some of the areas that have been flooded out, the water is coming from other areas of the community. I think when we look especially down here, right here by the township building, a lot of this water that's creating problems is coming from the center of town. That's impacting. So there's water flows and movements. So this is, and Commissioner Spindler spoke about, this is a township-wide approach to starting to resolve a lot of these issues. We have sewer systems, pipes in that are falling apart that need repair. So you may never have a flooding problem at all, but eventually, though, these pipes are going to go, and we need to stay on the front side of this. So again, I want to thank the board for putting their arms around this issue, and that we're at a point now that, not to put it on the board, but actually now it's in your hands here to make a decision, to come up with how we're going to move forward, because I think a lot of the work has been done, and we're we're ready to move forward to start bringing some relief or putting plans together for the long term so that we're not worried about short-term fixes, that we're looking at the long term, 10, 20, 30, 40 years down the road, that we don't have these types of meetings anymore. And we're actually starting to solve problems once and for all. So I just want to thank the board for all your efforts in this.
Anybody else from staff have any comments?
Yes, Madam President, if I may. I would like to, working with AMEC, this has been a very thorough analysis they've done, and they've left no stone unturned. And in doing this, I just want to make sure the board is fully aware. Commissioner, you were dead on. The project list is very fluid. And all along, we told the SAC committee that, the ultimate priority on that list will be determined by the Board of Commissioners, obviously with input by all the public. And as we get deeper into the program and we do more inspections, that process alone may highlight issues that we don't even know of at this time. And again, on that list, if the board wishes to move up to have the actual impervious digitized, so we know that, I think, Gene, we have that at year 3 or year 5. Again, the list is fluid. That can be moved up to be started earlier and get that done, and then you can change billing systems somewhat more quickly. And just, on the financing, the blending, as Gene mentioned, you can go 1 or 2 years cash only and then finance. We could also, I think, on Commissioner Schaefer's end, what you were mentioning, we could borrow money from the general fund, so to speak, and pay it back with funds from the stormwater fund once it gets up and running. So there's a lot of options there. And we made clear during the SAC that we're not looking to add staff or dozens of trucks or anything to this. Most of this would be contracted services for the inspections and for other cleanings, managed in-house or with some help from the consultants. But I do also would like to thank the board for allowing us to hire AMEC to go down this road, because we are truly trying to address now. This board is truly addressing a lot of the problems we have.
Thanks, Steve. Anybody else from staff? Okay, now I'd like to invite the public, if anybody would like to make a comment about the presentation tonight or about the issue as a whole.
Good evening. Ken Taylor from Willow Avenue. I've long awaited for this evening, and I really appreciate that it's finally here. It's been since, Hurricane Floyd that we've played a bit of a cat and mouse game with everyone knowing what the issue was, knowing that we needed to get shovels in the ground, knowing that we needed to implement not only the recommendations of the Pannoni study, but those that have been repeated and echoed by the Chagrin study. So, of course, I'm all for moving forward with the funding source, because ultimately, and many times reasonably so, this board has turned to the citizens that come before it to complain about the lack of action on these programs, and has responded with the truth, and that is we don't have the funds. This will, in essence, create a lockbox for these funds. And I would agree with Commissioner Nagel that and caution the board from going through the bonding finance method for a different reason, and that is, as Commissioner Nagel indicated, the future of stormwater control are these intermunicipal watershed cooperatives, much in the nature of our sewer program, where eventually when the township basically surrenders by joining that cooperative, its involvement in capitalizing projects to deal with the stormwater for that particular watershed, it does so much like we do with our sewer program. We have a intermunicipal sewer program. That sewer authority, with members elected from Radnor to serve on it, actually set the rates, and the rates are then basically passed along to the Radnor participants that use the public sewer system. That is by all indications, with the proper legislation, and that is the future of stormwater management control. So again, eschewing the bonding would allow this board more flexibility when, for a particular watershed or perhaps township-wide, we enter into those kind of agreements with other communities that impact that watershed, and we would, in essence, defund as a Radnor only those projects and turn those projects over to that authority to prioritize and to, in all fairness, to take some of the responsibility off the commissioner's shoulders in choosing among the backlog of capital projects, that authority would, in essence, try to get the most bang for the buck, where in the case of the Gulph Creek watershed, the most bang for the buck might be an installation in Tredyffrin so that the water never gets to Radnor. Tredyffrin is, if Tredyffrin joins the Gulf Creek watershed affiliation, that may very well be where Radnor ratepayers' money goes, because the bigger bang for the buck is to erect a project in Tredyffrin so the water never gets into Radnor. The non-bond funding method would allow this board a little more flexibility if that is indeed the new advent of how stormwater will be controlled. So I'm all for moving forward with the pay-as-you-go format, and I agree with Mr. Norsini's comments that perhaps moving forward with dispatch, the actual impervious measurement on the residentials, would do something that Commissioner Curley indicated, that it would, perhaps move to the forefront a little more incentivizing as far as dealing with it on site in the residential areas. So I'm all for moving this forward as soon as possible. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Good evening. Gail Morrison from Poplar Avenue. I didn't prepare a presentation, but I was here exactly a year ago. It was June 18th instead of the 24th, talking about how dire the situation is. In AMEC's presentation, it was great. I was on the Stormwater Advisory Committee. We went into great detail about the needs, the capital project list. It's very specific. I kind of object to Mr. Curley's remarks that I don't really know what any of these are and if any of them have any benefit. That's just nonsense. There is sewage that runs through the street in South Wayne because of this flooding, okay? There is a broken retention basin that's been broken for 14 years that floods our homes. So I have spoken directly with the fire chief. The fire engines cannot go through more than 18 engines of water. The ambulances cannot go in water at all. So all of our first responders are severely handicapped for the whole community. So this is a little stressful to be up here again, and it's been a 2.5-year fight. I moved here 3 years ago. It's been more than a 2.5-year fight, and evidently it's nowhere near over. I'm very disappointed we're not going to introduce this ordinance till September, because we've been talking about this long enough. I expected it would be passed in July. I defy any of you to find a resident of Radnor that would object to paying this fee. I really do. Everybody says, of course, why aren't we doing it now? It's the cost of a cup of coffee in the fee for residents right now. So I know I'm rambling a little bit, but this situation, I don't think in the long discussion from AMEC and in all of your comments, we're not getting back to the seriousness of the situation, the financial damages that everybody is incurring, the permanent loss of property value. If you bought in Radnor in the last 10 years and you have these flooding issues, you very likely have hundreds of thousands of dollars at stake, as I do. So I would like to see more action, more urgency. We have that $8 million project list kind of scratches the surface. So it's not as though we're going to have all this money and we won't know what to do with it. So I hope you're all listening and we get some action as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Susan Stern. The presentation was great. Thank you so much. It was easy to read online, easy to follow. I had a couple of questions and comments about it. with regard to some of the definitions, this is more technical stuff. Some of them, as you're working on the ordinance work, some of the definitions are not necessarily consistent with our zoning, and I don't know if perhaps they should be some of the definitions for single-family and non-residential units. I think I have a couple of things. I did want to clarify that home-based businesses would not have to pay this fee in addition to the property, that it would only be one fee per property. And I
believe that's the case.
Okay, great. And then the way that the program is structured, I just wondered kind of what's the plan beyond year 5, or do we just want to get to year 5 and kind of reevaluate, both in terms of the funding and the projects themselves? It's not that we see ourselves done in 5 years, but we just wanted $10 million.
Not done in 5 years.
Okay. And then I actually think it would be very consistent to charge the school district and the township in that it would spread the cost of the land in Radnor Township among all the taxpayers, the public land, but I would also ask, should the state of Pennsylvania be getting a bill for their land in our township? And the reason I ask this is that it will keep the level of accountability, as Mr. Fisher mentioned, that if the school district gets a bill, if the township is willing to bill itself, if there are parcels in the town that are owned by the state. I know we've exempted the road, so I guess maybe they don't have any land in the state, but I'm not sure. But it would just keep all of the governmental entities accountable and moving forward in being always trying to be as proactive about their own stormwater management as the Board of Commissioners is going to ask a property owner to be. And I think just on that basis alone, it would make sense to go ahead and bill yourselves and bill the school district. And I did the calculation. The bill for the school district would be about $43,000 a year. Let's see. I do have a question. The tier structure does seem, I recognize that you all see that it's unfair. It's the best that you could come up with on a relatively short basis, but I do agree with Mr. Fisher. It is very counterintuitive to property owners, particularly those of us who own an acre, because on a percentage basis, I don't have nearly the impervious that someone who has a very small piece of property who's allowed to have up to 70% impervious in, say, I think it's R6, or WBOD, which is allowed to be 100% impervious. I don't have nearly the impervious of that, and I would maintain I don't create any stormwater on a street. And I wonder if there's a way to create a matrix that kind of takes the lot size with the allowed impervious coverage. If there's some kind of formula that could be used to create a different tier structure, because the other thing is that the larger properties, 2 acres, 4 acres, some of our 10 acres, they're all paying the same as a 1 acre property. And that, on the theory that if you have a lot of land, you should be paying a bigger share, I don't understand why the cutoff is at 1 acre, or roughly 1 acre. I think it was 43,000 square feet. The first 5 years calls for spending, in that program calls for spending only 6.2 of the $10.1 million that you're trying to raise through the plan. And I'm just curious what you were intending to do with the other $3.9 million in that proposal. Let's see, what are my other questions? The 5-year even. And while I recognize that the list that you said for capital projects is fluid, I guess, one question I have is that do you anticipate committing to at least kind of evenly distributing the projects throughout the township? I recognize there are large projects up in North Wayne and in South Wayne, but there are other parts of the township that, have significant stormwater issues as well. And the renewal of the credit, this is another ordinance thing. In section 10, Part B, although the SAC recommendations said that there should be a limit on the renewals for a credit program, the ordinance itself didn't reference a time limit on the credit. And maybe that will get developed more as the credit plan is developed. I think my final question really has nothing to do with this program per se, which I absolutely support, and we all need to just take on that this is the cost of of stormwater management, but I have heard over the years questions as to whether or not the very expensive stormwater management system that's under the middle school, whether or not it is actually connected to the system that was, I think the way it was supposed to work is there's storm draining from North Wayne, and it was supposed to come down to the stormwater management system under the new middle school field. And I thought it came out a couple of years ago that perhaps that system was never really quite connected together. And I'm just curious, is that accurate, and is there a plan to connect it?
I don't think that system receives any water from North Wayne. I think the North Wayne water goes east into Fenimore Pond, and from there.
When I say north, I'm sorry, I mean northwest, like Bellevue, Farm, Windsor, that part of North Wayne, not your part
I'd like
of
to
North Wayne.
invite Mr. Norsini to comment on that.
Yeah, it's kind of been a question that keeps coming up as a question. I just wanted clarity since I'm here tonight. Thank you very much.
Maybe I can lead before Steve does. The system doesn't work. Does not work in the middle, in that school. It does take a little bit of water, but the main system is not hooked up yet. So it is not set. Steve, I know, is working on that to try to get that connected, and I believe there are some major utility areas that have to be done, but the system does not function.
That is actually one of the projects on the list. It's the West Wayne, South Wayne connection to that. And we also have, as part of the project, is for Chagrin Valley to actually determine if the system under the middle school field can actually accept all that water. So it expanded to the Runnymede area, so it did grow a little bit.
Okay. Do we have any other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Brian Wade, 131 Plant Avenue. I sent all of you an email last week after the flood, and I would like to thank Mr. Hurley and Mr. Higgins as the only two people who acknowledged that. Okay? A common courtesy to us in the floodplain would be to mention our street, to answer our email when I send you pictures. My garden has been washed away twice this year because of the flooding. How many people in here have gardens? How many people of you have gardens? How would you like it to be wiped out twice? Once everything that you planted last fall that survived the winter, and you replant to get wiped out 4 weeks later. I share my food with all my neighbors. I take a lot of pride in my garden. I take a lot of pride in being a member of the community on my street. I don't know one of them, myself included, that was asked to be on this SAC committee. The pictures I sent you, the water was 2 feet deep. It was that way for over an hour, 50 feet wide. How many gallons of water was that? I stood up here a year ago and asked, what's the baseline? What's the baseline the stormwater system can handle? If all the roots and whatnot were not breaking into the pipes, obstructing the flow. What's the baseline? Does anybody have that?
We do not have that.
How can you solve a problem if you can't define it?
Excuse me, sir, but we can define the problem. The fact that our consultant stated that the pipes are undersized, we know that. So the baseline would be undersized. And in those storms that you mentioned, it is very evident that those pipes cannot handle that type of stormwater.
I was informed that the water of last week or 2 weeks ago was 1.5 inches in an hour. And the ground had been saturated because of the day and a half of rain before. So the system cannot handle 1 inch of rain an hour? I don't expect answers to these questions. But it's really something you really need to define the problem in engineering terms in order to solve it. I have no qualms with the AMEC presentation. I am not a financial person. I received my PE in the state of Pennsylvania in '94. It has since lapsed. I no longer do engineering. I do more creative work. And I think we really need a creative solution to this problem. I agree with what Ken said and what, Madam President, is that how you're addressed? Whatever, excuse me. I believe that you really need to target where it's coming from. Church of the Savior, Valley Forge. Go to them. Has anyone gone to them and said, hey, this is the problem? Get rid of all the politics. Remember, we're a community. People will respond to that. We have to think outside the box. I'm not real big on this changing the angle of the pipe to empty North Wayne Field quicker, because that comes right through my backyard. I would love for someone to explain to me how emptying North Wayne quicker through my backyard is going to decrease my flooding. Okay, I don't care for an answer now. I really think we have to think outside the box. I really think you have to look at it as a point of problem. You know, look at everything down the watershed and put in retaining ponds, basins. You know, think outside the box. That North Wayne Field there, very seldom used. You could put in, you have to be creative. Put in a skate park that can hold water. Dig it deeper. It's a lot cheaper. This whole changing of the angle of the pipe on the Gulph Creek where Poplar is, I think that $17,000 for the study alone could be better spent retaining water elsewhere in the watershed. And I know that my watershed is not the only problem in the township. I think there has to be other creative ways to approach the problem. I also think of having flood protection for the people on plant. Help them put up dam doors or some type of system that will prevent 3 feet of water from coming in their basement when we get an inch of water in an hour. Thank you.
I'd like to just address one or two points that Mr. Wade makes. I get lots and lots of emails from people, and I know my 6 colleagues get lots and lots of them, and I know they're all very diligent about trying to answer them. Secondly, the rediversion of the outfall pipe on the Poplar Avenue Bridge will have an immediate effect. We won't have to wait 3 years to have a cistern installed up in Tredyffrin somewhere. I feel bad for your garden's loss, Mr. Wade, and not to minimize that, but the people on Poplar right now lose more than gardens. They lose contents of basements. Miss Pellerin and Mrs. McCloy are here. They've lost water heater, furnaces. Mr. Vellatini on Walnut has lost an automobile. Others have lost it. So if we can, and I don't like the idea of dumping any problem that we have upstream to the people downstream, but there's an immediate problem that has to be fixed for these people. And there are other things we can do, I hope, soon to fix problems downstream. But right now, that Poplar Avenue Bridge is critical.
Okay, is there any other public comment?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bill Bruno. I live on 205 North Wayne Avenue. In 1987, when we first bought our home on North Wayne Avenue, the flooding was not as bad as it is now. What SEPTA did with the railroad tracks, with the station, has made the situation much, much worse. But Mr. Wade made an interesting comment about the North Wayne Field and the basin there. And when I was at one of the meetings last time, something was done that was very disturbing to me. And as a former police officer here in Radnor Township for 25 years, the prime directive was to protect life and property. And that's basically what we're talking about here. As Commissioner Curley said, it's a severe moral issue for the whole township. But to kind of put a park, where children play and so forth, I understand that. But to teach our children that a park is more important than life and property, I don't know if we're sending the right message to our kids when we say something like that. I think we've waited long enough. I think that something should be done before September. I mean, we've lost cars. We've even lost a life because of this. It's time that something's done, and done hopefully before September. Let's get the ball rolling now. Let's get it going. Let's get the ordinance enacted. Let's worry about who's going to be deducted this section. And another thing, too, if not everybody pays, then you're going to have other people like SEPTA, AT&T say, well, look, if the school district's not paying, then why should we pay? So there's a lot of things that are involved that, of course, they're going to be left up to you guys to decide. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you getting your arms around this now. But let's get it really around it now, and let's get it done sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other public comment? Okay, we are going to have short discussion at the board level. And did you have a comment?
Laura Jansen. I live on East Beach Tree. I want to know, are you doing anything about just greening the town of Wayne? Or, a lot of cities and townships across the country are doing greening efforts, retrofitting buildings, green roofs, green streets, green sidewalks, ripping up pavement. And when I walk through Wayne, I see so much impervious surface. I'm thinking, when's it going to start? When are we going to rip that stuff up? And I see the new Rite Aid going in. I'm just wondering, are we building in better decision-making up front, to require stormwater control? Because I know they're going to want a big parking lot. And, I see this really wide pavement and a real skinny little strip for grass. So I'm wondering, I think we can go beyond this stormwater retrofits that this is going to require, but also there's a lot of volunteerism and a lot of community activism that you can get just by doing the right thing. So if we have a Radnor challenge or, hold your water campaign, there's all kinds of things I think we could do, and I just don't know. Maybe I just haven't heard of it. Maybe it's going on, or, I'd be interested in knowing how to get that started, and just do what we can do without requirement, without, extra cost.
We do have an environmental advisory committee who makes recommendations and suggestions for doing that type of work and those type of projects. We do have community projects that happen mostly through our nonprofits, not really the township. But one of the benefits of a credit system is that you incentivize programs like that. A lot of the impervious coverage that you see in Wayne, it's not township property, it's private property. So how do you get the private property owners motivated to make those changes? Mm-hmm. And that's one of the points of going through this and having a credit system or an incentive system. But it's definitely a community effort, and if we're going to if the township is going to be charging itself for this, we also will be incentivized to do that type of greening.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Laurie, later on, I'm going to have a motion on two of the properties that have been mentioned tonight, AT&T and SEPTA, and a third one, the Church of the Savior. But those two primarily, I'll have a motion later on to ask our township manager to move on some issues.
Okay, do we have any other public comment on this issue? We're going to have a short discussion and try and just solidify what our consensus was on a few of the bigger issues so that our AMEC and staff can move forward with getting this together for September. First, though, I would just like to address the timing issue. I know it is frustrating that we are not introducing an ordinance tonight. And I know everyone in this room has been keenly aware of this since last June. But you have to recognize that a key part to the success of this whole scheme is community buy-in. And this is one part of the community. There are other wards where the residents aren't really even aware of this because they don't have the flooding problems that occur in the center of Wayne. We need to educate those other wards. In my ward, I was astounded to hear that there's not a belief that some people don't want to pay this. There are plenty of people who have no flooding problems and don't want to pay this. In fact, there are people who already pay every year towards their homeowners association a stormwater fee. So those people are going to be asked to pay their stormwater fee to their homeowners association and their township stormwater fee. So there are definitely people out there who need to be educated about this, why it's good for the whole community, and that we're not there yet. There wasn't enough information in a program to present to the other wards, and we need some time to do that. I think we'll do that this summer. I think we're going to feature this in the September newsletter that Radnor puts out so that everybody gets it in their homes, an explanation and and why this is so important to us. But you have to recognize that there is a big segment of our population that do not have these issues. They do not keep up with this, and they need to be educated. So that is the reason we are not introducing that tonight. We are going to try and get as solid an idea of what we're going forward with, and we're going to educate over the next 3 months. Okay, so...
Well, can I respond?
Yes, sure.
I don't think we need 3 months. Bob, we don't have a meeting next Monday night, do we? All right.
July 8th.
We have a July 8th. We have another meeting in July, and then we have 1 or 2 in August. Whatever it is, we've got 1, 2, 3, at least 3 meetings before September. We can do a lot of educating in those 90 days or 60 days, and I don't think this problem can wait. I mean, I mentioned the Swiss lake dwellers in 4300 BC. We've got people that are really suffering, and we need to help them. And I respect the fact that in the 4th Ward and the 5th Ward, maybe there aren't these problems. However, you can't sit back high and dry and let other people suffer. We've got to move on this and move much earlier than September. And by the way, the AMEC organization talked about a utility or a fee, whatever it's called now, well over a year ago when we hired you in May of 2012, I think. So the public awareness of a fee has been with us for 12 months, 13 months. And I don't want to shortchange anybody that doesn't have flooding in his or her basement every time there's a storm. But we really have to keep the momentum going, and I really want to have this introduced next meeting. And if I get a second and 2 other votes, then we'll be there. I hope we will be.
Second. So you have my second. I agree fully with what Jim is saying. Just to put this in context, I've been on the board 5 years, and for 5 years I've been emailing all of my constituents. 350 families get my email every month, and at least 3 to 4 times a year I feature stormwater management as one of the issues, and I've been preaching rain barrels, rain gardens. And when this came up on the board a year ago, I sent all the information to my constituents with links to the PDFs and the documents. So, you know, I understand the need for communication. We definitely need to do a lot of that, but I really want to fast track this. I'm going to ask that we not only introduce this at our next meeting, that we actually have a second meeting in July, a special meeting to actually hear on the topic, and then maybe early adoption the first week in July, the first meeting in August. So the idea is that we have this cycle, we have the time. The ordinance looks pretty good already. We just need to plug in some key numbers. We can actually do that the night of introduction. We don't need to wait to do that. And then once we introduce it, we do have because it's ordinance, we do have a requirement that is advertised and that we have a hearing and adoption at a later date. So I really do want to see this fast tracked. I've been listening to this mantra from these residents in this group for 5 years now. Ken, I feel like I've known you forever. And I can tell you that, you know, it's not fun sitting up here and hearing these issues go on and on and on and not be addressed. So I really do, at least before I leave this board, I want to make sure this Stormwater Authority is up and running and that this process is being addressed, because I would not feel right leaving this board after 8 years and not having that done. So I feel that we're in a good position now. The economics look good. 3 years ago, the township was suffering. Now we're back on our feet. I feel that we have tremendous effort by administration to set the standards for our governance and to get work done. We have a good working set of directors. There's no reason to wait. I think the board just needs to get moving on this. So I agree with Commissioner Schaefer in that we need to educate our community. I say we can do it fast. And I say that they have been seeing articles in the paper quite often about this over the last couple of years. They certainly see the pictures of the flooded out vehicles and houses every time we have a big flood. So at this point, I will support next agenda, having that introduced, and if we can have a subsequent meeting in July for a hearing, I would also support that, and I would hope to see adoption of this by August at the latest.
Bob, do you want to? Do you want to give us a timetable when we can do this, a realistic timetable from the staff's perspective?
We can have the ordinance ready to go July 8th, and as what Commissioner Fisher spoke about, we could have, then the board could determine and insert what that fee would be. We could call us another meeting here in July and then have it ready for the board's consideration for final adoption in August. So we could work along that timeline. There's advertisement requirements, but I believe we can work through that.
Is there any downside? I'm not aware of any downside to that schedule.
I don't believe so. And again, I think this is something that we've had conversations from probably November of 10 in regards to this. So I agree. I think there's been a lot of work, I think, with Chagrin Valley study that's done. That's the roadmap of where to go. AMEC's been working on this. I think right now we're at a point where we're ready to move.
So we're going to introduce this. We're going to have a public hearing. That would be the other meeting in July.
Well, once you introduce it, then you have to advertise it. So you introduce it July, your first meeting, you'd have to have another meeting at least 10 days later. It have to be advertised 10 days in advance, and then you could enact it. So whether that's the end of July or August, you would have to pick a date for enactment.
But we introduce it, and then at that introduction, we have to schedule a public hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which would be probably for the August board commissioners meeting. We'd hold it then, and it would be up for a vote at that time.
Jim, your motion would just be to accelerate the process to initiate it at the next meeting, correct?
Yeah. Yes, to have it introduced at the next meeting.
So, I mean, I'm not going to get out of this what I want, and I don't see any reason to wait. I haven't seen any reason why what you want and where you're going can't happen at the next meeting. So my sense is if that's the direction you're going, it's prudent to do it as you indicated.
I just want to I want to reiterate that I feel that this process deserves a little bit more thought and input, and I'm fine moving ahead, but anytime you introduce anything as meaningful and controversial as this in July and August, many of the residents in the Fourth Ward are not here. And so this will get introduced and passed while they're all on summer vacation. And there is not universal support for this in my end of the town. I support it, but it makes it difficult to, while my residents are all away, go ahead and pass this without having the opportunity to communicate the importance of this and why the reasoning behind the particular fee. Yes, we've been communicating all along about this program, but we haven't had a fee in mind. We haven't had a program in mind, and now we do. So, I mean, I'm not going to die on the hill over this, but it would make it. I don't want to see this derailed from the get-go because we have an angry mob who does not approve of this, and it was kind of passed in the stealth of night while they were all in Avalon. So that's believe me, it happens. So anyway, why don't you make your motion and make a motion to go ahead and expedite the schedule? I don't think he.
Well,
made a motion.
I'd like to, I will move that we have this ordinance ready with the billing rate fees numbers inserted, as we've heard from AMEC tonight, have it ready in final form for introduction at the first meeting in July, which is July the 8th.
Second.
Is there any more commissioner comment on this motion? Any staff comment on this motion? Any public comment on this motion?
Is the rate going to be option 2? Don't you have to state that?
You have to go to the mic, sir.
That's a good question.
That's our next conversation, but it sounds that way.
I think some of the funding, because you had opted not for the bond funding, there was some discussion that the rates would be, that a good number of the board preferred option 2 rates. So when it comes time to inserting the rates, we need to insert the right
And
option.
we'll have that conversation next. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 3-3.
Well, I just think that the residents of Third Ward, again, a lot of them don't have flooding problems, and they deserve to be here and have their input. And if I pass this in August when everyone's away, they're going to think that I just pushed something through them.
Bill, the residents of the 3rd Ward don't have flooding problems?
In 3-1, they have problems in the center South Wayne, but I represent a big, vast area of this township.
Yeah.
And if you go out to other areas of the town, that I represent, they don't have flooding problems.
But aren't the people that do have them that are suffering damages? And we had one near drowning.
And I'm 100% in support of this program, and I'm going to support it. But the fact of the matter is, I'd rather vote for it, the final product, in September.
Madam President, if I may
Yes.
offer a suggestion,
Yes.
is for the board to introduce it at July 8th, have the discussion, and then the board can determine at that point in time whether you have a hearing in August, the board meeting in August, which is on the 12th, I believe, and then it could come back again in September for the vote. But at least it's moving. At least it's moving through
Okay.
the process. So if the
Is
board
that-
would at
does
least
that comport with your motion?
The board would
Was your
consider if
motion
that
just
would break.
introduction?
Yes, my motion only
just
took us up to
introduction.
July
Okay.
8th.
All right, well,
introduction.
I'll
Revote.
call the vote again, with just the introduction in July and no commitment for a vote, and hopefully not until September. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? It passes 6-0. Okay, we're not finished, though. For our staff and our consultants, the general consensus of the board, and anyone who disagrees with my statements, please chime in, is that we are moving forward with this program, that, as it was outlined in the materials, that we would like to choose option 2 for funding, or at least have that be inserted for discussion, which was the 56 or something dollar a billing unit, and it was pay as you go, all cash, no debt. That we would like to pursue a credit system for the non-single family residences or properties, and start that work right away, but not hold up the ordinance for that, right? And that the details of that.
Excuse me a second. Just, Jim, are you comfortable with that? I didn't think that was consistent with what.
Well, when you say pursue the credit for the non-single family, what, you mean have staff start the
Coming up with a program.
Yeah, sure.
Right. And staff, and appointing a subcommittee to help out with that, along the lines of our advisory committee. Is there anything else that you need guidance on? Timing. Introduction in July, voting on the ordinance in September.
Building in 2013 or building in
2013, if it passes. Okay, so do we all have a mutual understanding about this? All right, then let's move along. Thank you so much for
Commissioner
coming.
Schaefer,
Yes.
I think it would be beneficial to have the hearing in August. It may be supplemental, but to your point, if you give the public opportunity to comment on this ordinance, I'd hate to wait till September to have the hearing and then try to adopt the same night. I'd like to have a hearing in August, and then we want to have a subsequent hearing in September. We do so. But the point is that if we don't afford the public a chance to come out and speak to this ordinance until September, we miss an opportunity to adjust that ordinance process, that ordinance, and so on, and the whole scheme of the system.
That's fine. We can have multiple hearings.
Yeah,
I just don't think we can vote on it in August.
I'm fine with that, but by the hearing doesn't mean we have it on the agenda for vote, but we have a hearing. So I'd still like to have that hearing.
Okay. All right. I think we have beat this dead horse, and we can move on. The next item on our agenda, thank you all for coming out tonight. Thank you to AMEC for all of your work and for being here. And thank you. The next item on our agenda is the presentation of the administration's recommendation for the Willows adaptive reuse. As you will recall, we've spent many months putting out an RFP and analyzing different proposals for a public-private partnership at the Willows. We narrowed it down to 2 several meetings ago. And in the last 2 months, the staff has worked with both of those 2 groups remaining in negotiating exactly what those partnerships would look like. They have come to a conclusion and would like to make a formal recommendation, and I am going to go ahead and invite our township manager, Bob Zinkowski, to present that recommendation.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to go over quickly, I know we've got a PowerPoint here, so as soon as we tune this up, there's been a lot of time and discussion that has taken place regarding the Willows, how the operation has taken place. A lot of financial analysis has been put in place as well. The timeline when this began from the Board of Commissioners was June 18th is when we actually began this process of 2012. And we are here this evening, again, presenting a recommendation. Would like to thank Jeffrey Miller Catering and Conroy Catering and Dale Corporation for all the courtesy that they extended to us throughout this entire process, accommodating site visits, accommodating various schedules that I know has been tough for a lot of them to be able to make as well, to be able to have input to do the review. Would also like to thank the Parks and Rec Board for the time that they put in reviewing the initial submissions, as well as CARFAC for their analysis in reviewing the proposals as well. Our recommendation does include and agrees with CARFAC's position in regards to that. Based on the review, the information submitted, the site visits, and the meetings with both firms, it's the administration's recommendation and opinion that the Conroy Catering Dale Corporation has the best overall plan for the property. As part of that proposal, we believe there are significant improvements which will include restoring the mansion to its original grandeur. In my opinion, and for the first time, we actually have the opportunity now to transition the mansion from a residential facility to a commercial use facility for public use. So I think, again, this is a positive step. Maintains the historical registry designation capabilities, provides for property's infrastructure improvements, which include the road, parking areas, water line replacement. Also, improvements to the cottage are also included in here, which, in my opinion, there's some problems and some challenges at best for restoring that particular building, but there are some options here for the public restrooms and exterior work to be done, as well as Conroy's had a proven model of successfully operating an event center, which includes saving and restoring a historical facility and constructing a complementary permanent addition, which falls in line where the Board of Commissioners had given direction to keep this as public space. And at this particular point, to the next phase, we'll turn this over to our Finance Director, Bill White.
So as the slide on the screen indicates, the financing piece of Conroy's proposal is probably the more complicated piece to understand and step through, and is one that we spent a considerable amount of time evaluating internally as well with Conroy. So basically, as the arrangement would exist, there would be a third-party company, this PFIC, which is Public Facilities Investment Corporation, and what they would
do is serve as the primary source of the funds. So they would raise the capital, borrow the money, and then enter into a lease repayment agreement with the township. It'd be a tri-party agreement, basically. The township with PFIC, and then Conroy with both the township and PFIC as well. And the payments of that financing would flow from the operator, from Conroy to PFIC over the term of the amortization, which is estimated in these numbers at 29 years. The primary concern that we had administratively in looking at this was the risk that the township might carry by backing the debt. And working with Conroy, we're mitigating that, or taking steps to mitigate that by requiring 2 years' worth of lease payments to be held in escrow, which basically would give the township 2 full years in the event that Conroy is unable to successfully operate the facility, and we have to make a change there. It gives the township 2 years to go out and find another operator to step in to a facility that is completely renovated and includes a brand new ballroom as well. So at the same time, in terms of the order of payments, the operating agreement between the township and Conroy would stipulate that the numbers are estimated to be about $260,000, $270,000 of annual lease payments. So the first $270,000 generated in revenue by Conroy would be required to cover the lease payments before those dollars could be used to cover any of the operating expenses. So that puts the lease payment at the top of the priority list in terms of what gets funded on an ongoing basis. And then Conroy also mentioned a guarantee that in any year that the revenues are insufficient to cover those lease payments, that they would make the township whole. So in putting the recommendation together, we viewed what this does is it allows for a much, much greater improvement value, basically double, which allows for more improvements to the site that we'll step through here in a moment. But it was a creative way, we thought, in maximizing the improvement budget, given the fact that the township is not selling the property, so the operators don't have the ability to put any collateral against personal financing. So this allows for a much greater amount of financing, and it brings the township in as a partner to the project, since at the end of the day, the township will own the asset. So.
The administration also had prepared a side-by-side analysis, as you will see here up on the boards, that basically provided an analysis of the operators and their proposals. Under the general provisions, the township would maintain ownership of the property under both scenarios between Conroy Catering, Delcorp, and Jeffrey Miller Lake House. It would be the establishment and recreation of an event center under both scenarios. Both firms have a proven record of success in management and overall marketing expertise. In both scenarios, the Willows Park open spaces would be preserved for public use and public enjoyment as they are today. Under the township event usage structure, for Conroy Catering, there would be the continuation of usage that would occur, and it would be exclusive to 12 events per year, Saturdays, Sundays, or weekdays, and those would be determined on an annual basis. Under Jeffrey Miller, there would also be township event usage that would be dubbed as not more than 1 Saturday and 3 Friday or Sundays, and another additional 10 uses that would be available if no bookings are made less than 2 months before the date. In both scenarios, with both firms, both are have a willingness to partner with the township under defined partnership programming or event delivery and programming. Under the scenario of the township resident of a use discount for residents to actually rent the facility, under Conroy Catering, there would be a 10% off rental costs. Under Jeffrey Miller, there would also be a 10% off the rental cost, but it would be limited to 5 discounts during the peak season and 5 during the off-peak season, of course, with some flexibility throughout that structure over the course of the year. And then finally, under the Township Community Group pricing structure with Conroy Catering, there would be a supervision-based type fee that would be equal to the direct costs of the overhead or pass-through costs that would be indicative of that usage. And right now, the fee's undefined of what that would look like, but it's estimated that it would be somewhere around $250 for that community usage. And similarly, under Jeffrey Miller, it would also be, if of course the facility was available, there would be a $250 fee. That would be a supervisory fee. That would be that cost to cover those expenses. And next, Bill White is going to cover the finance and the risk provisions.
Yeah, so going into a little bit more detail on the slide that I touched on momentarily, or a moment ago. The term of the agreement under the Conroy Catering, as you see, there'd be an initial 10-year term. And missing from there is another 10-year term because the sum of the three terms would be 29, not 19. So, and that would be meant to match the term of the financing, which was estimated or scheduled to be 29 years. The same, well, with the Jeffrey Miller, they'd look for an initial 10-year term, which is the same, plus 3 additional extensions of 10 years for a total of 40. Guaranteed base rent, which is something that we talked to both entities about, or requested of both entities, Conroy at $50,000 and Jeffrey Miller Lake House at $101,000, with the caveat that that would be the gross, and if any property taxes or pilots are required ongoing, that those would be deducted from the $101,000. In terms of revenue sharing, both entities agreed to a revenue sharing model. We had asked both entities to provide pro forma statements on the first 10 years of operations. And we actually went through several drafts or iterations of those throughout our discussions. And so what is presented in this comparison is the numbers as we understand them against the pro forma statements provided by each of the entities. And it's noted at the bottom that the revenue sharing, the intention or the understanding is that those would be over or in excess to the guaranteed base rate payment noted above. As I mentioned earlier, the improved value proposed is a little under $4.2 million for Conroy and $2.1 for Jeffrey Miller. In terms of phases, since under the financing model presented for Conroy, all the funds necessary to do the improvements would be raised up front. That would all be done in one phase. Jeffrey Miller Lake House has presented a 2-phase approach with about $1.2 million being done in phase 1 and another $930 in phase 2. The method of financing, I won't touch on this because this reiterates the slide I noted on a moment ago. But again, in terms of co-signing on the financing, we understand that the risk associated with that would be that the township would have to make those payments in the event the operator fails, which is why in working with Conroy, we were sure to build in 2 years worth of escrow, as well as making sure that the repayment of those lease payments is first in the list of priorities of what happens to the revenues as they come in. And then, like taking a look at Jeffrey Miller, obviously the financing is being raised privately by the operator, so there is none. Those same risks don't exist in terms of any monies that the township might be on the hook for. Instead, as the top row here, with the risk of future phasings, one of the concerns in taking a look at a phased-in construction approach would be that the risk to the township if phase 2 were not to move forward, if we didn't get to the point where phase 1 was successful enough to generate the capital needed to proceed with phase 2, then we have a partially completed project, and the township has that situation to manage moving forward. So it's either financial risk or risk associated with having a partially completed project. So those were the deciding factors in how we summarized them and coming up with the recommendation. So the last piece of this will be the comparison going through the different improvements to the mansion, cottage, and infrastructure that Mr. Norsini will step through.
Thank you, Mr. White. So we've gone through the general provisions and the financial provisions, and now we're looking at the nuts and bolts of the structure in and of itself based on what are very, very preliminary plans offered by both groups. So in the improvement timing approach, under the Conroy catering scenario, it would all be done at one phase, done at the outset of the partnership. With Jeffrey Miller, it would be a 2-phase approach. Phase 1 at the outset of the partnership, and phase 2 a couple of years out, contingent upon revenue and or time. A ballroom addition, yes, for both. Both have proposed a ballroom addition to make this financially viable. The ballroom addition location, under the Conroy catering scenario as proposed, The addition would be at the center, rear of the mansion, off of the library, overlooking the pond and park, with the caveat that the Conroy Catering, the operator, also proposed an alternative location, moving the permanent ballroom off to the left, rear of the mansion. Under the Jeffrey Miller proposal, the structure would be left, rear of the mansion, off of the kitchen, overlooking the pond and park. And both of them were shown in the pictures that were provided. The ballroom addition structure type. Under the Conroy scenario, it is a permanent structure, literally a bricks and mortar structure with a 30-plus year life. Under the Jeffrey Miller scenario, this is a semi-permanent fabricated structure with a 10 to 15-year life. We're looking at the restoration of the mansion. Under the Conroy scenario, this would include restoration to the main floor, installation of restrooms and elevator, and construction of overnight suites on the second and third floor. And this plays back to the improvement timing approach. This is all done at the outset of the partnership. Under the Jeffrey Miller proposal, this would include cosmetic upgrades on the main floor, which was phase 1, installation of restrooms, also in that first phase, construction of the overnight suites on the second floor in phase 2, 3+ years. And again, that goes back to the improvement timing approach, phase 2, a couple of years out, contingent upon revenue and/or time. The code compliant updates under Conroy, yes, they would make those all at once at the outset of the partnership. Under Jeffrey Miller, yes, some in phase 1 and the remainder in phase 2. And that would also include the water line in phase 2. Construction bonding, yes, at the outset of the partnership, and that bonding, let me back up one moment. The bonding would be a performance and payment bond to make sure that whatever group did the work, that should they back out or be unable to complete it, we could go to the bonding company to have that work done. So under the Conroy Catering scenario, yes, at the outset of the partnership for the bonding. And under the Jeffrey Miller proposal, yes for phase 1, and they were agreeable for phase 2, but the financing is not yet in place for phase 2. The next category we looked at was the ongoing mansion repair and maintenance responsibility. Under the Conroy proposal, that maintenance was 100% on the operator, Conroy, including capital items. Under the Jeffrey Miller proposal, the operator will discuss all repair work with the township, but shall have final say on the first $85,000, which is 2/3 of the $129,745,000 spent on repairs each year. The next 1/3 of that number, $129,745,000 spent, shall be determined by the township. If additional repairs or maintenance are required in any year, the operator, Jeffrey Miller, and the township will jointly agree to said repairs, and additional spending to be limited to $32,436, which is 1/4 of that $129,000 number for any year. Cottage improvements. Under the Conroy proposal, yes, they would do cottage improvements, which would include the installation of public restrooms to benefit the park, exterior repairs to improve the visual appearance of the cottage. Under the Jeffrey Miller scenario, no public restroom installation. The operator did note and mention cosmetic upgrades to accommodate occupancy by the Radnor Conservancy. Repairs would be limited to $10,000 in following years and only to occur when the mansion repair and maintenance is below budget. Road improvements. Under the Conroy proposal, they would resurface all roads on the property. That would be that loop road coming in as well as their parking lot expansion. Under the Jeffrey Miller proposal, the answer is no. There are no road improvements. Water line replacement. Conroy, yes, at the outset of the partnership. Jeffrey Miller, yes, in phase 2 of the partnership. That's at 3+ years out.
Thanks, Steve.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Steve. And again, we'd like to thank the board for your consideration. I would like to recognize Michael Antonopoulos, who is sitting at the end. Michael has been involved with this since day one, using his expertise and time, volunteer time that he's put an extensive amount of time into this project, and has brought a lot to the table. Has given us a lot of different perspectives, especially from the business perspective, from the outside and operations. That's been very helpful. So I just want to recognize Michael for all his hard work and his effort and his dedication for us. Thank you.
So we'll have some commissioner comment at this point, but I want to reiterate that we are not voted. This is discussion tonight. We're not voting on this tonight. We will have this on the agenda July 8th for a vote. If you are paying attention to this at home, those numbers were all flashed up there very quickly. You can access all of these documents that we're talking about by getting on the website and pulling up the agenda and the board packet for tonight. So you can spend some time with these numbers and comparison charts at home. And if you have an opinion, you're not here tonight, and you would like to share it with any of us or our staff before we take a vote next meeting in July, please do so. In the next few weeks would be the time to do that. Okay, who would like to start?
I'd like to start. I'm very positive about the Conroy presentation because the idea that we get all the work done, especially to the mansion. I think what they're proposing is very consistent with the goals that we set out and also what we heard at Parks and Rec Board meetings. Tammy, I do have a question for you. Under those proposals, are you going to be able to carry out the programs? Will you have sufficient uses for the programs you wish to carry out?
Yes, we would.
Okay. Second thing, I'd like to see us work with them in addition to public restrooms and painting. I think we could put an emergency generator at the cottage to support the continued operation of the sump pumps since we spent $250,000 to put those energy upgrades in that building. And I think we still should actively pursue finding someone to use that space. I was a little concerned at first about the idea of the township co-signing the loan, if you will, because understanding how that fits in with our bond ratings, how that shows against how much borrowing we have. And I think Bill's done a good job explaining that. So anyway, I feel very confident about their proposal, and I think it's the best of all worlds. Thank you.
I'll go next. I have three general areas of comment, and the first one being the financing. As I understand it, well, first let me say, kind of globally, I would tend to defer to staff's recommendation at this point. I think both of these organizations are offering very advantageous partnerships. Staff and CARFAC has spent a lot of time working through the details of each, and truth be told, staff is who will be working, the directors of our departments are that's the entity that will be working in partnership with this group for the next 30 years, not the Board of Commissioners. This Board of Commissioners will be completely different in the next 10 years. Our staff will be, that's the relationship that's being forged between our staff and this partner. So it's important to me that there's a level of comfort, and I would tend to defer to their recommendation unless there's some sort of egregious deficiency in the analysis that I find. So with that said, I do have still a certain level of discomfort with the financing situation here. I understand that it is not going to reflect on our debt balance sheet. However, let's call a spade a spade. It's $265,000 a year liability for 29 years. And if all goes well, that's no problem because the operator will be paying it. But we don't have any way of being able to predict that. And if the operator does not pay it, or in 10 years it doesn't pan out, we still have 19 years left of that payment. -2 if that money is still left in escrow. And I think it would be extremely hard to find a new operator to take on not only operation, but operation plus a payment of $265,000 for debt for a project they didn't do. So I'm coming at, I've worked this out in my head many different ways, and the way I look at it is we are investing $4 million in this building with our partner. And our partner is going to take on that responsibility. We have to have our eyes wide open that in the end, if all doesn't go well, that would be our liability. And are we willing to take that on to improve this building, to make this a first-class facility that is available to our residents and will be available for and used in the next 30 years? And I am willing to make that. I would be willing to take on that risk because I think it's worth $265,000 a year, and that it's not too much of a risk because we will find an operator to pay that if this operator doesn't work out. So I'm comfortable with it, but I don't want I don't want to gloss over it. It is debt. It's not debt on our balance sheet, okay, but it is a liability that we are taking on because we are co-signing basically this debt. And I've reached a comfort level with it, but as other residents are analyzing this and deciding whether this is advantageous or something they support, it's something you need to really think through and work out. It means a lot to me that our CARFAC analyzed this and found it. Our CARFAC, the people that are on that committee are very risk averse, very conservative, and that they reached a comfort level with this arrangement gives me great confidence. Second topic of my comments are the cottage. I don't want to see that become just public restrooms. That is a great building. We can continue to use that, and I don't want this agreement with Conroy to preclude that use. I think it doesn't have to be heavily used, but small events can occur there. Small informal events can occur there. A tenant some sort of tenant could eventually be there with a little fixing up and fixing up the restroom. There are definitely uses, income-producing uses that we could have going on there. Yes, it gets water in the basement. Half of Radnor gets water in their basement. It doesn't mean you move out and don't use it means you get a good sump pump and you maintain it. So it means a lot to me, and I think several of my colleagues, that once the cosmetic changes are made and the bathrooms and the plumbing is brought up to par, that we actually put that building in use. I know there's a demand for it. 5 or 6 years ago, I was involved with some projects involving that building, and I got calls on a weekly basis. Can we rent that building out just to do a barbecue for the band? Things like that. So I would hope that this arrangement that we have with Conroy foresees that kind of use in the future. And then finally, the community use. I don't know how many times the township uses it now, so it's hard for me to gauge whether 12 is the right number. And I know that the school district uses it quite a bit. So my question is the 12, is that township and school district? Is township, the capital T, meaning all of our township entities, or is it just our use?
That was looked at as just our use,
just
the township's
our
use. But that could be explored.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's meaningful to our community, the school district use that they get. There are quite a few events there over the year for the school district. And they're totally at off hours. They're not ever Saturday nights in June. But that would be something that would be important to maintain. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Elaine, before you move on, there was one thing I forgot to mention. I do favor the left rear location if it's Conroy. It's already being proposed by Jeff Miller for that location. That maintains that beautiful view of the mansion itself as you come up the drive.
I'm troubled by the financing option, so I'll reach out to staff and to Mike, hopefully. But I can envision a scenario in which something doesn't work and it's hard to get somebody to come in there, and the township is on the hook for what is a sizable amount of money. So I'm open-minded. I'll reach out to staff and hopefully get some explanation about it.
Bill, we are not the direct borrower, but we guarantee the borrower's performance. Why then are we not going to be required to place the $4.157 million in debt on our balance sheet? I mean, you make the point in your write-up that, well, these are just lease payments, but the fact is, it's debt. We step in if is it PFIC doesn't, and Conroy don't come up with the monthly payments.
If PFIC would borrow the money on behalf of the township.
Yeah.
But Conroy would be the ones guaranteeing the payment back to PFIC. Because at the end of the day, PFIC is the one who is holding the bonds and having to pay the bondholders their money back. And the structure of the financing is typically called off-balance sheet financing. To your point and to Commissioner Schaefer's point, in all intents and purposes, it is an obligation that the township would have if the operator fails. So in that respect, it's very much like debt. It's just how it's accounted for, the accounting treatment of the payments. And to get around the fact that the township is not going to allow the operator to have ownership of the property to use as collateral against the improved value, this seemed like a reasonable alternative, a different way to get at the same end result that I think we were looking for in terms of what the Willows could be.
Well, before Conroy steps in, well, after Conroy steps in and fails to make good on the repayment, we have to step up and make good on the repayment.
After 2 years, because we'll have 2 years of repayment in escrow. So if after 2 years we are unable to find another operator to step in, quite honestly, based on the pro formas, the revenue estimates from both entities are pretty substantial, as evidenced by the fact that they've guaranteed a certain base rent and there's revenue sharing on top of that. And in both cases, they have some sort of lease or amortization payment on improvements. So those were all things that we considered.
I know you're skilled in municipal finance, but have you run by the question of balance sheet debt by anybody else? I mean, has Carfax opined on the fact that this does not have to go on our balance sheet?
Well, yeah, I don't think they've written a formal opinion, but they were part of the analysis and came to the same conclusion that we did. And this type of financing is not unusual across the country.
Right.
You'll find it
used
in quite a lot of.
And what's the role of PFIC besides being the nominal, the nominal borrower?
Well, there's two of the primary benefits of using a third-party company rather than the township by ourselves going out and issuing the debt is it's very expensive to issue $4.1 million in debt. You don't get the same value with the costs of issuance are going to be high, and it's going to eat into a lot of the principal that you would have. And the interest rate on that small of an issue would be higher. So what PFIC brings, and any third-party entity, because PFIC is not the only company in the country that does something, but they're able to aggregate our $4.1 million with a dozen other issuances, and they're going out on a $50 million bond issue, AAA rated, and are able to issue those bonds for much, much less and get a much more aggressive interest rate, which brings down the overall cost. So that's the primary benefit of bringing a third party on rather than us for such a small issue doing it ourselves.
But they get a handsome cut for their service they provide, right?
There's no doubt there's a fee associated with it, but the benefits are, in this case, according to the numbers we've seen so far, are outweighing that.
Well, how do the contractor in this case is going to be Dale Corporation, isn't it, Steve?
They would be doing the actual construction work, that's correct, sir.
Okay. Now, how do we prevent them from getting ahead on the borrowings? In other words, as draws are made on the credit facility, how do we make sure that progress in construction matches with the actual draws each month?
That's not a problem at all. We would have construction management of the site, and just like with any public works or other project we do, there's a payment application made. On that payment application, percentages of the agreed items are noted, and then the township has to concur to release that money. We do it every day on the paving program or on a sewer program. That schedule of values, so there'll be specific values for each stage and different parts of the project, and we would verify that and sign off that 50% of the windows were in or the framing is complete.
Okay.
Jim, is this working? Steve mentioned there's going to be a construction manager that's going to be hired, and that cost of that is going to be reimbursed or paid for by Conroy. A couple things to point out is the renovation is going to be the obligation by the township. There'll be like a sublease, but that effective date of the sublease does not go into effect until which time that the construction, the $4 million, is completed. So whatever is agreed to as far as the completion of renovations and the total amount that's going to be done, the obligation from the township does not commence until which time that is done. So when you get to the point of what happens if Conroy goes in default, you're going to have a fully renovated building. Some estimates the value of the building could be $8 or $10 million. So you're going to have a fully renovated building. You're going to have 2 years to find someone to replace the tenant or the catering company. Notwithstanding that the catering company that you're going to be looking at did not do the renovations, you have to handicap the likelihood of finding someone to come in within a 2-year period in a mansion that's been fully renovated and being able to operate a business that would generate the kind of revenue that would warrant them being able to pay the $265 or $270. From our perspective, I looked at this from my perspective as a pro bono consultant to the township. I also had to look at it from my perspective as part of CARFACT, and I also had to look at it as my perspective as a taxpayer. And all three of me see this as a great opportunity for the township. There's always risk in anything that you do. What you want to do is you want to manage your risks and you want to minimize your risks. I think...
one of the things that jumps out at me at this whole thing is how do you have weddings and a few bar mitzvahs possibly generate enough revenue to pay this debt down at $265,000 a year? Did we compare those projections to the best days and the best years that the Willows has had in the past before, let's say, before 2006?
Commissioner, I would just say that really I think comparing from what this facility would be compared to what had been in the past is apples and oranges comparisons, because the facility now has been really a residential that has been put into a type of public space, which I think maybe your question would be answered by the firm, and I would ask Conroy Catering if they would step forward, because I think they're the ones that they've put their pro forma together of their revenue, and I asked them to speak on in that regard.
No, I'd love to hear that. And also they can answer, are we handcuffing them by, we have a lot of time set aside for township affairs and citizen affairs. Are we going to handcuff them in trying to reach that goal of enough revenue to pay down $265 a year?
No.
And also, Jim, that's a really important aspect of this. I mean, this in the end is a public building still, even if we're entering this partnership, and our residents need to benefit from it, directly and indirectly. Indirectly through the revenue we'll receive and the money we're not putting into this anymore, but directly through the use of it, which we've enjoyed ever since we bought it in the 70s. Mm-hmm. So to me, as long as it's agreed to, I think it's really appropriate. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm Dale Littner. I'm part of the team, but the biggest look at the pro forma here isn't what used to be at the Willows. The Willows was primarily a facility rental place. Somebody came in, rented the facility. Everything else they went and paid elsewhere for it. This is now a fully operational banquet facility, event facility, where it's not just a rental. It can be just a rental if somebody just wants to use it, as with the township using it, and that's kind of where we went when we spoke with your staff and everything, that all they really want is use of the facility. That's not an issue when it's not being used for a larger wedding or some other type of event. The best way to look at the pro forma, and that's what we did, is the existing operations elsewhere. The Knowlton Mansion is what we're envisioning this being the most like. It's a historic mansion with a banquet facility attached to it that is part of the whole thing. It actually just flows from one to the other. The Knowlton Mansion, that was what we used to base the pro forma here on. We also believe that Radnor Township, compared to Northeast Philadelphia, should get a better return in the long run, especially with maintaining the whole park and the pond and everything. We didn't factor all that in. We didn't start upcharging it saying we're going to do it. We used what the historic numbers of what operations have been for the last 15 years elsewhere. And that's how we came to the numbers.
Well, you'll be running a full-service banquet and catering business out of that building?
Yes.
Okay. So with that concept, you're confident that you can generate the revenue to pay this debt?
Very confident.
Thank you. Bill, what's the term of the debt? What's the length of the...
29 years.
29. And that would be the same for the operating agreement?
It could be.
10, 10, and 9.
It could be. We have some flexibility there, and we talked about it internally, that if we want to break it up into smaller pieces in terms of the term, that would give the township some opportunity to, if our working relationship wasn't working out and we wanted to go a different direction.
That's what I was going to ask, Bob. What if we're in an unhappy marriage area and we see that after 5 years? What happens?
That's part of, and that's a great question to ask, is, what we'll be asking the board for is to authorize the administration, the solicitor, and the operator here to work out all the contractual terms and conditions. What safeguards will be put in here for performance based on the township? If they underperform, they do not perform, for the township to be able to take action and to terminate the contract. Those items will be built in. So that's part of what we'll ask the board at the July 8th meeting to be able to authorize us to be able to put that agreement together, because it's very possible that under the terms that, from the solicitor's perspective, the township, and from the proposer here, we may not come to an agreement on, based on all the safeguards and all those different items, which I'll call trapdoors, to be able to pull out of this if they don't perform to a certain standard or the financials are not there. So that's all those terms that have to be worked out as part of this.
That's all I have.
I have just a few questions, and it's probably going along the lines of what Bob Zinkowski just stated. One of my concerns, first of all, I think it's a great plan. I think you're going to be, I've read your information based on the staff recommendation. Conroy Catering and Dale Corp seems to me to be the right partner. The financing, the risk mitigation that staff has worked on to mitigate, all good. But I do worry about the long-term liability that we're entering into as a township. Even though we have this plan that if something were to go wrong, we have 2 years to find a partner. Well, that sounds like a lot of time, but I know by sitting up here for the last 5 years, that's not much time, because it takes us how many years to do a stormwater thing and how many years to do the cottage thing. And so what I'd be looking for is, what is the exit, what is the sunset, what is the exit strategy that if the partner doesn't work out, if PFIC doesn't work out, are we able to pay off that debt from that financing source? Do we have what is our payoff? And what is the penalty? And Bill, you had made a comment saying that the PFIC would be getting fairly decent competitive rates on their bond. But when I look at the lease payment that's being made, it seems to be higher than what we would be paying on the same amount of debt. So I'm a little curious. And I don't have any numbers here, but if we're looking at, I believe our rate is somewhere around between $40,000 and $50,000 per million per year on debt. And if it's $4 million of debt, I would be looking at a payment of between $160 and say $220 per year, and I'm seeing $265. So that raises the question: there's going to be a premium there. These organizations have to be paid; they have to make income. But the question is, if we want to get out of this, say 15 years down the road, can we simply just pay off the principal and then some payoff payment? It reminds me a little bit of the swaption. We may have a payoff point down the road, and what does that look like? So I hope it's nothing like the swaption. But the point is, you don't borrow money from someone and not expect to have to pay them a premium on that money at some point. And what does that look like to us? As a taxpayer, as a township. To me, that's more important than anything, because ultimately, I'm worried about what happens if all of these partners somehow don't stay with it, and what do we do, and who are we paying off at that point? Who owns the bonds? What do we have to pay them, and what's the penalties involved? They're the risks I want to see addressed. But you've done a great job of addressing that. That 2-year window is a great idea. I think that really does give us a decent cushion, a good opportunity to mitigate the upfront risk. But I'm thinking more long term, because I don't know if the community would want us to continue to operate and pay, $270,000 a year in debt payments beyond the 2 years. So I think we would have a tough time with that. And I agree that, this is a whole different, it is apples and oranges. Our township was running the mansion, doing a very good job of it in terms of a public facility, but this is a public and private use of the facility. It's going to generate much more revenue. It's going to sustain itself. It's going to allow it to be improved. This is a great idea, so thank you for your work on it. I think you've done a great job. I look forward to seeing more details and seeing how that works out, and I'm sure you do too. And I think, hopefully we'll see this come to fruition, because I'd hate to see us lose the building and lose the opportunity here. So thank you.
Okay, do we have any other comments?
Yes, I would just like to make it simple. Thank you for your hard work, staff, and getting this group to come forward. It's a great public-private partnership to maintain this building and make this beautiful park and area even more spectacular with the additions going to make to the building and all. So I think it's a great plus for our community, and thank you for all your hard work in moving these forward. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other comments from our staff? Anybody else want to chime in? Any public comment on this?
I'm Jeff Miller from Jeff Miller Catering.
Hi,
I'll
Jeff.
be brief. I know everyone's tired. I'm getting a little tired myself. I just wanted to say I thought the comparison in the chart was sort of supposed to be an apple-to-apple comparison, but I don't think it really was. I think there were sort of pros and cons in both of our plans. I think we were stronger in some areas, they were stronger in the other. In the comparison, I don't think I saw a single instance where we were the stronger party. So some of the things that were missing were we had a partnership with the Radnor Conservancy. They were going to use it for offices. That seems not to have been in the comparison that was presented tonight. We also were going to have a pretty strong partnership with the Wayne Arts Center. They were going to have classes there and sculpture gardens and all sorts of stuff. But I didn't see that in the comparison tonight either, so that was somehow forgotten. We're also going to be establishing a farm-to-table venue, so we'd be having a farm there. We'd be growing herbs, vegetables, having ceremonies out in the gardens, sort of the whole sustainable agriculture thing, which I thought was going to be pretty exciting. The township seemed to like that. But that wasn't in the comparison tonight either. I think the biggest omission, however, was I came here tonight and I found out that we never got this proposal in advance, the comparison, until tonight. We just showed up and here it was. and I find out that the township is willing to guarantee the mortgage. So we've had meetings back and forth where Glenn, my partner, said, well, this is all we can do because we're borrowing the money, we're paying this type of interest, and of course the township's not going to cover it. And it was always understood that the township wasn't going to be borrowing the money and lending it to us. We're taking out the loan, which is essentially what you're doing. You can call it whatever you want, and you can have accounting tricks and say, well, we're not going to put it in the books, but it's a loan. And I'm 53. Mr. Conroy's probably even a little older than me, maybe not. In 30 years, I don't think he's going to be catering anymore. So maybe he will, maybe he won't. But you guys are paying off a loan for $250 a year for 30 years. So I guess the omission there is, had I known you were willing to essentially loan us the money, we would have done everything they're willing to do. We're happy to pave the roads. We're happy to put in the bathrooms, happy to do all that. And we could do a $4 million project too, but we were going to be borrowing at 6% from a bank, and Glenn was going to finance it himself, putting a mortgage against his property because he had believed in this concept. I don't think the Conroys are putting a mortgage against Knowlton Mansion, but maybe they are. But I don't think they are because you guys are guaranteeing the project. So really what you're looking at is, if what you're saying is, yeah, we're willing to lend the money to you guys, that's a completely different proposal than what you, or completely different offering than what you sort of made initially. You didn't say, hey, you guys, we're going to lend you the money, see what you want to do with it. That was not ever part of any discussion that I've ever heard of or anything in writing. So if that's the case, I guess what I would be requesting is 2 weeks for us to come back and say, yeah, if you'll guarantee the loan, we can borrow the money pretty easily, and we could do a $4 million project too. We'd be happy to do it. We want to do everything first, but as we said, we can't borrow the money against, we can only, collateralize with what the lake house property was. So if indeed you're now saying you're willing to borrow the money, you've delayed this process for a very long time, and in September when you said, we're not going to have any more proposals, I know someone came up here and said, well, you should go out a little longer and get some more proposals, and Bob said, no, we've put this out, we're not going to get any more proposals. And then in January, another proposal comes in. So you were able to extend it. So I guess what I'm suggesting is if you're changing this completely now, give us 2 weeks, and we will come back and probably match everything Mr. Conroy is proposing to do. And it gives you an apples-to-apples comparison, because it's not an apples-to-apples comparison right now. And then if you do want to lend the money, that's great, but you do have to be recognizing, as everyone's brought up, that's a debt. No matter what you call it, that's a debt. And in 15 years, it's not a new building, it's an old building. A 15-year-old building is an old building. So you're going to try to, in 15 years, if Mr. Conroy wants to retire, to try to get someone to take a 15-year-old renovated building, that's not new anymore. You look at a 15-year-old car, 15-year-old cell phone, that's not a new ballroom anymore. That's an old ballroom. And I myself would not take a 15-year-old ballroom and sign a contract with that and say this is a new venue. It's not new. So if you do want to borrow the money, give us 2 weeks to match that proposal, because that's something we've never heard of. But I would say that you don't have to do that. Our proposal did not call for you guys putting down a penny, which is why we're only putting $2 million in, but we were putting in ourselves. You were going to be at risk for a penny. You're getting but just about the same amount of revenue, though it's hard to compare it tonight because I just saw it tonight for the first time. But I think what we were offering to pay in guaranteed was 100 versus their 50 and a revenue share. Now they're projecting $6 or $7 or $8 million of sales. I doubt they're doing anywhere near half that at Knowlton Mansion. So where that number came from, I don't know. But what we were guaranteeing was probably more, so you'd be getting the same amount of money, and you don't have a penny on the line. Now, if you want your residents to be on the line for $4 million, then do it, and we'll come in with a similar proposal with your guaranteeing the loan. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, and thanks for pointing out those discrepancies. And I also just want to note, it's my understanding that that was not, guaranteeing the loan and that was not an offer made by the township. That was a completely out-of-the-box, creative proposition that came from them and came to us.
Right.
So I want everyone to understand, it's not that we took the two proposers and gave them different circumstances. They just kind of went out of the box and came up with this kind of creative financing solution, and we reacted.
But that's a pretty material change. So if you're saying, yeah, we'll guarantee your loan, you probably could have come to us and said, and we'll guarantee your loan, and then we would have given you a different proposal. It's like my saying, we're going to put a cell phone tower on top of the Willows, and we can give you another $50,000 a year. You probably want to say to Conroy, do you want to do that as well? So,
Sure. Madam President, if I may, just to kind of make it clear, there are no discrepancies in the proposals. I think Mr. Miller has a good firm that he does his catering. Basically, not to sugarcoat it, it's really sour grapes on your behalf because there were multiple proposals that were submitted to the township. You had every opportunity. You were given the opportunity. And if you do recall, we did ask you in a meeting if you would be willing to put a permanent addition on the building, and you said no. We asked that multiple times. So that's where that is. And also, too, is I think you really made our case as a township of really, this will be a combative adversarial relationship with you because anything we have with you during some of the process there, it has been adversarial. To me, in the long term here, items you pulled out about the Radnor Conservancy, farm to table, those are non-issues because the issue is the mansion. And that's where it was. And that's one of the things where you fell down because you weren't taking the mansion on and doing that. Basically, it's a tent structure that was being proposed. The opportunity was there. Now we come at the 11th hour, you want to make a pitch to say, let us reconsider that. To me, you had the opportunity like everybody else had to make that opportunity. Again, you have an excellent firm in what you do, high quality, there's no question about it. At the end of the day, they came with a proposal. There were a number of options and proposals laid out. This is what they came with. They proposed, we worked through it, and this is what's in front of the board.
Okay, again, we're not making any decisions tonight, and we will let all of this percolate over the next couple of
Would
weeks.
it be prudent for us to make a decision before we proceed about the financing mechanism? Because I know I'm troubled by the risk of the one proposal. So is anyone else troubled by that? Troubled in a way that like we should do what Mr. Miller identified? And then we have four options to choose from, go back to Conroy and have them give us an option that has no township risk or no township risk of the financing?
I think that the question I asked was, what does that look like? What are the exit strategies? And by asking that question, if staff comes back to me and says, oh, you know what, we're on the hook for $4 million in 15 years, I'm not going to be able to support it. But if we come back and see different options. But as far as getting other financing options in front of us, that might be a good idea. Because this idea that we are essentially co-signing on a loan and yet not sharing in all the profit is problematic to me in some ways. You know, you expect risk reward. If we're taking equal risk, and I'd argue we are, we should be sharing in the reward, and I'm not so sure we are. So, you know, but I need to look at more numbers, I think, to get a sense of that. But, you know, if this enterprise is going to generate between $6 and $7 million a year, $8 million a year, whatever that is, and we're getting, you know, and that's in gross revenue, net profit of that operation may be $1 million or $2 million. How much is our payment compared? What percentage is our payment of that $1 million or $2 million in profit? So they're the real questions, you know. And I think the public is going to want to understand why we're going to share this public resource with a private entity and not share more so in the profit. The point of this 30-year lease also raises questions stated by Jeffrey Miller's group that, you know, 15 years into this, the ballroom is no longer new and the value to the taxpayer is diminished. So it is a capital asset, it is a building, it is a capital building. And, you know, if we get the end of this, 29 years, do the people 29 years today actually get benefit? You know, the ballroom's 29 years old, the structure is now 29 years older. Is it really, are we really preserving it for the public or not? They're the questions. So I need to know answers to some of that too. I would say if there's more profit sharing, a little bit more money in it for the taxpayer, then we're all in good shape.
Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
I respect Jeffrey Miller's comments, but from my perspective, and I shared it with the group, both Carfax and these folks here, if all things were equal and you gave each Conroy and Jeffrey Miller the same proposal and they agreed to do the same, implement the same strategy and plan, by far, I would feel much more comfortable with Conroy and their ability to perform. So however you want to restructure this, from my perspective, it should be with the idea of, if you want to go back to Conroy, fine, go back to Conroy and say, we need this, we need that. But I'm just telling you, from my perspective, it wasn't even close as far as the comfort level and Conroy's ability to perform the way you would want them to perform, the way I would want them to perform as a taxpayer, and the way I'd want them to perform in the advice that I was giving to the township. So that's my...
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'm not challenging whether the right partner has been chosen. What I'm going to challenge is the same thing all of my taxpayers are going to challenge. We're basically renting out a township asset for a long period of time. And I hate to say it this way, but what's in it for me? That's what everyone says. What's in it for me? Why do I want the township involved in such a venture?
But Commissioner,
we had a different question years ago. The other question was, why do we even have the Willows? That was the big question. Why do we have the Willows? Why are we spending $170,000 a year to maintain a building that very few in the public are using? So we had a different question. Now this is another question. I'm in favor of the plan. I just want to know what that exit strategy looks like. And I want to make sure, I'll say it a different way, that we're sharing in the risk and in the profit in the right ratio that makes it fair to the taxpayers. You have a great number in there, but the question is it enough? So I'll be looking for maybe a little bit more, but it's pretty good.
The whole concept here is we were spending $80,000-$90,000 a year we're losing with that building. The concept is, and I think the public shares this, that building's worth saving. You know, it's a very beautiful facility set up on top of a hill in a very beautiful park, and the setting and all, and that we could invest hundreds of thousands of township monies over the next 30 years, maintaining that building to have a few function there with the township and the school district. Or in these tough economic times, we could partner with someone, have them come in and run the facility, make it a first-class facility, but also maintain that building for future generations. That's what this is all about. It's not about having a catering business there. It's about saving the Willows. You know, I mean, there were things where let's sell the Willows, you know, let's sell Quitzenberg, let's tear them down, let's tear the cottage down. I mean, all these things float about. But in general, the public that I talk to and represent, they want to save the Quitzenberg Center, they want to save the cottage, and they want to save the Willows. And we all want to save them, but we don't want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars of township money doing that we have over the last 10 years. And so this is why we traveled this path. And now we're at a point where you have someone come in, it's going to operate a first-class facility. It's going to be very impressive. The building's going to be impressive. And they're going to maintain the building for us at no cost to us, and we get money. I don't have a problem with any of that, John.
Well, I'm saying I like the plan. I just want to make sure that my decision, you know, during my term doesn't have negative impacts on commissioners 6, 7 terms out, because that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that the statement that there's no cost to the township, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of risk, and if something goes wrong, there's a tremendous cost to the township. So
the risk can be mitigated, and I want to make sure. Again, staff has done a great job. I think they've mitigated the immediate risk. I want to understand the more long-term risk. I'm actually really interested in that year 15, what that looks like, because that's, you know, we have to be real here that businesses come and go in our lifetime, and 15 years down the road, if we are the ones that resume ownership and resume operation of that facility, even if it's for a few years, what does that look like? What does that cost look like? Because, you know, we have to recognize what that could be.
Well, I would like to suggest that we continue a conversation with Conroy about the financing aspect of this. And it sounds to me like my colleagues and myself are especially uncomfortable with the longevity of this debt and obligation. And it might be interesting to look at shorter term debt, higher payments, shorter term, so that you know, more of the revenue coming in the first 15 years would go towards this payment, and it would be paid off earlier. So maybe we can, you know, see some other creative approaches to this debt that would make it a little less concerning to us as a board.
Because I also think, too, maybe it's possible, and I understand where Commissioner Curley's coming from and the entire board. However, the board had given direction to keep this as public space, you know, open to the public and active. The safest route is basically to take the mansion down, because that would be the easiest route, but basically there's no risk. The second less risky option is to offer to a private firm to come in, restore the mansion at their full expense, pay rent, and be done with it. That's probably the safest route to be able to maintain the mansion in the long term, to keep it there, but there would be no public access to it. And then the third route is, we've been going through this for quite a lengthy period of time with a lot of different proposals and options that are out there to be able to make that investment. So I think those are kind of the options where we're at. If the board would like to, we would come back. We could come back with those options to you as well before someone from the outside, just to be able to come in and do this, renovate it, no public access, and an option even to, at least the board would have multiple
I'd like
options.
both firms to come back with a no risk, with that no, where we're not co-signing the loan option, and both can come back with an option where we are, and we'll choose from 4 equal proposals.
Commissioner, I would say I would disagree, because to me Jeffrey Miller had an option here. We do not see or feel comfortable, at least I don't, that you have someone here that comes at the end to make a complaint to say, we weren't told this, we weren't given options, which is not accurate. It's a twist of the accuracy of that. That's a problem. And in 26 years of being involved with contracts and that, there will be problems. There's no question there will be. It's very clear, if you want to mitigate the risk, either shut the mansion down, run it to a different way. They had every opportunity to be able to make this proposal. They had every option to be able to do that. We'd spoken to them about putting bricks and mortar together. They opted not to. The proposal that they gave us, and if we can bring up the picture of what they were going to do, and Jim, I'll ask if you could put the screens on, as a representative.
I don't think we need to do that. I think the consensus on this
though,
board is to go ahead with Conroy.
I think it's a good point, though, John.
I really do think we're past that.
Yeah.
Well, but we've got Commissioner Curley that wants to.
one commissioner bringing that up. It's
That's
not the majority
fine.
vote, so we don't have to spend a lot of time on it.
That's fine.
We have a consensus on this board to go ahead with Conroy and to request that there be a little more thought put into the refinancing aspect of it before we go ahead and vote on it. Okay?
Another thing, you remember a year ago we were really concerned if we'd get anybody to bid? And we had 2 excellent proposals. I've been to events at both of your facilities. You do great jobs. They're wonderful. So, this is like choosing between 2 wonderful products. We're really fortunate. As far as the concern 15 years from now, there's no question in my mind that Radnor Township itself could operate that facility and generate enough money to cover the expenses. And also, I don't think the concept that, it'll be an old facility then. Well, my daughter's reception was at the Downtown Club. I seem to remember that dates back to the 1800s. And that was a beautiful wedding. And our local golf courses are pretty old, too. And those mansion houses, you keep it up. So that's a non-issue. And also, I think once it's done and we're operating it, if something happens with Conroy, I'm very confident, especially with a 2-year cushion, someone would come in and take over this.
Okay, let's continue on with public comment.
Susan Stern. I have one finance question, which is that if Conroy Catering were to leave in the midst of the bond financing and a new partner, you have the 2-year lease, money's in escrow, but if a new partner comes in, will you have to renegotiate the bond at whatever the current interest rates are? That's just one of those questions that I would want to know about the bond structure. It should be a low rate now, and will that be maintained regardless of who the partner may or may not be? I assume it would stay Conroy, but in the event that doesn't work out. So that's a finance question. I am a gardener at Skunk Hollow Community Garden, and I serve on the Board of Advisors. So I just have a couple of general questions about the project, and I really appreciate all the work staff's put into it. And, see that this is probably something that's needed, a public-private partnership. But one question I've had kind of ongoing is the access to the garden up in the circle area, is that going to be restricted once once Conroy's in there and up and running in the parking lot area of the circle? That's one question I have. And along with the restorations that they're planning to the mansion, is there any plan to restore the fountains either in the parking circle or the one that's across from the main door to the Willows? Those are just some renovations questions. And then with regard to the public restrooms, I'm wondering if perhaps instead of putting public restrooms in the cottage, if perhaps we could consider asking Conroy to build a comfort station similar to what we have at Cowan Park, the new one that we built last year. The reason I ask that is that I wonder how the public will access the public bathrooms in the Willows cottage. I presume that building is kept locked most of the time, and I'm wondering if the comfort station, that's the porta potty that's in the parking lot on the picnic side of the property, is that going to go away once the restroom is put in at the Willows cottage? And then really the side of the park that most people use, whether it's picnicking or parking to use to garden, will we no longer have access on that side of the driveway, and then we either have to go out Darby Paley Road in a car or across, there's a stream there. You can't actually even walk straight across the field from the parking lot side to the cottage side. So those were just kind of some of my general questions about how the mechanics of how the project's going to work once it's up and running. So, thank you.
Maybe just while the next person's coming up, is that it's been clear to both firms that there'll be total access to the community garden, that there'll be no restrictions to that.
Sarah Pilling, 29 Garrett Avenue, obviously with a great deal of interest in the mansion. Dollars and cents, Conroy makes sense. There's just no doubt about that. But, in my opinion, you're giving the mansion away to become a banquet hall. Whereas, and I understand the financing may be different, I think the partnership of Jeffrey Miller with the Wayne Art Center, which is a township asset, which then brings classes, that's people, residents of Radnor Township, into the mansion. It means a reason to come to the mansion. Perhaps there are rotating art gallery there. Charles Barton Keene's houses often have been turned into art galleries. You're actually creating a draw that brings people to the Willows, and I think that's something that can't be ignored. The other fields, and obviously I'm there almost every day, mainly with gardeners, and I know, I'm sorry they're not here, but they feel like we're giving the building away. So I'm going to say the unpardonable, which is, and when I said it before, if you have to turn your neckers in a knot to provide a use for this building, tear it down. The value of the park is the land and the view shed. It's not the building, which is a residence. It was designed by Charles Barton Keene for John Sinnott, who owned Gibson Distilleries, who was marrying a woman from California. He did not want to build her a typical Philadelphia stone mansion. The design was to their needs, and it's never, ever been anything other than a residence. It is not elegant. It is a country home. That's what it was recognized for in 1914 in a national magazine. What a fine, informal country home. So I have deep concerns about the building. Obviously, it's my grandfather's work. I would absolutely insist that the ballroom be at right angles to the building, because if you build something right across the front, you've lost the building. You can't restore the history of it if you put a ballroom right across the front. You've turned it into a banquet hall. And is that really, really what we want? Or do we want to think slightly outside the box and enhance a township asset, which is the Wayne Art Center, and provide a drawing card for people to come to the Willows? Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Is there any other public comment on this issue?
Ken Taylor from Willow Avenue. I just wondered that in evaluating both proposals, was there any study done to determine what the residual value of the construction under both proposals would actually do to the value of the Willows if we had to, for instance, sell it, because this didn't work out? I don't have a doubt that it's going to cost $4.1 million to put in what they want to put in, and the other firm, the million plus or $2 million plus as to what they want to do. But that use is particular to their industry, and if we especially are going to go the financing, the partnership financing route, I think we should have a real estate valuation to determine what our collateral is going to actually be worth year 1, year 10, year 15, year 29. It very well may be true that the value of that premises doesn't deteriorate over the years, but what value is it to us? What value is it to the township if we have to market that property and can't find someone in this industry to be the particular purchaser of that property? The other thing is, after watching this board admonish itself and cleanse itself having to do with moves relative to sustaining its high bond rating, while I agree that there's expertise on CARFAC and what have you, we have ultimately turned to an opinion by our accountants in instances such as this, and I don't see anything that we could, that we could hang our hat on insofar as the alternative between the Miller proposal and the other proposal having to do with joining in the financing. I wouldn't mind seeing a professional accountant give this board some insight as to whether they thought that would have some potential detrimental effect, especially if there's a default and we can't find somebody in this industry. If these two people operations appear to be the best two in the area, that's why they're before the board, that's why they've made it this far. If the best of these two can't make a go of it and they default in year 14, 15, I don't know that just a 2-year rental cushion is going to be enough for us to regain back what we have and find somebody to use it in its current state. I think until you have these questions answered, you can't proceed.
Thank you, Ken. Is there any other public comment on this? Okay. Well, as I said at the outset, we are not voting on this tonight. I would encourage anyone who's interested in the future of this property to review the documents online. If you have an opinion, please share it either with your commissioner or with a member of our staff, or come to the next meeting on July 8th and share it when we will be voting. Okay, thank you very much for coming tonight, and we'll be moving on now. Our next item on the agenda is under Finance and Audit, and we will be discussing the OPEB funding plan. As we will recall, last meeting we passed an ordinance establishing a funding structure and a trust for our OPEB deposits. For the last 2 years, we have set aside surplus money to put in that account, but we have not, as of today, established a steady and consistent funding stream. Up until today, for the last 2 years, our funding stream into that account has been a surplus policy. That is not a satisfactory, we've all agreed that's not a satisfactory way to move forward because it is not consistent or dependable, and the unfunded liability of OPEB needs a consistent and dependable funding source. Tonight we are going to hear some options for establishing that. And Bill White, are you presenting this?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Bill White to go through the options that CARFAC and our staff have come up with.
Thank you. Yeah, switching gears, I did not intend that pun, but it kind of works out from the discussion we just had to this one. Commissioner Schaefer did an excellent job teeing this up. Basically, what we're doing tonight is the board is following up on the presentation from CARFAC back in December, on December 10th, where they presented to the board and the public regarding the pension and OPEB problems and unfunded liabilities. Tonight's discussion is geared specifically toward the OPEB piece. So to that end, the board asked the administration to work with CARFAC and prepare basically what you're going to see tonight. So the goals, and I know it's 10:25, so I'll try to be as brief as I can, is to leave the board and the public with continued understanding as to what the OPEB liability is. That was part of what CARFAC presented in December, was that there should be an ongoing education about the liability and what it means. This part of this is to satisfy that and keep it in front of everyone's mind. Alternatives on how to approach the unfunded liability over time. And then several funding examples that we worked on within the subcommittee, as well as with our actuary, our benefits consultant, Mock and Hop, and Colleen Deere from Mock and Hop Benefits Group is here tonight to address any really specific questions. So as an OPEB refresher, because I'm sure it's something that everyone has been thinking about since December, but some of the key terms. The OPEB, basically what that is the obligations that the township is obligated to, or has obligated itself to pay with regard to retirement, health care, and life insurance. When we start talking about some of the other terms that we'll be looking at later on, the ARC or the ARC is the annual required contribution. Basically, that is the sum of the normal cost and any amortization that is needed because there's an unfunded status, which Township, being that we've only ever done pay-as-you-go, we have a rather large unfunded balance that is amortized into our annual required contribution. So the normal cost is the current year's requirement to fund the future benefit that is being earned in the current year. And all things being equal, if we were to fund the normal cost every year and we were starting from scratch today, we would, when employee X retired 25, 30 years from now, enough would be in the bank account to fund that person's benefits through their retirement. As I mentioned, the amortization is the annual amount needed to reduce the principal amount of the unfunded actuarial liability. Our amortization period is 30 years, and that is consistent with plans that are unfunded, consistent with what GASB says is acceptable term. So the township has gone with that. Pay-as-you-go is just as it sounds. It's basically paying the premiums as you go with no consideration of putting future dollars aside for the future benefit, or current dollars aside for some future benefit. And then fully funded, which is a concept we really didn't discuss in December, but being that that's one of our goals over the long term is, for our purposes, it's the point of time when there is enough assets existing in the pension trust fund to cover 100% of the actuarial accrued liability at any point in time. And that, again, we're following under GASB 45 accounting regulations. And this is one where the accountants really do run the numbers behind it. So where we left off in December. This graph here was pulled directly from the presentation in December. If you'll recall, we looked at the two lines. The red line is the pay-as-you-go, and the green line is if the township immediately started fully funding its annual required contribution. And as we discussed back in December, these are the two extremes, and each one has its benefit, but at the same time, its benefit is also what makes it unrealistic. Specifically with the payment of the ARC immediately is that you're talking about, at the time, it was almost a $3 million immediate funding need, which is the taxes that you would need to raise to fund that. It's unrealistic to think that kind of increase would be accepted. And at the same time, when you look at pay-as-you-go, it has a short-term impact, but as you can see over the life of the closed group, it is far, far more expensive. And on that point of this being a closed group is that the analysis back in December included only the retirees and active employees at that time. It did not include the hiring of any replacement or new employees where OPEB benefits would be eligible, and that has changed, and I'll get into that here momentarily. So the assumptions back in December is the employee data is based on the 1/1/2012 valuation. All of the number runs that we did as part of this project were based on the same valuation to try to keep the numbers as consistent as possible. As I touched on back in December, it was a closed group, and I'll get into why that's important here momentarily. In terms of the benefit levels, as I touched on earlier, it's health insurance, which includes medical, dental, vision, and prescription through retirement with qualifying spouses and dependents, with the caveat that at 65, retirees are required to make that their primary coverage, and then the township is only responsible at that point for providing the wraparound. Two of the other major assumptions is a 4.5% asset return / discount rate. That's important in the context that, if you recall our pension discussions, we use a asset return rate. We had 8%. We knocked that down to 7.5% with the last valuation. And the discussions that surround the 7.5% still probably being too high by a lot of people's standards. So 4.5% is what the township has used since it started accounting for its OPEB, so we kept that 4.5% rate with this as well. And then the medical expense growth over time starts at 6.5% and declines by 0.25% until it gets down to 5%, and then carries the 5% per year thereafter. So what has changed since December is now we have an open group, and the open group is the result of the FOP agreement that the township entered into with the police union that does allow for reduced OPEB benefits for any new police officers hired after January 1, 2013. So all of the new numbers runs that we did as part of this analysis, we did with the closed group that we looked at from December, and then we added the layer for the new group on top. And then the other major or significant assumptions is that no OPEB benefits will be available to any future union and non-union civil employees or civilian employees or non-uniform employees. That's a significant assumption, because if that is not the case, these numbers will change dramatically. And like I mentioned, all other actuarial assumptions from the 1/1/2012 update are the same.
Can I just ask you about that? I mean, I
Sure.
saw that in your chart that we were assuming that no civilian employees no future civilian. I mean, that is something that is governed by our union contract at this point, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, ultimately, the township, that's in the collective bargaining agreement with the rate group. But in terms of coming up with something...
So that's assuming that would change.
Well, as of at the end of 2013, the current rate agreement is over. So
Okay.
we had to make an assumption one way or another.
Okay.
And being that part of the report that CARFAC prepared last year, and it was in the December report, is that the trend in the area is to move away from OPEB for civilian employees. That's why the assumption was used here.
Okay.
So the alternatives, we came up with 5. We probably looked at 15, and we, after looking at so many, kind of became numb to the minor differences in when you start looking in the middle. But we ended up with 5, with the 2 extremes being to continue just doing pay-as-you-go versus fully funding the ARC immediately, with 3 in between. So now I'm not expecting anyone to read this slide. This is basically for those who want to go online and read it and see the matrix that was put together that compares the different alternatives. I'll have graphs here momentarily that I think do a better job visually explaining what the differences are. But like I mentioned, there's 5 scenarios here. And what was used to evaluate each of the scenarios was the incremental cost, and that is the incremental OPEB cost annually, whether it's going up, down, and what that averages out to be over the periods of time. The incremental cost range, and that was to gauge the sensitivity of, well, it may look okay on average, but what are the swings over time, which is difficult when we're trying to budget from year to year. If we have $1 million swing from one year to the next, that's going to be difficult to manage in terms of tax rates. Again, one of the goals of putting the plans together was to achieve a fully funded plan. So with 4 of these, we achieved that, and we wanted to note the years. The other comparison factors was the annual OPEB expense maximum. Where does the line peak out in terms of our annual OPEB expense over the continuum? and then what happens at the other end, because as you'll see in a moment, there is a huge jump up on some of them and a huge drop off at the end, and on both cases that would be difficult to manage, which drives some of the middle of the line scenarios. And then the last two were real estate tax equivalents. So we took the analysis, the year-over-year change in terms of what would be required to fund the OPEB and applied a tax rate percentage to that. And then finally, we have a cumulative real estate tax increase. So basically what that is doing is it's capturing what the cumulative increases would need to be over the time until it reaches fully funded status. And again, this was a point of contention during the analysis, but this is intended to be information that is useful in comparing options. We're not trying to sit here and predict that in 30 years the tax rates are going to go up by X percent. But what this does show is the sensitivity in terms of how you want to approach it, how fast do costs go up, and then how fast do they come down in the back end, and is there a middle ground?
Cumulative column was over 30-year.
It is up until it reaches fully funded status. So for, say, the 10-year ramp up to the annual required contribution, which is D on this matrix, that's actually 45 years.
Oh, okay.
And C, it's 41 years. So it just depended. We ran it out until the assets were sufficient to cover the actuarial liability. So this is what I think we're offering as the baseline, which the red line on the chart is identical to the one we just looked at with the closed group that was presented back in December, which is basically just pay as you go for the employees as they existed at that time. The green line is what has been added since December, which captures the normal cost for the new employees that are hired anytime after 1/1/2013, which is going to be, at this point, it's assumed to only be new police officers. And then the yellow line on top is the sum of the red and the green lines over time. So I think as a baseline, the recommendation would be that if no funding decisions made, at a minimum, the township commit to covering the normal cost for anybody that's hired 1/1/13 moving forward. And that's what this graph is representing. The next alternative is immediately funding the full ARC, or the annual required contribution. And just like it was on the graph earlier with the red and the green lines from December, it requires a significant jump in immediate resources to achieve that. Then the annual expense remains relatively constant, and then you achieve fully funded status the soonest with this, and this is roughly 30 years. It's 2037 is when we'd achieve fully funded status under this model. And then on the back end, you have a large drop-off back down to whatever the normal cost is at that time moving forward. So that's where you see that big drop-off at the end. Understanding that managing those two extremes is difficult, we worked on two middle-of-the-ground ramp-up approaches. One is a 6-year ramp-up, and the other one's going to be a 10-year. That'll be the next slide. So the purple line introduced on this shows what a 5-year ramp-up of the amortization would be, and then it fixes the amortization amount over a period of time, and then we start to ratchet it down on the back end. We still have the big drop-off on the back end with this one, but the goal with this one was to introduce something that starts getting you closer to fully funding the ARC without the huge increase right away. And basically what this is a $300,000 per year incremental increase. So we'd start at pay-as-you-go basically in 2013, where we're at now, plus $300,000 for 2014, plus another $300,000, plus another until you, for 6 years, and then it fixes the amortization. I forget what the exact amount is, but at that point it's the fixed amortization amount plus the normal cost for the police, the new police officers. And as you can see, the light gray line on the graph, I wanted to keep the fully funding the ARC immediately on there just as comparison. So you can see on the back end, This extends it's longer until we reach fully funded status. It costs more in those out years, but from basically now through 2033, 34, this is a less costly method. Then there's the 10-year ramp up, which is the same concept. Basically, you have 10 years, and in this case, the 10-year ramp up is a $200,000 per year incremental increase. And then at that point, you have a fixed amortization until you reach roughly 2040. And at that point, it starts ratcheting back down to try to smooth out the back end until you reach fully funded. Obviously, this alternative takes the longest to reach full funding and has a higher peak at $6 million versus the 6-year ramp up and fully funding the ARC. So in drawing a comparison versus the different alternatives, what this graph is doing is the thick red line at the top is the actuarial accrued liability, which no matter what the funding assumption is, that remains constant. So this is comparing the OPEB assets as they grow over time until they intersect with the actuarial accrued liability, which at that point we would be considered fully funded. So as you can see, if we fully implemented the ARC right away, it would be 2037. That's that straight blue line that gets to the intersect the fastest. The other three, again, and this is where we got a little numb in the analysis, is no matter what we were doing playing with the numbers, they were minor incremental changes, and we were ending up basically in the same horizon in terms of funding. It's just how much are we willing to accept in each of those years in terms of fluctuations or increases in the plan. So quickly, I did it again. Real estate tax millage equivalent to the scenarios. These are the 5 scenarios, and this is just a more succinct summary of what that means in terms of the real estate tax equivalent. The top, the pay-as-you-go, it could be anywhere from a 0% year over year to as high as a 4.5%. And we only ran the analysis through 2061. But if you just do pay-as-you-go, that is perpetual. There'll never be an end. It'll continue to go forever, because basically you're funding today's premiums with today's dollars, even though they were earned 25, 30 years ago. It's never a pre-funded plan. The next 4 all are geared towards having a fully funded plan at some point. So just doing the pay-as-you-go plus a new higher normal cost, that has the smallest average per year increase, but the highest cumulative, because it takes the the amounts fluctuate more year over year on that one in terms of keeping up with the premiums on the pay-as-you-go side. The 6-year ramp-up has an average of 2.94% per year during the 6-year ramp-up. And then through the amortization period, it's basically flat at a 0.64%. And then it starts ratcheting down from there, and it averages 1.5. So if you visualize, well, you'll see, I actually have a graph that shows it, but you can visualize that tracks along the same expense line as that funding option. And then the cumulative tax increase was just under 29. The 10-year, it's the same concept with the numbers adjusted accordingly. It smooths out the variations from year to year, both on the ramp up and the ramp down period, and the effect on the long term is a lower cumulative increase. And then the last one's the immediate full funding of the ARC. And again, that would require in the ballpark of 27% immediately, and then just keep that amount over the amortization period, and at the end of it, it would fall off back down to the normal cost. So these lines actually look very similar to the ones we just looked at in terms of the actual OPEB cost, but these track the cumulative tax increases over time. And again, it's not trying to predict what tax rates will be. It's just a way to analyze where the sensitivity is against the other options. And as you can see, I mean, the 10-year ramp-up amortization plus the normal cost for the new police hires offers the straightest line, the smoothest line, which from a annual budgeting standpoint is probably the easiest to manage, but at the same time, it takes longer to achieve full funding. It has the cost associated with extending out the amortization over a longer period. So, the summary. Basically, the issue still boils down to the fact that benefit levels are still the primary driver for what the costs are going to be, regardless of the funding plan that we look to do today. I think CARFAC, in our discussions about this project, wanted to make it clear that their report from December remains unchanged from the standpoint that the township should continue to focus on making sure that our benefit levels are consistent with what is within the market, which leads to the second bullet point, saying that the OPEB problem is solvable, but as our analysis got us to the point where it's solvable with making sure we're attacking it from three fronts. Funding the normal cost for all new police hires moving forward, which would ensure that the unfunded liability doesn't continue to grow. The reduction in benefit costs themselves, which will bring down any annual cost as the assumptions change in terms of what benefits are being provided. And then a dedicated funding to start addressing today's unfunded liability, which the board has already set aside a little over $3 million through excess fund balances in prior years. We've established the trust to serve as the accounting mechanism to house those dollars and to invest those. So the infrastructure is set up. What's lacking now is some dedicated funding. We also wanted to reemphasize the importance of the policies that have resulted in putting $3 million towards the issue. That's the excess fund balance, as well as any one-time non-reoccurring revenues, utilizing those to help offset the unfunded obligation, the amortization portion. The last bullet point is important to note that no matter what plan the township lands on now, is that this is something that is an ongoing management issue, in so much as the contracts are constantly up for renewal, the assumptions constantly change. Once the plan's been in place for a few years, we'll actually have some history on the asset returns and some of those other assumptions that are being used that will need to be managed accordingly. So much like the pension program that we manage on an ongoing basis, this will fall into the same category. It's not something that we decide on today, put it on the shelf, and then wake up in 2053 and celebrate being fully funded. So the next steps would be some sort of formal direction from the board on how to proceed with a funding strategy, and then to that end, reviewing an introduction of funding plan along with any accompanying policies, which would include the fund balance allocation policies, one-time revenue policies, and a discussion on the general fund excess limit, making sure that the 15% is still the right percentage to use on an ongoing basis. And then based on all that, incorporate that into the 5-year forecast and make it part of our planning when we are addressing other issues like capital, stormwater, Willows, anything that we can incorporate these types of things, that this is in the baseline numbers with all those other things impacting our operations. So I would be remiss, again, if I didn't thank CARFAC. I know it seems like every meeting like we're thanking CARFAC, but it's very, very well deserved. The folks, it was Jim Bowes, Jerry Linden, and Mark Blair. We probably spent a half dozen nights here Several of those were attended by Colleen as well, either in person or over the phone, to get us to this point. And basically, we're at a point now where we feel like we could tweak the analysis one way or another, but we're going to end up somewhere in that same ballpark, unless something drastic happens. But the amount of time that CARFAC puts into these types of projects is invaluable and is a tremendous help to the administration. So I would like to thank them for their help.
Bill, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to give you more to do, but if we were to just hypothetically, if we were to put $10 million into this OPEB funding by end of year, would you be able to give us a calculation of what that looks like, and how much that reduces the tax increases and everything? I don't need it now.
Well,
but the point I'm trying to make is if we were to super feed this liability up front, would it? You've explained before that it has a big impact over the long term, and
well, what we're looking at here is the product of some the work that Colleen had done for us in Mockenhop, put kind of a what-if scenario together, because we were having the same discussions. What if we did this? What if we did that? And there are so many variables in play when you're talking about how you treat the amortization versus how you fund the normal cost. Do you pay as you go? So what Colleen had prepared for us is the spreadsheet that allows us to play with some of those. And we still have some questions on how it works exactly, but we get an idea that if we were to inject $10 million on top of the 3, then we're looking at somewhere around 2035 being fully funded. But we still have some of the same issues that we touched on with those line graphs. So you achieve fully funded status, say, in 2035, but you're continuing to fund at the full arc for some period of time thereafter. And what's happening is as the spread, I mean, this wouldn't happen in reality, but in trying to figure out the analysis, you're significantly overfunding. On paper, you're overfunding the obligation. So I think for the purposes of understanding how the relationship works, this is helpful to understand that, at what's the horizon based on those kind of assumptions. And we'd be somewhere around 2035, but we'd have the same issue then. All things being equal, if we followed this to a T, there'd be a $5 million drop-off at some point, and we'd be $50 million over. So that's where the analysis gets very, very complicated.
But at 20, sorry, what year is that? 2040?
Which year?
Oh, 2035. Mm-hmm. But the liability continues on beyond 2035, and I would argue that we don't want to necessarily be fully funded by 2035, but we want to know what the impact of this lump sum is on lowering the tax increases over the next 20 years, 25 years.
Yeah, and you bring up a really good point. I should have mentioned this at the front. When at some point when the township has fully funded its OPEB obligation, that doesn't mean that the obligation's over. All that means is that there's enough in the trust to continue paying the bills over time, or that's the assumption. So you're right. Just because this number flips from being underfunded to having a positive balance doesn't mean that the obligation goes away.
Just no longer in the red at that point.
Yeah, theoretically.
Yeah, and actually, by overfunding to some degree, it becomes more like a pension where it's self-sustaining to some degree, and its assets are giving a return on investment. But up until that point, there is no return, not enough of a return on the investment to carry the OPEB in those years.
By itself.
By itself.
It will require some sort of general fund contribution up until you reach that point. That's the amortization. That's what we're having to overcome over some period of time, as all these years of not funding it. Now we have an unfunded liability that needs to be amortized over some period of time and paid down. So until you achieve that, you'll have an unfunded liability.
Okay. So I just go back to my question again. Maybe between now and by September or October, to get a sense of if we were to infuse 10 million, like you have there, and run the scenario over again to see what the tax increases would be without.
Well,
With
that
and without.
exercise is important to have a handle on for every year going forward. Because these numbers that we have in front of us and these potential tax increases and payments are all based on an assumption that we're not putting anything in from our excess fund. They have the $3 million that we've already put in, but nothing else. So assuming every year we have an excess, a surplus from our general fund over and above our set-aside policy, that number is going to affect these numbers on a yearly basis, but we can't predict what they are.
Right.
So we would need to have a system where we can set a policy, be it option D, where we decide to go with 1.7 going forward for 10 years, whatnot. But that we would be able to revisit it every year, because every year we're going to have new information about how much of a cash infusion we were able to make that year, right?
Yes, and that goes back to that last bullet point on the next steps. This is something that is not a decision we make today and then go to sleep on it. It has to be part of our ongoing management to that point.
But again, the scenario I'm looking for is 10 million by the end of this year.
Where are you getting this 10 million, John?
Oh, you know what? I predict I may come up with it between now and September. I'm buying lottery tickets for the township.
And that's what you're spending it on. Okay, well, this has been incredibly helpful. It's very dense amount of information for us all to take in. Again, we're not making any decisions on this tonight, but we, over the next couple of months and going into our budget planning season, will be choosing one of these options and setting up a policy incorporating one of these options, or something similar to one of these options. Do any other commissioners have any comments or questions about this matrix? I want to say thank you again to Bill and to CARFAC. This was a priority for this board this year. When we started this year out in 2013, we sat down with CARFAC and with staff and said, this is the top priority. This is what this year we want a policy. We want a dedicated funding stream. Can you help us come up with it? And CARFAC and staff has spent an enormous, and our actuary firm, Colleen, has spent an enormous amount of time working on this. So it's very much appreciated, and we will be acting on it within the next couple of months. So thank you. Okay. Unless anybody else has any other comments on this, we'll move along to Public Works and Engineering.
The first item is presentation by Mr. Norsini about South Wayne Avenue traffic calming measures.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Just waiting for this to come up on the screen. There we go. I know the hour is late, and I'll be brief. This is something we have reviewed before, and this is just an update. So we are at Audubon Avenue and South Wayne Avenue. As you can see here, to Lancaster Avenue. The other way is to Conestoga Road. So this is the proposed crosswalk. It is in PennDOT's hands from a review standpoint. Michael Taggart of Gilmore is our design engineer. He emailed me literally today to let me know the PennDOT comments on this project. They were minor. He is responding. PennDOT will have 30 days to reply. I don't know where it stands in the review, if this was just the first look or if the response to these review comments will be the end of it. But basically, we have one crosswalk just slightly north of Audubon Avenue. And this is actually the plan he sent back in response to the review comments, which showed the limit of disturbance. That's this gray area that is the grading that will be required once the sidewalks are installed. There's no cheek walls as part of this, meaning that this type 4A is similar to what will be installed. So you would come in from the street, up the grade to the sidewalk, and then proceed north or south. There's another component to this project, which is the bump out at South Wayne and Conestoga Road. This is the bump out. It is basically the same configuration where we had our delineators there. It is a mountable curb, concrete mountable curbing type A, so that if a large truck did have to make that turn and they went over it, it would not be dangerous to them. I've already spoken to Commissioner Curley. We've been looking at the delineators and seeing if we could eliminate many of them and shorten them, and that was a direction I gave Mike Taggart in that respect. So at this point, today Mike Taggart responded to PennDOT. They have 30 days to come back. Assuming all is well, in 30 days we would move forward and receive, get the bid package and go out to bid. So that would be my update for South Wayne. And I apologize for the typos in the memo. My apologies.
I know I asked this question 9 months ago when it came up, but why can't we continue with the plastic bollards or delineators? Why do we need to spend this money?
I mean, I'll tell you, the answer as I see it is we want the solution to be permanent. We want it to be something that can't be taken away sort of whimsically. And then there's some durability, and then there's the hope that by having the permanent structure there, we can significantly reduce the number of bollards. The bollards are unattractive. There were 21 when we started. There's probably 8 or 9 now. And with the physical structure, I'm hoping that we can get it down to 4 to 6. So it's a modest amount of money that in the long run is worth the modest amount.
Also, Commissioner, if I could just add to that, to Commissioner Curley's, also is with the fire department, with one of their main routes is up South Wayne Avenue. For them to traverse off of a smaller curb type situation makes it much easier than them actually running through a lot of the markers right now. So actually there's a long-term benefit based on the moving of fire apparatus up and throughout that area.
We put the plastic markers in originally, why, to slow traffic down?
That was to actually show what we could put there as permanent bump outs. I know this predated me, but from what I understood, the bollards were installed there to simulate what would happen if the actual median went in.
So the bollards were there for more than just a representation, though. They actually serve as a bump out. It's effective if you come down Conestoga Road, traffic slows to make the turn, and then it slows the traffic on South Wayne also. That was the intent.
And also for just exactly what Commissioner Curley said, and I know Baron Gemmer would love to have the markers continue as they are because I know they're enhancements to his home, which I appreciate his patience with that. But it will actually help within the aesthetics also of a particular area as well.
We want to get rid of them all if PennDOT will let us get rid of them all. We think there are ways that they will. But even that structure lets us hopefully go from 21 to ultimately 4 to 6.
So have they been struck often then? Is that what's, so is there any concern about vehicles traveling, at full speed, striking this, or, going up and over this concrete mountable slab?
Well,
and it isn't enough to turn a car over. I mean, it seems like they're, 4 to 5 inches tall?
It's actually slightly taller, but this is in the standard PennDOT configuration. So this is an island that you would see on PennDOT roads. And this is also, aside from Mike Taggart doing a design, this is why PennDOT has their eyes on it. So if PennDOT does approve this, and I don't see why they wouldn't, I don't see that concern.
Does it have to be concrete slab? Can we make it pervious? Can we make it an outline around an island that absorbs water?
We did talk about that at one point. The concern is if you had the mountable curb and maybe the inside was where you could plant.
Right.
I think that's going to get run over
So
by
you can
some
run
of the
over
larger
grass. We can make
trucks.
it grass. We can make it some sort of durable, absorbed material that could absorb water. Right. Well, grass isn't hard to
You
drive
could use
over.
a geogrid.
Yeah, that's what he's.
Lattice?
Steve's
still-
got
that'd be a
decorative
50%
concrete ideas
reduction.
for that, but
We did talk about dyed concrete, stamped concrete, but they're not
and
porous.
They're not porous.
we went through all of this. We came up with many iterations. I really recommend that we proceed with this as Steve's outlined it.
It is impervious now, or it's not?
No, it's not impervious now, or it's
It is.
It is, it's
asphalt.
roadway.
Impervious,
It's
yes.
roadway.
Yes.
Okay, so it's,
The manager thought
Yes.
maybe we could try porous pavers, and, you know, maybe that's something we can try. I'll give Mike a call tomorrow. and
It's
see
one
if
that,
we can slip
and
that in.
I think just to add to Steve's point, that's something we've been asking a lot of developers to start looking at, so this would be a good step for the township to be out front, which I don't think would hold us up at all. We can continue to keep moving forward with this project.
Sounds like a winner.
Okay.
All right, and then I ask all of you to support it. I know you have in the past, so I appreciate it for the people who are here tonight. This has been long and hard work for them, so I appreciate your support. They do also.
The next item is a really important project. This is the North Wayne Avenue Crosswalk update. Steve?
Thank you, Commissioner. This is a project, several years ago, plans for this crosswalk were designed but not constructed. And last year, in August of last year, the board requested via Resolution 2012-93 that the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust would fund this project. And after reviewing the plans, it was determined that an additional design elements were required, the largest being that the plans needed to reflect the current standards for ADA compliance. So what we did was take plans that were several years old and that the highway occupancy permit had expired on and that they no longer met the ADA requirements, and went back to the original design engineer, which is McMahon and Associates, and they provided us a proposal to update this to today's standards. I also made some slight tweaks on what I thought were value for the plan. And at this point, this is also with PennDOT, and we have received comments from them. They were relatively minor. So again, I'm very optimistic that after the 30-day, even if PennDOT does take that 30-day period, that this project will be ready to go. And this is also tied into another memo that follows this, but just very quickly, for those who may be watching, this is Weichert Realtors on North Wayne Avenue. This would become a concrete walkway with bollard lighting on either side. And as you cross over, you would follow the 2-foot wide painted gore markings, and this would take you to basically kids in cribs. What I did ask them to do is for the bid package is to, as aside from the just regular street markings, to see if we could go with an add alternate for street print Duratherm. That's what this is. There's many, many types of varieties, but it has a very good reflective capability, and it holds that reflectivity for a long time. And wrong team, sorry about that. So that would be the update on the North Wayne Crosswalk, which would take us to the
Chagrin Valley, I certainly hope that the crosswalk moves ahead. I have a letter in my file that I wrote to Hank Mahoney when he was commissioner over 5 years ago about this project.
Well, before we move on to the resolution that would request those funds, I want to share that I've received correspondence from the Wayne Business Association and stating their position. They were unable to come tonight. They are not in favor of the crosswalk. They feel that there are other items that they would rather see the money go towards. Specifically, those items are holiday fixtures, banner poles, and a reconfiguration of some of the lighting units near the old Rite Aid. So I wanted to put that out there. When I received that correspondence, I became curious about, well, first of all, this project and its history, and secondly, why those other projects couldn't be funded. So on the first issue, I looked back and I found and noted that this crosswalk is actually in our Wayne Master Plan. It is recommended, and not only is it recommended in the Wayne Master Plan, it's actually a first priority in the Wayne Master Plan. So our community that took a look at this this area, from years back, supported doing this. So I think it's it's something our community has wanted and wants. Secondly, I remembered that the DVRPC last year did that Route 30 corridor study, a very thorough study of all of the intersections and towns up and down the main line, making traffic recommendations and making all sorts of recommendations for improvement of flow and whatnot. And in that report as well, it is recommended to put a crosswalk and improvements in the North Wayne Avenue. So I feel very comfortable that this is something our community wants. I understand that the Wayne Business Association doesn't, but I think it has been well established that is something that our community as a whole wants. Secondly, on the aspect of their desire to have other things funded, I recalled that when we made the decision to take the parking fees in, I think, 2010, to take those stop depositing those in the RECT and start taking them in our general fund, we specifically added language in that ordinance that money would be earmarked for spending in downtown Wayne. And I mean, it wasn't in our original ordinance, and we had a discussion about it, and we specifically added language in saying that money would be set aside in a separate fund earmarked for improvements in the Wayne Business Overlay District. So, since that ordinance was passed in April of 2010, all that money that we have, received from those parking revenues, I don't know exactly how much it is, but it's somewhere in $20,000, $30,000 a year, somewhere in that neighborhood, is available for spending to improve the Wayne Business District. So I think we just need to communicate better about how we're going to spend that money. And if there are needs that the Wayne Business Association has, these holiday decorations and banner poles and whatnot, we have money earmarked to spend on these projects now, from 2010, from 2011, from 2012, and moving forward, unless we change our scheme. So I thought I would just kind of collectively remind ourselves about that policy decision we made, and say that we work together to make all of those improvements happen.
Well, thank you for reminding me and the others about the fact that this crosswalk is in black and white in the Wayne plan, part of the comprehensive plan for downtown Wayne, and also that the DVRPC noted that this was an important addition to enhance pedestrian safety in Wayne. Good.
Steve, how many parking spots are we losing on each side?
You're going to lose one. This actually takes up, I don't know if you know, if you look at Weichert,
yeah,
there's a driveway there. This will not block the driveway that goes alongside, so you're going to lose a spot, and we're going to still have these spots, and there's still some signs to be relocated. Similar situation on the other side, but you are going to lose 2 spots.
That hatching is just the extent of construction. It's not indicating that you're losing 6 spots.
That's the proposed mill and overlay?
Yes. Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Didn't we discuss adding a meter, Steve? Is that going to happen?
Yes, Commissioner, fill the board in. Commissioner Nagel, we looked at, there's an alleyway a little further north of this where we think that might be able to be lighted, and there's an X spot in front of that where you cannot block it, but it's not an alleyway that's used by traffic, and we could install a new meter there and regain that plus or minus $2,000 a year of revenue from that meter.
And we'd also be able to put some knockdown bollards
Across there?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, I would now like to move that Resolution 2013-83, whereby this board requests funding from the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust for the engineering and construction of the North Wayne Avenue Crosswalk, be passed.
Second.
All right, any further commissioner comment on this? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 6-0.
The next item is an authorization for Chagrin Valley Engineers to provide design, permitting, and bidding documents for the realignment of the storm sewer pipe at Poplar Avenue on Gulph Creek. I will move the passage of the authorization.
Second.
Any commissioner comment?
Sure.
Steve?
Can you tell me why you think this would be effective?
Actually, Commissioner, I have Mike Henry here, who's going to very briefly, he actually had a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know that we need to see all of that, but I can let him address some of the more technical questions. I do think it will help the situation, but I'll pass that on to Mike Henry to address.
I will make this brief. It'll be just a brief presentation, really, just on what's going on at that intersection, or really at the downstream side of the culvert. Let me just bring up my. First, part of the whole project of going forward to facilitate a drainage plan is obviously not to have a knee-jerk reaction and send the money to one location and not evaluate everything. So the process that the commissioners have gone through in the last 2 years to take and do a complete drainage study of Radnor Township as a whole and look at a holistic approach has been very beneficial, I think, to the commission, to the township, and also to the administration. So when you're going forward, you know where your priorities are in going forward to fund it. I'll skip the, just preparing the plan, doing a study, prioritize, and most important, instituting a 5 to 10 year plan to understand where your funds are going to go and what your ultimate goal will be. And it seems like we're moving in that right direction to facilitate that. Striving more to Gulph Creek, and the important part of this is that our issues on Gulph Creek aren't going to be taken care of through one silver bullet. It's a large drainage shed, and as you see in this slide, there's about 600 acres of drainage area that's coming to the culvert. And the only reason I'm showing you this is it's kind of on the bigger picture from what we did on our report, and to make sure everyone understood that of the 600 acres, there's about 30% that's in Radnor Township. So we have a lot of outside influence that's affecting our drainage sheds, affecting our residents. And all of that comes down, you can see it right here is where Poplar is. And that's the conveyance, that's the convergence of everything coming down from Tardifan and also from all the development that's been done upstream. So we have a conveyance there that's pretty constricted. What we're planning to do as part of this proposal is to just take that outfall, the 36-inch pipe that's on the south side of the culvert, and direct it downstream. You can see the red line indicates the 100-year floodplain within the area of Poplar. Poplar is, let me put my cursor. Poplar is about right in that location. So all the area in red is within the 100-year floodplain. So you have North Wayne is here, and you have North Wayne Park is in this location. And that's where our proposed detention basin would be as we went through those designs and those options. And this is the North Wayne basins. Just to kind of give you a brief overview, the existing storage area, you can see it. You have a 3x3 culvert discharging into it. Currently, right now, it's not working in the best of its abilities and what it's initially was supposed to be. Although it's only 8% it's the most open space we have in our community along those measures, that we could do some impact and to do some detention to eliminate some of the discharge going down North Wayne and across the street and into Gulph Creek and obviously to Poplar Avenue. I know Mr. Bruno is here tonight. I had conversations with him prior and understood and could see what the situation was. Again, I won't go all through all this. Ryan went over a lot of this in the previous ones, but of that stormwater management basin that's in North Wayne, it's been since the 90s, and it's a little bit inadequate to really cover what we want to do with it. We came up with a couple different options, A, B, C, D, and E, and F. Of those options, we just wanted to kind of iterate. We have the option of using up the whole park, which would reduce it down to a 10-year flow coming out of the basin. Going to option B, you got a 25-year storm that you'd reduce it down to, still not doing anything on North Wayne. Option C is the best of all worlds, basically containing the 100-year storm that we've seemed to be hit with every year here in our town. But it would take improvements on North Wayne down to Poplar Avenue. Obviously, that uses up your entire park, but it does reduce the flow eventually getting out to North Wayne and obviously reducing the flow getting into Gulph Creek south of the Poplar Avenue culvert. Option D, and then we just went through the iterations to try to minimize the impact of the ball field and make it still functional for the township. Again, you guys, we've gone through this before, but just to bring you up to speed on where we're at and why we're doing the realignment. Option E, again, you're just reducing the 10-year discharge from the pond, and then option F, we're going up to a 25-year. Again, the goal on this is to reduce as much of the flow coming in to that side of Gulph Creek that we can deal with. And it is only 8% of the total drainage area, but it still allows us an area. It's a small piece of the pie that we have to continue to work on to facilitate what we can do in that area.
Well, you've given us these options in the past.
That's correct.
I don't think Steve, we've ever put anything together here to move forward because I think it's a matter of money. We don't have the money for this.
It's a matter of choosing which, if any, option the board would wish to go through, and then funding that option.
And you so graciously pointed out before that this process is not a quick process. You could be talking 12, 24 months, depending on permitting and putting the plans together. And that's where you start at this planning process where we're at right now, and then making that tiered approach and that prioritize of where you're going to put your money, where you're going to put your resources. And that's why presenting these options, whether the ball field is important or improvements downstream are more important. That's kind of what we tried to lay out for you.
So the option before us today, though, is the reconfiguration of the pipe.
That's correct.
So tell me why that's going to be effective.
Basically, the current pipe, it's a 36-inch pipe. It's directed straight out across the creek on the south side of the culvert. During our investigations, we found a lot of debris and sediment build up on that south side of the culvert. Since we did the report, the maintenance and operations have come in, and I think Steve has hired people to clean out the culvert, so now that sediment is gone. That 36-inch discharging out, when it discharges out, it low flows in the culvert or in the creek. The 36-inch comes out and basically creates a wall for the water coming down from the north. And basically under the culvert, it almost stops. It's hard to model, but one of your residents took this video, and I'll play it. It's a 30-second video.
That's Stuart Young.
This is the outfall at culvert. Notice it's below the top of the stream. So it's discharging out hard across the creek. And you'll see to the left, you'll see a white piece of debris come in, and you can see that being really turbulent, and the water's going in all different directions. A lot of it is going upstream. So when you see this piece of white, you'll see it coming in here near the end of the video. It'll come in and it'll actually turn and go back up. Well, what's causing this is that, you see it coming? And then it goes back up. What happens is that restriction happens over time. So as that pipe, the 36 inches discharging out quicker, then the creek is filling up. So when the creek finally fills up, that 36 inch isn't really doing anything to it. But until that happens, you're backing up all of the upstream area on the north side of a culvert. So by the time it backs up, it can't allow the flow to get through quick enough, because it's just like a stoplight or a stop sign. If you don't allow enough traffic to go through, you get a backup, and then it stops and it continues to propagate itself. So by allowing this to go downstream, it's not going to solve our problem, but it's going to improve on our maintenance for the sediment that's going to drop out, because when that pipe goes across, it actually slows the water down upstream. So now that sediment that's in that water drops out. And then when that pipe recedes, and the water rises up in the stream, the water just continues out and it drops out in the sediment, and then it builds up. So the next time you have less channel to deal with underneath that culvert, and it reduces the capacity. So over time, it will reduce our capacity. It'll improve our capacity and reduce our maintenance costs. And this would also allow us, as the first step, really, if we do decide to do anything with North Wayne Park, this will provide the outlet to go in a correct location or a correct direction downstream. If we increase the pipe size, there are permitting issues to deal with us being able to keep it the same pipe size, which won't be at any additional flow to the outfall. We wouldn't have to go through any additional permitting. It would be, from what I understand from the DEP, would be just a general permit that we'd be allowed to install the new direction pipe.
So where are you moving the pipe?
We have to, after we survey it, we'll verify it and confirm it, but we would be pretty much rotating it at about a 45-degree angle downstream. It would be probably about 5 or 10 feet from where it's at right now, rotated downstream.
So if it is serving now to basically slow down or stop the water flow, if we fix it, are you increasing the velocity and volume that you're sending downstream in a kind of uncontrolled way?
No, because the volume that's coming out of there is very small compared to the 600 acres coming down through the rest from the north side or upstream. But what it'll do is it'll allow the higher flows, and you may have a better situation of the amount of flow coming through will be more consistent, as opposed to backing up under the bridge while that 36 inches discharging underneath, and then flooding out downstream. So what we'll have is more of a consistent flow in the stream, as opposed to when the flow is low in the creek, the 36 inch has the most effect on the upstream amount, because there's not as much volume.
And how will that be affected if and when we do changes to North Wayne Field?
Well, the good thing is when we do the changes to North Wayne Field, we'll be reducing the flow that will be coming out of that 36 inch.
By holding?
By holding it back, exactly. I think we'll be taking 138 CFS. If we do the perfect storm, we do option C, we can reduce it, I think, down to 38 CFS from 130 CFS. So we would have a large reduction of the volume coming out of that detention basin, which comes down North Wayne, comes out North Park, down North Wayne, and then down Poplar, and then discharges on the south side of that culvert.
Okay.
I'd like to move the authorization for Chagrin Valley Engineers to do the design, permitting, and bidding documents for the realignment of the sewer pipe.
Second.
Let me ask a couple of other questions. Is the any sense that the water is short-circuiting, meaning so the water on top is moving in a different direction, the water on the bottom, and I guess you would view it by when does it overtop?
Of what?
Of the culvert. Like, meaning, is it backing up? It's clearly causing a backup.
Yeah.
But is that backup problematic? It just raises the head a little bit, stays in the stream, and then releases.
Yeah, that's almost exactly what it does.
So if
Please.
if that's the case, then we wouldn't really be seeing any benefit from.
At the low flows is when it's going to be the most beneficial, because
Right, but we're not really trying to solve low flow problems, though, correct?
but the low flow is going to allow the high flows to get through, and instead of having that backup and reducing the flow getting through, you're allowing it to get through at a more consistent rate.
Didn't you say, though, that the high flow overpowers the low flow and then
Yeah, when it-
reestablishes the flow in the stream?
But at that whole time, you're backing up the upstream as that's getting discharged across. You're raising the elevation, and the hydraulic grade is getting pushed further to the north.
Right, so the key to me is when's that break point? If the mainstream takes over and dominates before it overtops,
Yeah.
then it's beneficial. If that backup is so large that it causes the overtopping before that tipping point, then it's problematic.
Overtopping of the roadway?
Of the culvert, yes, or the roadway.
Commissioner, if I could add, when that situation occurs, it doesn't actually, I mean, it may have, but what usually happens is it doesn't overtop the culvert. It goes north and really actually cuts through Mrs. Morrison's property. So that culvert keeps flowing, and the road, you could drive over the road, but as soon as you do, you encounter the creek as it's come out of its
So
banks.
it comes out of the banks before that tipping mechanism.
It comes out right before the culvert and goes through the Morrison's property, across the street, through other properties, and ends up down on Willow.
And then your sense is that when this pipe is reconfigured, that backup will not happen, and in that particular case, the flow will stay in the channel.
Yes, I mean, it's not I want to clarify, it's not a stopgap for this to cure all the problems, but it's going to assist us in the lower storms and in the lower flows.
And do you remember what storm that was that you showed on video, what kind of intensity?
You know, I don't know. I don't know what it was. I'd have to look at that and see.
It was, yeah, it was June 14th. It
Of
was
this year?
2 weeks ago when we were in this room that night. So that was 2.1 inches in what?
That Monday night, we got about 1.15 inches in less than an hour, 50 minutes, 55 minutes.
Is the culvert, this pipe you're describing, the existing pipe, is it at a right angle to the stream?
It's perpendicular, yes.
Yeah, so I support it. Let's do it.
Do we have any other commissioner comment or questions? Any
So
staff?
how's it going to
Are
be
there any
funded? It's
other,
not-
I was going to ask, are there any other mechanical means, like turning vanes or something like that would change the vector on the water coming out of that pipe?
Well, you would essentially be doing that when you rotate the pipe to go downstream.
Agreed, but it would be a lot less expensive.
Yeah, you could maybe put a baffle in there, but you run the risk of backing it up upstream. You'd have to, divert the flow and go off at a 45-degree angle. So you may cause a backup upstream.
But you haven't looked at it.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? Any staff comment or question? Any public comment or questions?
Ken Taylor from 242 Willow. One of the comments mentioned was that if this, I guess I'll go all the way back to the Chagrin study. One of the things that came up was the problem we had on the Gulph Creek was the volume of water. While I feel bad for the people who are being impacted by this particular problem, we just heard the engineer state that this, when corrected, will make more efficient and therefore higher volume the water through that site down through Willow Avenue. The other comment we just heard was that this is a component of an overall system when we finally decide if we decide what to do about the North Wayne Field. He indicated that these two things working together would give relief of higher volumes downstream because of the further remediation relative to our improvements of the North Wayne Field. On behalf of the Willow Avenue residents who don't want more volume, at this point, until that improvement in the North Wayne Field happens, please don't do this until it can be done together. because of the added volume down from this. This is an unfortunate experience. I understand there's some yards being flooded by this, but it is also inadvertently assisting those of us downstream of this from the volume problems that comes. We already get overtopped. We don't need that to happen sooner. We don't need to have that to happen greater until we can alleviate the people downstream's problems as a result of this correction as well. I think they should be done together. I don't want to imagine what increasing the volume is going to be to people downstream.
Yeah,
I think it was just clarified that it is not increasing the volume. It is making it a more consistent flow.
Well, that's what increases volume downstream. Anytime you can slow the passage of water, you're giving the people downstream a little more time or a few more tenths of an inch before it overtops the stream downstream. I can assure you it overtops downstream. There's no question that it overtops, and it overtops quite regularly. I'm just saying that this particular problem is inadvertently assisting you with a volume problem downstream, and that from the engineer's statement, it seems like that this is a fix that needs to occur at the same time as the fix in the North Wayne Field, so you don't subject 20 homes to more water to help 2 homes.
So this is for the engineering and whatnot, but not the work.
I
That is
understand.
correct.
Well, I think the motion was for both.
The next motion is for the work.
Okay.
To bid it out.
My problem is that I want this done, but I don't want this solution to add more problems to the people downstream until there's some relief from those people as well. And since we heard from the engineer that these two are integrated projects.
Yeah, he wants to speak again, if you'll let him.
Yeah, I think we need clarity.
Yeah, your flow's going to be more consistent.
And I just want to be clear. There's no more volume coming downstream. The key to this would be to allow the flow to go more consistently and not have a backup and a large inundation happen. So by rotating this, it allows that flow to continue downstream at a more regular pace than to stop and have the lack of a better term, a big traffic jam that comes down through that area. And the volume right now coming out of that pipe won't have a large impact relative to those large volume storms.
How much of it? It's a 36-inch pipe.
All right, we got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Ken, you live in a former swimming pool. All these people live in a floodplain.
I don't want to hear that.
We all have
Come up
problems.
with a new tagline.
I know.
don't want to hear that again.
We all have problems, but we have a crisis here on Poplar
Do
Avenue.
you know how
We've
much
got to
water a
fix.
36-inch round pipe can distribute? I'm just saying, I know this needs to be done, but the idea that you're going to add any more volume or speed downstream to take care of this problem without taking care of the more expensive problem in North Wayne Field is to misprioritize. You're going to subject a great number of homes to more water to take care of these homes.
Mr. Henry
It should
just
all
said,
be done together.
he just said
Well,
it will
you know what?
regularize the flow.
I hope I can drive to
I think we have
Ohio
a
and
good idea of your
I hope I can
opinion.
drive to Ohio and spend the night in his house when it
Okay.
happens.
I think we have a good idea of your point, and I think we've all understood that. Is there any more public comment on this issue?
Maybe in between there, if I can just say, that's a cheap shot, Ken, really, at that. However, the reality of it is, the homes sit in a floodplain. Whether we like to hear it or not, the reality of the water is going where it does when there's heavy inundation of rain. It's going where it's at. That's why there's floodplains. That's where the water goes when it floods. I mean, the water's doing what it's supposed to do, and that's why there's floodplains. The reality is trying to remediate this and reduce flows.
You got it.
I have seen this firm work, Chagrin Valley. I know we take these cheap cracks all the time about Ohio and that. I know what they've done. I know what their experience is. I know what their success rate is. I'll stand behind them 100%.
All right.
Our next
All right, just
comment?
very quickly for the record here, it's not 2 homes on Poplar. I haven't done a count. I'm sure it's at least 15. Jim is very well aware. And the water absolutely backups. The creek, because of the perpendicular run, the creek is forced to jump out of the creek, and it cuts across my front yard. It lifted a 5,000-pound car last year and pushed it 100 yards down the street. So I just want everybody to be clear, and I'm really shocked that a neighbor would stand up and say, you should continue to flood so that I don't.
Yeah, well, we're going to pass it, so thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other public comment?
Just to emphasize, in case there's anybody here at the board, John Valiutini, 106 Walnut, who don't believe what Chagrin's saying. I'm at 106 Walnut, right on the creek. So I see the water coming right down Oak, down my driveway, and it just runs down. It just runs down. Then you walk down the backyard, and then you start seeing a pool of water going around like this. And during the two big events this year, one this year and one last year.
Closer to the bike trail.
Yeah, the water probably got about that high in the backyard. And that's how I lost 2 cars. So it makes logical sense to me that when that water out of that 36-inch pipe is hitting Gulph Creek perpendicularly, that's what's causing that flow, that backward flow. So
Okay.
I just want to emphasize that.
Well, I think we've had a motion and a second, and all the comment. Is there any other public comment? I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 5-1. Oh, you voted against? 4-2 with Commissioners Nagel and Curley voting against.
The next, I move the authorization for staff to receive sealed bids for the realignment of the storm sewer pipe at Poplar Avenue and Gulph Creek.
Second.
And this particular item is simply the handmaiden to the one we just discussed. This would prevent us from running into a delay, keeping, Steve would not have to come back to us in 2 weeks to ask for the power, the authorization to receive the bids. He can do that now. He can start that process now.
Do we have any commissioner comment on that? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes 5-1.
All right, I have one final item, and that is a motion to instruct the township manager to request either Chagrin Valley Engineers or another organization to prepare a plan to submit to AT&T and to SEPTA for alleviation of the discharges that emanate from their properties.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're moving.
I've discussed with many people the problem of discharges from the AT&T property and discharges from the SEPTA property. And what we don't have to this point is a plan to go forward to those two organizations to ask them to come up with remediation of their discharges. And what my motion is seeking to do is to instruct our township manager to have staff prepare a plan to submit to AT&T and to SEPTA to have them come up with a solution to the discharges that come from their property.
Second.
An engineering plan or a...
It would be a sketch plan at this point, a generalized proposal showing them that we have a problem. Discharges from their property come into Gulph Creek, have done so for decades, and that we now have reached a point where, because of our weather changes, our climate changes, we need to have a way to stop those discharges, or at least to control them and minimize them.
Madam Chairman, Madam President, if I may, Chagrin Valley did do a very preliminary plan. Ryan Cummins did for the AT&T lot, and he also has the SEPTA plans, and I'd like to give him a chance to review them to determine what the delta was pre-construction and post-construction for that SEPTA lot, to see just what the change was, and then maybe move forward from there. But we don't really have an idea. We know that stormwater management was done on the SEPTA lot. I'd like to let Chagrin have a chance to determine if the situation did in fact get worse, it's the same or better, and then take it from there. But there is a preliminary, very preliminary plan regarding AT&T.
Jim, would it satisfy you to have, to request from staff by the next meeting to have an update on what is in place and then move forward from that?
Well, let's separate the two problems. The problem I think that's more severe is AT&T. What I would like to see us do is for Bob to start the process of meeting with them and explaining the needs of the township and asking for their cooperation to fix the problem. Now, Bob told me before the meeting tonight that what AT&T has asked for is a written proposal. How can they help us solve the problem? So that's what I'd like to have him do. That's on AT&T. On SEPTA, basically the same thing. Submit something to SEPTA asking them how can you help the township solve the discharge problem from your property?
When SEPTA redid the parking lots and did all that construction, they did significant stormwater management. Why don't we take a first step of evaluating whether that system's working?
That's my request, Commissioner, to give Chagrin time to look at the pre-construction flows and the post-construction flows to determine if the situation is worse or better or the same as prior. I did speak to SEPTA. Anecdotally, he told me they had installed a somewhat larger system than was required at the request of the township at the time, and I think we should really have some facts behind us before we go back to SEPTA to see where we stand.
I think I actually have a copy of that drawing that shows I think there's 5 36-inch diameter pipes.
We'll also, too, Madam President, to Commissioner Higgins' point, we will reach out to Chagrin Valley and also see where they're at without a board motion to actually initiate a process with them to be able to look at AT&T that we can speak with them, because the conversation with AT&T is tell us what you're looking for, because they're not going to do that, and we'll begin that process.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so are you withdrawing your? Yes, okay.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay. Next, we'll move on to community development.
Sure, I'll move the introduction of Ordinance 2013-12, amending Chapter 280 of the Radnor Code zoning ordinance by establishing regulations for municipal uses on land owned, operated, leased, or maintained by Radnor Township.
Second.
Okay, this is for introduction tonight, I believe. Introduction only. I'll start with my comments. I think I've shared before, when this has come up in front of us before, that I am not a fan of this. I'm pretty uncomfortable with this concept and this change to our regulatory scheme. I understand the motivation to streamline and make more efficient the process when we are developing our own property, and that it's in an effort, the motivation is to preserve our resources, our taxpayer money and energy and time. However, I think the current process and our regulatory scheme as it governs zoning changes and that it's set up for a reason, and it takes a few meetings and sometimes it takes a few months, because those are important changes, and that process enables residents to become aware, to become informed, to weigh in. And often, I have seen again and again on this board in the last 4 years, even though the process can be painful when you have all of that input and all of that back and forth, usually the product that you have at the end of that process is better than the one you started out with. So I do understand that it is a cumbersome process, and that the township, it causes expense and time for the township to do it on its own land. But in my opinion, it's well worth it, because it helps us develop better and in more keeping with what the surrounding people of our properties are hoping to see. So I am not going to support this, although I completely understand that it was a positive, that it is motivated by good intentions, and I may be in the minority here.
Well, my perception is that the current process isn't a process, that basically the township does what it wants, And the example would be lights on Memorial Field. 5 years ago, before this board was here, we would have just put those lights up, and there would have been no public meetings or discussions. And we put in place the new ordinance that governs the lighting, and that process will be followed to install lights there. The attempt was to do the same thing here, and there are some specific shortcomings in this, and I'll ask Kevin to talk about them. I know he's thought about some of the objections from the planning board. The notification is a significant one just because of the size and shape of the properties. But other than that, I think this is a step forward. I think going from no process to a process, and it is requiring not just one meeting. There's going to be several meetings. So I don't have that much trouble with it.
The no process 5 years ago was circumventing the way it should have been done. I mean, there is a process. If really, the township should never willy-nilly just be erecting things on their property. If they're going to change use or change, they have to go through the process or introduce a new ordinance to change the zoning.
They don't have to.
Do whatever they want. You don't have to follow the
Townships can just say the rules don't apply to us.
That's right. Ask the solicitor.
We're actually putting in place something now to make sure the rules do apply to us.
I have worked on township property before, and we had to get a variance to put. The township had to go to the zoning board to put up a 7-foot fence.
That was not the township. That was Radnor Conservancy did that. No, it was Elaine. Radnor Conservancy is the one.
Is that the way it's set up now? We can just put anything anywhere without.
We can say the ordinances don't apply.
The township has the power to exempt itself from zoning regulations. They haven't done it yet.
But you would have to do that by ordinance.
You would have to do that by
Right.
ordinance. You can make, and this is not an exemption, what's being proposed.
Right.
This is a use permitted by right. I think in the past, what John's referring to is things have happened, lights have been put up, buildings have been, and there hasn't been any. If you needed a variance, it wasn't applied for. If you needed a height variance because of the lights, it wasn't applied for. It was just an assumption that the township could exempt itself, and you can, but you have to have an ordinance that says we're hereby exempt from zoning regulations.
Which we don't.
Which you do not have on the
Right.
books.
So we can act like we do, but that's not proper. If we're following our own ordinances.
Should have it on the books if you want to do
Right.
that. Right.
And this is a version of that.
Yes.
Correct, and it's not uncommon for municipalities to adopt this. I did some research and looked at 18 different municipalities. Of that, 4 had no ordinance regulating this. 7 had an ordinance very similar, but much more open in favor of municipality. And the remaining 7 regulated municipal use, but didn't provide any specifics to it. So most of the ordinances out there that do provide that exemption is a blanket exception that is basically a free-for-all for the township. So there's no guidance, there's no rules, there's no notification, which was something that I felt was important in this. And when we went through the lighting, that was something that came out as part of that to provide the neighbor notification to properties within a certain distance of these projects.
We have any other commissioner comment on this? Any other staff comment? Any public comment?
Susan Stern. As a private property owner, under this ordinance, regardless of the zoning of my home, I would no longer have any expectation that the properties around me could not end up having a municipal use, because this says that any land owned, operated, leased, and/or maintained by Radnor Township, regardless of the zoning district, could have any of these municipal uses put on it. And that's pretty startling as a homeowner. I happen to live next to public land, but I know I live next to public land. this would be the case for any homeowner in Radnor, regardless of their zoning district, and regardless if they are surrounded entirely by other private property, because this ordinance, it doesn't even have to be public land. It only has to be owned, operated, leased, or maintained by Radnor Township. So I would just ask the commissioners to consider that over the next few weeks in this, stage of introduction. Thank you.
Madam President, if I may, just a question. I guess I'm confused, and I'll look for Kevin for the answer. Is based on what Susan spoke about, is actually it would be easier to keep it as it is. So you can do more things than actually put this in place, which actually then there's notification, board approvals that would be given. So Kevin, if that you can.
Well, I think going off of past practice, specifically here in Radnor Township, which is what happened. The municipality did what they wanted to do, whether or not they involved the board or not. And maybe sometimes it was with board knowledge, other times it was the administration just going and doing and not following the code. Typically, the exemption that is out there, and I'll use Lower Merion as an example, that's right from their code, that the provisions of this chapter shall not apply to lands and buildings owned by Lower Merion Township and is used for its governmental purposes. That is typical of the language that is an exemption. There's no notification. There's no suggestion of following setbacks, area dimensional requirements, or parking. And those were things that I felt were important, that we didn't provide that blanket easement and exception for anything that can happen. At the very least, we're going to notify that even if the commissioners were to amend the ordinance every step of the way, there's no notification process out there. The ordinance that we placed in front of you would at least require notification of a public meeting that this is something that's going to be discussed for all properties within 500 feet. So I think this ordinance goes above and beyond any of the municipal exception ordinances that I've seen out there.
So the goal of this is to, I have to be careful how I say this, but up until this ordinance was considered, this township could routinely do as they pleased without telling anyone. And with this, it would require us to have public notice. If we wanted to do any of these uses on land, whether we owned it or not, we'd have to do public notice.
Correct. And I think whether the administration or the commissioners knew that those practices were happening, yes, that is what has happened. You can look at various examples of recreational facilities that are well closer to the setback lines than what the ordinance would permit. And there's various examples throughout the township of where that has happened. Again, that may have been done with the board approval and may not have been. It's kind of hard to say, but this would kind of stop all of that and at least vet it through the public process.
I just want to, I hate to beat this dead horse again, but I want to clarify that is the practice that we had. That was not according to our code. Okay, according to our code, it should not have happened like that. And with this board, it would not happen like that. So you can't really use that as a comparison because that was a different board that didn't have the same understanding of our code. Our understanding of our code and our code means we have to follow the rules or change the zoning through an ordinance change. That they ignored that in the past shouldn't be relevant.
Well, until it's codified, though, any future board could do the same as prior boards. So this is a step in the right direction. But I think you're saying that it's maybe not enough. If we're going to codify something like this, we need to have more restrictions, not less.
I simply believe that the township is a landowner, like every other landowner, and should be treated like a landowner. Because the neighbors around the township have the same expectations and want the same notice and want the same treatment as if somebody else, somebody not township owned the land next to them.
That's what we're getting.
Kevin, you might be able to answer this right now. This building is a good example. Do we have adequate parking for the use that we have at this building?
I do not believe that all of the required parking under today's code meets the requirements, whether or not there was relief
I never
that was
asked a
granted.
question I don't know the answer to. The point was tonight I literally had to park somewhere where you shouldn't park. It's on the loop. The point was there was not enough parking for the meeting tonight because there were several meetings going on and use. But this is not the first time, It's this year, it's the 6th time I had to park somewhere other than in a normal parking space. But if we had, the point I'm making is, if this ordinance existed when this building was being considered, then we probably would have had adequate parking. And this is, again, I support this in principle that it's going in the right direction. My question is it restrictive enough? Or should, to Elaine's point, should we just subject ourselves as a township to all of the ordinances as they exist?
But you could do that and leave the ordinance as it is, and then a future board can make the decision, amend the ordinance for a particular project to go through that elongated process, then not notify any of the residents, do what the ordinance then would permit, and the residents could wake up with bulldozers the next day and see that it's, the project's starting. Typically, in the argument of, a landowner and what a normal property owner would be subjected to comes up a lot in these types of ordinances, and a landowner is going to do things that are in their best interest. Typically, a municipality does things that's in the best interest of its residents. So in this case, we're dealing with 30,000 people and what's in the best interest for them.
Okay, do we have any other commissioner comment or questions? Any staff comment or questions? Public comment? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? So it passes 5-1 with myself opposing. All right. I believe we are at the end of our agenda, and it is time for public comment.
I have one item before we adjourn. Shade Tree Commission minutes from the April meeting. My reading of this is that they waived about nearly $30,000 worth of fees and probably the equivalent of 40 trees. And I don't see the express authority for that. I think it's appropriate. Substantively, I think what they did was correct. But I think we should expressly put that authority in, and we should provide guidelines for when they waive these fees. So that's my opinion. If anybody else thinks it's a good idea, let's make a motion to that effect and direct John to prepare that for us, that language.
I'm under the impression that there are several changes coming from Public Works and our arborist and our Shade Tree Commission, several changes and tweaks in the works.
This isn't a tweak, though. This would be a substantive change that the 5 of you would have to agree to in order to make it happen.
Well, that has been the practice since 1976.
Yes, but the language was changed in the last ordinance, so that's not what the ordinance says now.
Well, okay.
Well, Don and I have had a discussion. Steve and I have been talking about the changes. Don's correct. There's a couple, more than a few provisions that talk about mandatory tree planting, either on site or at some other location, or there shall be contribution to the commemorative tree fund. So I think that Shade Tree's doing what they've always done, regardless of the language, and I guess it was different under there, but it ought to be clarified. It ought to be clarified that they have the discretion to basically cut their own deal with, so they don't all end up in front of the Board of Commissioners. You should be dealing with appeals from people that are unhappy with what they do, and not dealing with deciding on a case-by-case on every application what the tree should be. I mean, that needs to be, I think, more clearly delegated to them.
And then with that, I would like guidance so that it's not just that they have that authority and they can do whatever they want with that authority, that we identify, and Steve will know the reasons, but Steve can give us a draft of reasons, and then we make that change when we make the change that John identified.
I mean, I would like to, Steve and John Hosbach have some other revisions that come back to you maybe July 8th or before then. Circulate what we're proposing to do so that you have something substantively in front of you. Maybe get that to the Shade Tree Commission so they can look at it and then try to address it. So they have clear guidance. Any applicant that comes in, and if there's other standards that Don wants to add to it, then that would be the time to have that discussion.
Okay.
But is staff going to include, I mean, to me, the guidance is essential. It's not appropriate to just give them the authority to waive it without giving them the guidance as to
Well, they're
when
an
they should.
agent of us, and we have our agents make enforcement decisions all the time.
And we give them guidance all the time, so why not give them guidance?
Well, anyway, we don't need to debate this right now, but at
But
midnight.
we need to give him advice or give him
Well,
marching orders.
he's going to
what-
come with
They're going
an.
to include guidance in that, Steve?
Yes, sir, and I agree, I concur with the solicitor. Wednesday night, they're meeting, and there's one item in front of them regarding possibly making a change and a recommendation to the board about sole property owners, residents versus saldo applicants and the way they're treated. And I would concur with Mr. Rice and say, let's get all and any changes together and make one ordinance amendment, and we can include some draft guidance items for the board to look at that would go to shade tree. And I will bring this up Wednesday night and let them know this is a path we're going down.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Madam President, if I may, just briefly, I was contacted by the U.S. Postal Service today in regards to the Villanova Post Office. They are going to be closing that office, but also relocating that office into another facility with the developer who will be taking down their structure to be putting it into a new facility very close of where they currently are located at. There'll be a public notice that'll be coming that we will be receiving shortly that we will post to the website. There'll also be a hearing in that, which is protocol. But the good news is we won't be losing that post office, and I believe it will become more accessible, more traffic friendly, more pedestrian friendly than its current location, which I know at times is almost hazardous because you're crossing the sidewalk there and the parking isn't adequate, especially backing out. So we will be receiving that notification very shortly, but I know there have been some rumors that the post office is closing at Villanova, and it's not. It's just relocating.
On the same site?
It will be where a new building will be being built, which will be closer to the Blue Route. Will be where that'll be at.
Great, thank you.
Also, can I announce the 4th of July parade and celebration in Garrett Hill, Rosemont will be next Thursday, July 4th. The parade begins at 11 a.m. If you want your children in the parade, please show up around 10:30 at the business campus. After the parade at 12 noon, from about 12 noon till 3 p.m., there is a celebration at the park. We'll include free food, including hot dogs, soda. There'll be magicians. There'll be a dunk tank, and I'll be in the tank, possibly with staff if anybody wants to take the risk. Also, there'll be lots of activities for children, lots of field activities and moon bounces, and it's just a great time. Come on out, enjoy the big celebration we have there in Rosemont and Garrett Hill. It's open to the public, of course, and it's publicly funded and also privately funded by donors. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other old business, new business, and public comment?
Well, technically, good morning. Dan Shurry, Wayne. First and foremost, before I begin, is it possible if I could use the overhead projection? I just have it. Outstanding. Thank you, Commissioner Spengler. I appreciate that. The reason why I'm speaking here so early in the morning is with respect to certain documents that were recently ordered by the Pennsylvania Office of Open Records to be turned over that were withheld by this township. Specifically, a termination agreement between Radnor Township and the vestiges of what used to be Lehman Brothers. This came to my attention and my brother Parker's attention because of outstanding press coverage that covered an April 8th, 2013 meeting where this termination agreement was discussed, but the terms were not disclosed to the public, nor the amount. Were it not for the reporter, Ms. Caroline O'Halloran, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, we would not have been made aware of this. And if the video operator could zoom in on the highlighted section I have down here. Okay. That's not terribly easy to read. Maybe I'll just read it verbatim. It states, officials did not disclose the specific terms or fees associated with the termination agreement because of a non-disclosure clause mandated by Lehman Brothers, the option holder. White, and that's referring to Bill White, Township Finance Director Bill White, called the non-disclosure clause, quote, absolutely legal, end quote, and, quote, not unusual, end quote, for such agreements. Quote, it's not something we were particularly happy with, White said, but given the immediate consideration and the long-term cost and risk savings, we were willing to agree to it in order to move forward. Now, upon reading that in the paper, I immediately became very concerned. And here's the reason why. Since January 1st, 2009, more than 4 years prior to Mr. White making that public statement, Pennsylvania has followed a revised version of a right-to-know law that makes it very difficult, in fact, impossible to withhold these types of documents from the public upon request. If we go back even further in time, back to the mid-1970s, we have Radnor's charter, which states in section 7.12, quote, all financial records shall be maintained in the township building and shall be available for public inspection at reasonable times within regular office hours, end quote. As a result of that, my brother and I were just fascinated as to how this amount and the terms contained in it in this termination agreement could have been held back. So what did we do? We filed a right-to-know request, and we were denied by the township the termination agreement. We then took it to the Pennsylvania Office of Open Records, which issued quite recently a rather scathing opinion, which I've printed and placed on the table over there, which ordered Radnor to turn over this termination agreement. This termination agreement, which I've also taken the liberty of printing out and putting on the table over there, if we could zoom in, demonstrates again that this was executed on
Point of order, Madam Chairman. He talks about scathing. Can he read the scathing part of it? Because I'm not aware of it. If you could just read that for me.
Would you like me to read the entire Office of Open Records report?
Just the part that's scathing.
I think
That's
we
all.
should just let him continue on with
Well, I was
his
just a little scathing because I'm not aware of that, so I'm just curious.
That's fair. That's fair. Usually, I would state that when you have no precedential support whatsoever,
Madam
for
President, I
determination,
think the scathing part. If you just read the scathing part, that's all I asked for. Is just the scathing.
May I respond? It certainly sounds like an interrogatory to me, and I want to respond to it. It says, quote here, with regard to the confidentiality clause, the OOR has consistently held, as has the Commonwealth Court, that confidentiality clauses in settlement agreements are unenforceable under the right-to-know law. Pretty clear, but putting another spin on it, perhaps, same paragraph, quote, similarly, the township cannot circumvent the right-to-know law by including confidentiality clauses in public records, and the confidentiality clauses at issue here do not vitiate the public nature of these records. Pretty scathing to me, but I guess that is rather subjective. Nevertheless, unambiguous, and the township is ordered to turn over the termination agreement. Here again is the termination agreement dated April 8th, 2013, again, more than 4 years after the right-to-know law, at least its current version, goes into effect, executed on the last page by Elaine Paul Schaefer, I believe is a Pennsylvania attorney. I don't know if she's in active practice. And how much were those terms in terms of amounts that this township wanted to keep confidential. You could just zoom in to the highlighted section. That's as close as we're going to get. I'll read it aloud. And I must confess, I was thinking that would be around maybe 5 figures, maybe 6 figures. No. $3.807 million. Now, finding that out was, to say the least, rather disturbing. When we hear of amounts that large, you ordinarily would expect people to come to the podium when this board is considering voting on such an agreement and asking questions, such as, is this the best deal we can get? And I'll use an analogy, also taken from calendar year 2013. Back in January of this year, this board voted to settle litigation claims with Dave Bayshore. And with the exception of Commissioner Fisher, you all voted in favor of it. In fact, one of the commissioners, Jim Higgins, stated that this board could hold its head high in terms of entering into that settlement agreement. I came to the lectern then and asked
Mr. Sherry, if you could stay on point with your Lehman Brothers.
This is on point. And this goes to why it's necessary when this termination agreement was actually entered, why the amount should have been disclosed so there could have been public discussion. When Commissioner Higgins made that comment, I then came to the lectern to determine what type of discovery had been done when you all reached that particular settlement agreement. Had you actually taken any depositions? Had you actually propounded any discovery? And the answer was no, no, no. No discovery taken, no depositions taken, no request for production propounded, nothing. And yet you still held your heads high as a result of the agreement. What we're now hearing now in the press is that this termination agreement was great. It was the best he could possibly have done. Okay? Well, now it's self-serving piffle because nobody knew, at least from the public at the time, how much you were actually paying Lehman Brothers, $3.8 million. So that's disturbing in and of itself. It's disturbing in terms of a bad past practice, and hopefully it won't continue in the future. But I don't have much confidence in that, and here's the reason why. Somebody, either this board or perhaps the solicitor, is telling people, like the finance director, that it is absolutely legal to withhold these documents from public consumption. I'd like to know who is the individual or individuals who did that, because this must have been very embarrassing for Mr. White, given that this is such settled law, that it's been in effect for 4 years leading up to this April agreement. Would anybody care to answer that?
Well, let me just, because this is public comment, first of all, Mr. Sherry, and you've sat here for 5 hours to have your public comment, so you're certainly entitled to have your public comment. But the quote from Mr. White was that the termination agreement is absolutely legal. That was the quote. So you're reading from a newspaper article.
White called the non-disclosure clause, quote,
right,
absolutely legal.
Correct. And you can have a non-disclosure clause that is absolutely legal. What you're suggesting is that under the right to know law, that may not be legal. That's two different things. It's absolutely
Really?
two different things.
If that's the position of the solicitor, that this board doesn't need to follow the right to know law.
I didn't say that, Mr. Sherry.
A non-disclosure clause is considered for an agreement. That's rather alarming, because one would expect, and in fact, this termination agreement specifically states.
Do you disagree?
I'll read it verbatim.
Do you disagree that non-disclosure clauses are illegal?
When it comes to townships in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, yeah, I do.
Point of order,
Okay,
Madam
I'm going to
President.
ask that we stop this debate. Mr. Sherry?
No,
it is
Excuse
12
me, this is a direct question to me from the township solicitor.
Mr. Sherry, Mr. Sherry.
This is what the construction
Point of order.
Mr. Sherry,
Point of order.
the law is that they are legal.
The construction
The law
states
is that if there's a request made for them and they don't fall under an exemption or some other then they have to be released.
I have no idea what you
Two
just
different.
said.
Point of
I'm
order,
going
I
to
believe
ask that this conversation stop right now.
That's
I'm going to ask Mr. Sherry. It is 12:15. I can tell by your demeanor and by your actions and voice that you are very passionate about this, and we appreciate that.
No.
But it is 12:15.
That's incorrect. I'm not passionate.
It is 12:15, and if you could please wrap your point up within the next 2 to 3 minutes, we would all be appreciative. So please proceed.
I'm now astonished beyond belief. I really must say that the township solicitor would insinuate that it is legal somehow for a Commonwealth of Pennsylvania governmental entity to enter into...
A few more minutes, please, to wrap up your point.
I'll stick within the 3-minute allocation.
Thank you.
Don't worry about that. To have that type of a clause in a termination agreement, it's just nothing short of stupefying. It demonstrates an absolute contempt for the right to know law, and also demonstrates that the person proposing that has no idea how to negotiate an agreement. Because if you're putting in clauses that are illegal under the right to know law and somehow using them as bargaining chips, you're doing a tremendous disservice to your own client. Who could possibly consider that to be appropriate? And just so it's quite clear that apparently this was somehow a negotiating chip, Section 12 of the termination agreement states, this termination agreement has been negotiated by the parties and their respective legal counsel. So, to the extent that the solicitor has it in his mind that it is appropriate to have clauses in agreements, and settlement agreements, termination agreements that don't comport with governing law, as made quite clear by the Pennsylvania Office of Open Records, this board has some very foundational re-examining to do in terms of what type of legal representation it wishes to have. I dare say that at a bare minimum, people on this board should apprise themselves of the right to know law. It's written, if you'll pardon the pun, in layman's terms. It's very clear what can be held back and what must be produced. Separate and apart from that are your obligations under Radnor's charter. Again, clearly violated here. This was a financial record. In the ensuing months and years, you all will be making very important determinations with respect to Biomed potential redevelopment deal, or Drawson. You're going to be dealing with document requests in those instances. Please, so that you don't continue to have these types of embarrassing situations, including being listed in the press as improperly withholding a $3.8 million amount, please familiarize yourself with the right to know law. Please respect it. Please follow it, because what happened here with this termination agreement is black and white. It wasn't gray. The attempt to construe it, as this township did, as a proprietary financial instrument was so ridiculous and so bereft of evidentiary support that, again, the OOR couldn't have been more strident in its response, and justifiably so.
Thank you very much for your opinion, Mr. Sherry.
Oh, it's not my opinion, Commissioner Schaefer. It's the Office of Open Records'
Is there
opinion.
any other public comment tonight?
Yes, good morning. Parker Sherry in Wayne. And while I don't need to recap exactly what my brother had said, I do need to outline, well, I'm my own person, so thank you for that, Commissioner. But I do want to outline the process that went behind this, because I find that the most disturbing. So let's first talk about just transparency and the right to know law. So under that rubric, there's a presumption that all documents are public and must be disclosed. And any sort of exceptions have to be met by the township, and they have the burden to prove any sort of exemptions. So that's one part of the rubric we're looking in. As my brother noted, under then Section 7.12 of the Charter, all financial records shall be maintained in the township building and shall be available for public inspection at reasonable times within regular office hours. Now, is there anything remotely ambiguous about those terms? I don't think so. But really, I think we must find a way in ensuring that all actions are done openly and in accordance with the law. I wish I was that articulate, but I have to admit, during this 5-hour meeting, I went on to Commissioner Higgins' website and plucked those words from him. So I want to give you credit there, sir. Commissioner Curley had also stated, I'm proud as to access, civility, and transparency. I am proud of my contribution. I feel as though I have done my part to provide people with great comfort for these elements. If reelected, I will continue to push our local government to provide these things. Commissioner Fisher also has, in his own words, quote,
I don't mean to
worked
interrupt, but
hard
did you request any financial documents from the township? Like, did you ask to see
Financial records?
No, did you ask to see the financial records for the month?
do you want to go specifically as to my request?
I appreciate what you're doing, but
This
what
is
I'd
a
like...
contract. The termination agreement
we need to
is a
separate the two,
contract.
because you're stating something in the charter that says financial records shall be maintained and be
available.
producible, available to the public. And I would argue that any financial records that you're looking for are there. Now, the question is, did we have...
Are you going to turn them over or make
No,
me
they're
file an
available.
appeal
They're available
in the
now
Office
as they
of
were
Open
last month
Records?
and month before. The point I'm trying to make is the financial records are always available. The numbers that you're looking for are there. If you're willing to do some basic math, the numbers are there. Okay, we didn't hide numbers. We didn't pretend it wasn't
Well,
happening.
you denied my right to know request.
Well,
so
we
to-
deny a
to-
lot of right to know requests on fair basis. If you're
And
not
this was
being-
one of them?
Well, I don't know that. I didn't see the request.
Well,
but-
was this a contract, the termination agreement?
I can't comment on that, but what I'm
Okay.
saying is we
Well,
deny other requests because they're non-specific. If you had asked for the financial records for the month, we probably could just have you look at those right now. Anytime, anyone, anytime can do that. I don't think anyone on this board would stand for any cover-up or any hiding, but that was a difficult situation, and we handled it the best we could, and we are going to have full disclosure. Obviously, you have the documents now, so it's a little puzzling to me what's wrong.
Well, let me continue.
Yeah.
Point two.
Of course.
Thank you for looking at my website. Not many people do. It's way out of date. And you've really turned the bell on in my head. I've got to go back there and update it. It's about 10 months old. But we agreed to that non-disclosure agreement because we got something very valuable in return, namely termination of a swap agreement and saving the taxpayers of this township millions and millions of dollars. So that's a small price to pay for keeping that confidential.
And keeping it, we recognize that we wouldn't be able to keep it confidential forever, but we basically need the Open Records Office to tell us you have to give it out, and then we're not going to be sued by Lehman Brothers or anyone else for that matter. So the point is we had to do what's in the best interest of the township. It's not the most transparent process, but in the end, it's transparent.
Well, let me continue and address a couple of those points. Well, first, there was a 7-0 vote to keep this agreement confidential. And in just talking to a few people,
we did.
This was back in April.
I
Well,
don't believe we voted to keep anything confidential.
No, the vote was just to approve the agreement.
We voted to
That was
approve
it.
with the
agreement.
confidentiality clause.
Right.
But we have lots of things that are confidential to a point, but then they must be disclosed to the public. That's just a fact. Okay, we have meetings in executive session. The subject of those meetings are confidential until they're made public through a public process. But we have to be able to do things in private at moments.
Well, nonetheless, a number of people that are not lawyers, are not right-to-know law aficionados, came up to me and were disturbed, and they said, wait, there was a contract here to get out of a swap agreement, and they didn't turn that over? One, that seems wrong, but two, is that legal? And I said, no. So now you are forcing citizens to submit right-to-know law requests, which I did, and that was denied on the basis of confidential proprietary information. And again, at any one of these steps, from here on out, there could have been a decision to disclose the document, but there was not. And in turn, we're kind of reverting back to these antiquated, dark room type principles, which is rather disturbing. So confidential proprietary information. Now, I can only imagine the solicitor or other people in the township running down a list of exemptions and saying, deliberative process privilege. No, I don't think that works. Attorney-client privilege. No, that wouldn't qualify. Confidential proprietary information. Okay, that sounds good. Let's throw that in there. So again, you say, well, we have to disclose this at some point, but he denied my request, so I had to go and file an appeal along with my brother with the Office of Open Records, and we read the language there. I won't read that again. I don't have the documents handy. But then again, what's disturbing is Solicitor Wright's comments. According to Solicitor Rice, this agreement was, quote, a lot to do about nothing. Let me repeat that, a lot to do about nothing. I don't see how you can envision that the payment of $3.807 million would be a lot to do about nothing. Now, it may very well may be that the Carfax recommendation that we get out of this toxic swap agreement was a prudent one. But again, writing a check for $3.8 million is not a whole lot to do about nothing. Thereafter, he suggested, well, we were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Wait, what? This was a self-imposed position between this so-called rock and a hard place. And then he went on to say that we now have the legal right to release it. No, you were ordered by the Office of Open Records to release it because it was such an obvious determination that this was a public document. So in closing, we're either committed to the issues of transparency, as some of you have on your website, as we're bound to by the Charter and the right to know law, or we can keep kind of reverting back to these reptilian, antiquated, kind of ape-like mentality in not disclosing documents to the public. And I really hope we won't further go down that road.
Very much. Is there any other public comment?
Madam President, if I could just clear up a couple quick things.
No,
Sure.
maybe we adjourn.
Well, there was,
Go ahead, Bill.
yeah, there was,
We don't need it now. You're going to get a debate. Bill.
well, in the
We don't
interest of
need
making sure that everyone understands, I don't know if I was misinterpreting, but there seemed to be the argument that the township did not close the full amount of the termination agreement. In the ordinance that was introduced with the bond issuance, it clearly put in there that the township was borrowing $4.6 million to pay for the termination agreement. It was put in, the ordinance was publicly advertised. There was an official statement that went out to the bond market, as well as the continuing disclosure documents, and then ultimately there was a bond ordinance adopted by the board that had the 4.6. So no one should have been surprised that it cost the township over $4 million to terminate the swap. It was right in all the public documents that were in front of this board, that were in the back table, that are on the website. The amount that is under question is how much the discount was that the township negotiated. So, and I'm not going to debate that or second guess that here now, but I just want to make sure that folks watching tomorrow or at some point in the future understand that the amount that the township paid for the swap termination is part of the bond issuance as Series A taxable termination of swap. It's clearly labeled in all of the documents associated with the bond issue.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. All right, do we have a motion to
it.
adjourn?
Move we adjourn?
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Adjourned.